Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Tuesday, March 25, 2025. And before we commence, I'll ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.cccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab, select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu, and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll find the agenda hyperlink in blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum. In-person attendees shall complete a written comment request card available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the streaming platform. Public comments will be first taken in-person attendees, followed by virtual participants. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder that closed caption is available. Enable by using the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. Handouts are available at the meeting entrance table. Additional copies may be requested by emailing the board liaison at ccastro@cccco.edu. This concludes my announcements, and I'll now turn it over to President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you, Christina. I'm going to flip it right over to you to call the roll, please.
Here. Love Adu.
Present.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Adrian Brown.
Present.
Casey Chang.
Present.
Amy Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente.
Present.
Tom Epstein.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Here.
Mary Salas. Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
Thank you. Quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Christina. It is at this time that I would like to request Member Brown lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Brown, the floor is yours.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bless you. Thank you, Member Brown. At this time, we will adjourn to closed session. We will be back in approximately 50 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Thank you to everyone for rejoining us back after closed session. We have nothing to report following that session. We will go to standing orders of business, where you get to hear very long speeches from both Chancellor Christian and I, and I'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, friends, and welcome to our second board meeting of the year. The first board meeting seems like eons ago now, and it's absolutely a testament to how fast we are moving and need to move in today's world. Moore's law states that the speed and capability of computers is expected to double every 2 years, and I'm sure there's some equivalent of that in the community college context. So here are a few snapshots of the things that have happened since the past meeting. Earlier this month, we made our annual trip to Washington, D.C. to participate in the ACCT National Legislative Summit, the premier gathering for community college advocacy nationwide. The summit is a powerful reminder of the collective strength of our institutions when we come together with a unified voice to advocate for our students. We also met with members of Congress and staff to advocate for our students and priorities, seeing bipartisan support for our community colleges. We recognized our congressional champions and came together with our system partners on a snowy day that makes it feel even farther in the past given today's beautiful weather. I want to take a moment to recognize the board members who joined us on this important trip. Member Haynes and Vice President Rawlings. I also wanted to thank our talented staff for all the pre-planning that went into the event. It was an extremely heavy lift, so thank you very much. Secondly, we also had an incredibly meaningful board retreat filled with thoughtful engagement, deep discussions, and strategic reflection. Each session offered a chance to step back and consider not just where we are, but where we are going and how we can continue to lead with clarity, courage, and compassion. Here are some key takeaways. First, it's clear we must deepen our federal engagement. As federal policy continues to evolve rapidly, we should be more intentional in our federal engagement. Second, we must refresh our communication strategy. To influence policy, perception, and public understanding, we need to strengthen how we tell our story to policymakers, the media, think tanks, and other influencers. Our impact is powerful, but we need a communications approach that reflects the urgency, scale, and innovation of our work. Third, we recognize the importance of building systems that support both statewide and regional approaches to workforce and economic development. California's regional economies are diverse and dynamic, and our community colleges are uniquely positioned to meet evolving industry needs. We need stronger infrastructure and alignment to scale these efforts and connect them meaningfully across the state. Fourth, we must continue refining policies, practices, and systems that support learners from where they are, whether they're balancing work, family, or other responsibilities. Our commitment is to make their educational journey as seamless and as responsive as possible. This means breaking down barriers, streamlining institutions, and offering supports that reflect the real lives of today's and tomorrow's students. Finally, we must invest in building a robust data and technology infrastructure. To stay ahead and to serve students well, we need systems that can leverage both current and emerging technologies. This includes not only technical capacity, but also the analytical tools and digital frameworks to personalize learning, track progress, and drive equitable outcomes. The governor's investment in our technology infrastructure is timeless for the bold agenda we are moving. I want to thank Santa Barbara City College again for hosting us, and to all of our board members for jumping in, and to our special guest speakers for their continued collaboration. Third, I want to talk about the Rising Scholars Program at Pleasant Valley State Prison. Just last week, our chancellor and board member Sarian Villavicencio and I had the opportunity to visit the Rising Scholars Program at Pleasant Valley State Prison. We were joined by quite a distinguished entourage. Carla Tweed, who's the Coalinga College president, Dr. Robert Pimentel, the chancellor of West Hills Community College District, Omar Hernandez, trustee of the West Hills Community College District, Sarah Shepard, Coalinga College superstar faculty, Vanessa Alcantar, assistant principal of Avenal State Prison, Moises Contreras, principal of Avenal State Prison, Dr. Sarah Makosi, the Dean of Rising Scholars at Coalinga College, Cheryl Lopez, the principal at Pleasant Valley State Prison, and Mel Albaran, the principal at Pleasant Valley State Prison. I repeatedly heard from this group the important role of our very own Chancellor Christian in the inception of the Rising Scholars Program. At the time, she was the president of Bakersfield College and saw early on the potential of this population. I also repeatedly heard this theme among each of the 20 people with whom we met about being grateful and excited to learn, how they will be the first in their families to attain a degree and will certainly not be the last. Needless to say, it was my first visit to a Rising Scholars Program, and it will also not be my last. I highly encourage each member of the Board of Governors to go and see firsthand the transformational power of our California community colleges in action. Last and certainly not least, San Bernardino City College held a beautiful memorial for our very own John Sanskis last week. He is a beautiful soul who is already sorely missed. As you can see, it has been a busy and impactful few weeks, and today we have a packed agenda ahead. Thank you for your continued leadership and commitment as we move forward in service of our top 100% of students. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Christian.
All right, good morning. It's always good to see the boardroom full of colleagues from across the state of California, community colleges staying strong. Here we are in Women's History Month, and look around at our board members. And I'm so happy that our president called out the Rising Scholars Program. We have an agenda item on it, and it's really an impactful program. Since our last meeting in January, we at the Chancellor's Office have been traveling across the state. We've been staying closely connected to our colleges. And these are times when it is necessary for all of us to stay connected and navigate together. And rather than go over all of the activities we have done, I'm going to just address two items, since I'm going to have a guest join me towards the end of my Chancellor's report to kind of wrap up my report. But I would like to highlight one powerful moment, and that is the March in March event that was organized by our incredible student leaders in collaboration with faculty. Standing alongside them at the Capitol, I felt immense pride in listening and watching our students, and felt a privilege to serve as Chancellor of the California Community Colleges. I really felt that a sense of renewed commitment to do everything in my power to support our students in the next months, in the next years to come. The two items I wanted to address today, one is the federal landscape, and the second is the rebuilding after the LA fires. So in terms of the federal landscape, there have been numerous executive actions that are reshaping the landscape of higher education with significant implications for governance, funding, and institutional policy. Last week, the president signed an executive order to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education, aiming to shift authority to the states. Without federal oversight, academic standards, research funding, and student opportunities may vary dramatically from state to state across our country. Additional executive actions targeting diversity, equity, and inclusion policies are creating uncertainty for institutions committed to serving all students, particularly our undocumented learners. California's community colleges stand firmly in our mission to open access and opportunity for all. As inclusive institutions, we uphold non-discrimination policies and practices while supporting students, principles that are not in conflict, but are deeply interconnected. Our system complies with California's Proposition 209, to federal non-discrimination laws, and to two critical education codes. Ed Code 66030, which mandates educationally equitable environments for all students, and Section 66270, which prohibits discrimination based on disability, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and other protected characteristics. In this rapidly evolving policy environment, we are closely monitoring developments. The Chancellor's Office has set up a team that is tracking the executive actions and advising me and our senior leadership. Our legal team, our GR team, comms, research and policy team, academic affairs, student affairs, and workforce development are fully engaged. Our colleges, the dedicated leaders who guide our colleges, including our presidents and chancellors, our administrators, our faculty leaders, classified leaders, have demonstrated exceptional commitment and steadiness in support of our students, and their efforts are making a difference. Students are returning to our campuses in significant numbers. This past fall of 2024, our enrollments increased yet again at the California community colleges by 4% compared to the previous year, building on an impressive 9.6% growth the year before. And as I stated in January, Even though California community colleges are only 21% of the national community colleges, we accounted for 37% of the national enrollment growth. At this pace, we are on track to surpass our pre-pandemic enrollment levels by the end of this year, a testament to the resilience of our system and the trust students place in our colleges. Now let me move closer to home. The devastation from the recent winds and fires in Los Angeles has left communities in urgent need of coordinated recovery efforts and support. Rebuilding is happening rapidly, requiring a multifaceted approach to mobilizing volunteers and expand our skilled workforce. Community colleges has the California Community College system, we have a key role to play in these efforts. A team from the Chancellor's Office has started connecting with the colleges in the LA region and coordinating 3 work streams. Work stream number 1 is related to our volunteer program. In partnership with the Academic Senate of the California Community Colleges, the Chancellor's Office is working on credit for prior learning, allowing volunteers who complete certain number of hours and go through a specified amount of training to help with the recovery efforts to earn college credit toward a certificate in disaster recovery. The College Service Corps expanded their disaster team to include 30 LA-based disaster service members to assist with resource navigation and to work with recovery partners in LA. This disaster team is not part of the College Corps. It is another program under the California Service Corps umbrella. Our workforce, work stream number 2 is related to our Rising Scholars Program, students who are currently or formerly incarcerated, and they're a vital part of the recovery efforts. During the recent wildfires, incarcerated Californians served as firefighters, and now we are continuing to build on that model by actively involving them in broader recovery and rebuilding work across the region. Our last stream is skilled workforce development, and the Chancellor's Office is working with the LA Regional Consortium to identify those workforce programs that need to be expanded quickly to accelerate the LA recovery efforts. The Chancellor's Office is also putting together a one-time funding proposal to support the workforce expansion needed for the LA region, and we will submit this proposal to the legislature and to the governor's office for consideration. As part of my report today, I've invited Dr. Jose Gomez, president of Pasadena City College, to share a brief reflection on the work his college has been doing to support the community in the aftermath of the devastating Altadena fires. On March 14th, 4 of us, Vice President from our Board of Governors, Bill Rawlings, Executive Vice Chancellor John Hetz, Vice Chancellor Tony Cordova, and I visited Pasadena City College. President Gomez had brought together leaders from across the region, the city of Pasadena, the mayor, the county of LA, Pasadena Unified School District leaders, the YMCA, also Senator Sasha Renee Perez and Assemblymember Mike Fong. As President Gomez walked us through the events that have unfolded since the fires began on January 7th, the room grew quiet. Everyone was deeply moved by the picture he painted, the loss, the resilience, and the picture of a community rising to support one another in extraordinary ways. I knew there was no way to fully capture or convey to you board members what we experienced at Pasadena City College. So today I've invited President Gomez to speak directly to you, to offer just a brief snapshot from the remarks he made on March 14th. So let's all take a moment, everyone and those who have tuned in virtually, to pause. Let's take a moment to quiet our minds and truly absorb the gravity of what has unfolded in Pasadena and the larger LA region, and the strength of the collective response. With that, I give you President Jose Gomez. He's joining us via Zoom. And
good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. Thank you, Chancellor Christian, for inviting me to talk this morning about the fires. This topic, as you know, is very important to our region, to our state, and to also our greater understanding of the evolving role of community colleges. We often talk of colleges and universities as anchor institutions. But the role of community colleges in the aftermath of a disaster gives rise to another metaphor, a California metaphor. Yes, PCC is an anchor, but we are also a California oak tree, solid and resilient, with deep roots that provide nutrients and support to life around it. One oak tree can help regenerate a forest after a fire. In January, the Eaton Fire tore through parts of Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre, killing 17 people. Our community has been forever changed by the devastation. The fire destroyed 9,400 structures, including homes, businesses, schools, and places of worship, and seriously damaged another 1,000 structures, including 7 local schools. Our neighbors and friends, our students, faculty, staff, and alumni lost so much in the fire. Over 2,000 PCC students were forced to evacuate. And we estimate that the fire destroyed the homes of nearly 700 PCC students and more than 100 PCC employees. That number includes Naomi. Naomi, a nursing student who was raising her 3 children in her childhood home. That house on Calaveras Street had been in the family for 42 years and was completely destroyed in the fire. 21-year-old Michael lived on Acacia Street in an apartment with his mom and younger brother. He marched with Pasadena City College's band in the Rose Parade, playing the tuba. Michael escaped the blaze, but his home was seriously damaged and his belongings were destroyed, including his tuba. And yes, we are helping purchase a new tuba for Michael. This is the new landscape. Rubble has replaced homes. Thousands of people like Naomi and Michael have suffered tremendous loss. PCC's immediate response to the disaster was to serve our community. We chose to keep our campus open and to spread our arms in a wide embrace of our larger community that was suffering one of the worst moments of their lives. We wanted to be exactly what the community needed during those first dark days: a trusted, familiar source whose porch light was on and whose doors were always open to help. Our impact was significant. As the fires were still burning, PCC nurses and our trained community emergency response team reported to the Red Cross Evacuation Center at Pasadena Convention Center. For many days, Working with the YMCA of Metropolitan Los Angeles, we transformed our parking lots into a community relief hub and classrooms into free childcare spaces for families impacted by the fire. PCC provided nearly 20,000 free meals to thousands of people, including local school children. We became the community gathering place, hosting school meetings and town halls. At our Foothill campus, we hosted the Regional Disaster Recovery Center, a one-stop shop that made finding the help and answers that fire victims needed a lot easier. Our actions during the wildfires reflect the role colleges must be prepared to play when our larger community is in need. As a disaster has moved into a different phase, it is PCC's responsibility to help lead the way, just as we have done from the start of the disaster. The fire has created an urgent need for workers in construction, mitigation, environmental testing, and community planning. At the same time, our people need jobs. PCC must train the workforce that will rebuild this region, providing good jobs that allow people to stay in their communities, in the neighborhoods they know best. In this next recovery phase, our deep roots in this community will be key to providing the investments we need to respond, recover, and rebuild. But who will rebuild? How will people survive and thrive during these years of recovery and rebuilding? Chancellor Christian has been very focused on this challenge and especially supportive of PCC. She has convened our region's presidents and also personally visited with the PCC community and our region's leaders, charging us to focus on supporting the recovery and ensuring that we have the workforce to rebuild. As a central part of these efforts, PCC is developing a new college corps dedicated to fire recovery and community resilience. This initiative will provide student fellows with an opportunity to engage in meaningful work, earning up to $10,000 and college credit. Fellows will be placed at organizations actively addressing post-fire challenges and fostering long-term sustainability. These fellows will also include our rising scholars. Another key pillar of the Chancellor and our efforts to help communities recover and rebuild is our commitment to grounding our work in the data that reveals local economic challenges and opportunities, as well as emerging workforce needs. Our Division of Economic and Workforce Development is working in collaboration with our Chancellor and her team, as well as our local partners, to conduct program and labor demand analysis of post-disaster workforce needs in our region. Our new recovery-focused career technical education initiative is our commitment to training the next generation of skilled professionals who will not only restore what was lost, but also lay the foundation for a stronger, more resilient future. The need for skilled trades workers, electricians, welders, carpenters, inspectors has never been greater. And yet, the pipeline of trained professionals is not keeping pace. An economic forecast by the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership just last week projects an initial 10% increase in construction jobs in just the first 2 years after the fires. And that is likely to grow as the rebuilding effort takes hold. This is where PCC is stepping in and where you can help. In collaboration with Pasadena Unified School District and the City of Pasadena, we are proposing the development of a new career technical education center to ensure we have the local workforce to meet the needs of our recovery and rebuilding. This center will be more than a training facility. It will be a launch pad for careers. We will offer hands-on training in high-demand fields, from construction and electrical work to environmental cleanup and green building practices. To achieve this vision, we are partnering with philanthropic foundations and our local, state, and federal government partners. And we have already received seed funding from the city of Pasadena, thanks to a grant from Congresswoman Judy Chu. As we work toward the creation of this center, this summer, we are also launching a Building Trades Academy for high school students in collaboration with labor partners and Harbor Freight Tools for Schools. These 80 students will be able to choose from 4 training tracks in welding, electricity, industrial fabrication, and building inspection. These students will be the next generation of builders in our community. This is a role we've embraced throughout our history. When the Long Beach earthquake struck our region on March 10, 1933, almost exactly 92 years ago, PCC, our entire campus, had to be rebuilt. Faculty taught classes in tents, and in spite of the destruction, students came to class and learned. From 1948 to about 2010, students in PCC's construction program built homes on or near campus. Families throughout Altadena and Pasadena purchased the homes and moved them into the community. One such home, owned by a faculty member, was recently lost in the wildfires, a testament to PCC's role in building both structures and also building lives. Community colleges are places where education meets responsibility. We are ready to lead this recovery, to train the workforce that will rebuild our region. The power of an oak tree lies in its roots and relationships. A California oak tree's survival is a sign of hope and promise for a better future for all. For these parts of Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre, PCC and the California Community Colleges is the oak tree that survived the fire. We embrace this role. Our work marks a significant step toward fulfilling our responsibility for the regeneration of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I saw President Gomez coming on and then he disappeared momentarily. But thank you. Oh, I see you. Thank you, President Gomez, and for taking the time to be here with the Board of Governors. You're doing remarkable work. And it's really a testimony to how the community college really is pulling the community together during these difficult times. And that concludes my report, and I turn it back to President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. Thank you again to Dr. Gomez for such moving words and images. Best of luck as your community moves forward, as our community moves forward with the rebuilding. Friends, at this time, we'll pop over to section 3 of our agenda, which is the consent calendar. We will take both items in one vote. Are there any board comments on items 3.1 or 3.2? All right, seeing none, are there any public comments?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. If you are calling in, press *9. We'll begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Thank you very much, Christina. At this time, may I ask for a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Member Epstein?
Second.
Thank you. Gosh, I should remember your name. Member Legrand. At this time, we'll take a vote.
Love Adu,
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Adrian Brown,
Aye.
Casey Chang,
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Harry Legrand,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Blas Villalobos,
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio,
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. I have an instinct to use your first name, and before I further embarrass myself, let's move to the action calendar. Section 4, the first item is item 4.1, the approval of contracts and grants. And with that, I'll hand it over to our general counsel, Kathy Lynch.
Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members, Chancellor Christian. My name's Kathy Lynch. I'm the General Counsel. I'm presenting the contracts and grants item today. I know you've all taken a look at it. Are there any particular questions that you have for me?
Member Williams, then Member Epstein.
And my question is just about process, related to the contract for CCC apply. Is it, will the board, is there a policy role or any way that we'll be able to have input on what the reimagine looks like, with CCC apply? Will that ever come within, or does it just kind of roll without us? I know that's in the weeds, but
Yeah.
you know, and the reason why I asked is because we had a really cool presentation from Amazon. And so I just want to know, like, are we going to be able to give input? That's why.
Board Member Williams, nothing rolls without the Board of Governors. I think we're in the process right now of the Butte Technology Center, which is running the RFP process. And I think we're in the middle of that process. And once, that gets through, the final approval comes to the Board of Governors. If any member would like to specifically get engaged with a piece of it, we can definitely schedule a meeting with staff. I know that we do have one or two board members who have been tracking this very carefully and have been meeting with staff in sort of, looking at some of the details and how we need to frame an RFP in this time when we have such smart technologies that are available, and really approaching it from that perspective. So there is engagement at that level from a few board members, and certainly we're happy to have a meeting with our team who can kind of get into the details. And I invite you to do that. We would certainly appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Member Williams, I think we're calling it stage 2 now. We're starting to do demonstrations and evaluate all the applications. So as Dr. Christian said, there's plenty of opportunities to engage.
Excellent. Member Epstein.
So I'm not going to do my usual complaining about not having adequate goals here, but I'm going to channel Jeff Baum for a second and just note that these are all IT projects that need to be coordinated by the Chancellor's office, and yet we have to go through 3 different colleges to administer them, which makes no sense. And I wish there was something we could do about it, but I know it's difficult.
Member Adu, then Member Haynes.
Hi, I just wanted to ask for item 1, reimagine CCC apply. It says that this is wave 1. I wanted to ask if we had any other colleges that already implemented this new reimagine CCC apply, or if this is one of the first ones.
We're at the request for application process where we're just starting the new process. So what now is we're reviewing applications, we're demonstrating, at some point we'll select a vendor, and then it will be implemented. So no, it's not yet at the.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's green. Okay. I'm going to be a true skeptic on this one. And I'm going to stay a skeptic until proven otherwise. There have been so many issues with CCC Apply, and I would encourage us to think of rebranding it from CCC Apply, because there have been so many issues at the ground level at our colleges in terms of the issues. And so my concern is trying to fix what it is, as opposed to, I was going to say trash it, but scrap it, and start from a beginning place. Now, there may be all kinds of good reasons why we did not do that. And what keeps me up at night is how many prospective students got on CCC Apply, got embedded, and then stopped and never returned. And part of those students, 19% African-American prospective students, stopped in the middle of it. And I'm afraid they never were able to get through it. And so I'm sure it's going to be better. I hope it is one of the best. So my goal is for it to be the absolute best at the end of the day. And so, but I am going to be a skeptic until proven otherwise. That's my comment and not a question.
Yeah, I guess I'm
Member
gonna say
Williams.
something else now. That so where I got excited, like when you I can't remember if it was a Calbright meeting or our meeting. We talked to Amazon, and so I can mention things on my phone, and they send me ads. And so my hope is, because the contract says industry standards, and I'm like, are we talking community college industry, or are we just talking about global industry kind of technology? Because we tend to, I know when I was a student and you go to CCC Apply, it took you to like a PDF document, and then it was kind of, but it to me should be like Amazon, like, you know, it should just be set up like that. I mean, I don't know how much it costs to build something like that, but the contract says 20 million. And it should be drastically different than what we currently have. And not just thinking about I mean, ideally, you should be able to see all of the classes in the entire state on just the platform itself. And so I hope, you know, whoever is thinking about designing this is not thinking about it from like what currently exists. You know, we should be creating something that's not currently available. And that's, you know, the kind of feedback that I really would like to see what they're thinking about before they build it, because, you know, I don't want to be disappointed and, you know, just have some kind of standard and it's just looking better, new branding, but without the technology really being fluid. You know, I think it should be like the Amazon website.
Our board is not shy. Member Villavicencio, then Member Adu, then Vice President Rawlings.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Again, I'm going to speak to CCC Apply, and I know Vice President Rawlings and others are looking at it, and perhaps I'm asking two sort of competing things, because I do want to reiterate what Board Member Haynes mentioned, that, you know, this is such an important part of the onboarding process for our students, and making sure that we onboard our students and obviously retain and have them persist and finish off their degrees are so important. I know that this is being phased in incrementally. And so I guess my comment is I want to make sure that we're doing it right, that we're taking all of the comments that are being provided to make a much more robust system better. I know it also takes time, but I also want to sort of suggest that we need to move faster too, right? And making sure that this is implemented correctly for our system. And so I always get questions from obviously our colleges as to when will it be implemented. And I can't always give them a right answer or a precise answer. The default answer obviously is the Chancellor's office is working on it. I know from my perspective, one concern that I have interest in is ultimately data disaggregation and whatnot, and making sure that's also built in. But I just want to again, I think, have us be cognizant of the fact that clearly we want to make sure we build a robust system, but we do it with alacrity. Thank you.
I think Board Member Williams raised a brilliant point. Like Board Member Haynes said, 18% of African American students stop halfway through CC Apply. And many students find CC Apply to be incredibly difficult to navigate. And that's something that stops students from accessing our colleges and our system and accessing higher education as a whole. And with that, I think we absolutely have to bring in a student perspective here, beyond me and Cassie, but we should also reach out, Casey, but we should also reach out to like SSCCC and other organizations to work with us to ask students directly what they feel can be improved in these systems that directly affect how they access higher education. Thank you.
So this may be a question or comment for Dr. Hetz, but any of you might be able to answer it. Just for a little clarity about where we're at, right? So there was a number of groups that have been looking at this. I know Member Epstein and I have been really on top of this for a while and been kind of a passion project of ours, as well as certainly all of our students. So we knew we had a need. We've gone through, we've done so correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. We've gone through a process where there's been discussion about what those needs include and what the minimums are for it, which includes constraints around how our data is structured, like what the back end of the system looks like, making sure that we're aligning properly with the other integrated data systems, including potentially at cradle to career. And so we're at a place where we understand what the needs are well enough to do an RFP through the grantee, and that knowing the constraints under which they will have to develop a new and reimagine CCC Apply, that grantee will coordinate the new vendor in redeveloping, if I'm understanding correctly, from the ground up, an entirely new reimagined CCC Apply, given within the constraints of what our data systems allow for. Is that right? And can you elaborate on any parts I may have missed?
I think it would be a bad idea to ask me to elaborate on anything because this could be very long. So absolutely, I just want to speak to a couple of things that people have brought up. This is a rebuild from the ground up. This is not just working with the existing thing. Okay. So we've spent, we did a statewide working group with the folks from Consultation Council to kind of get a sense of where we needed to head. And then we did statewide interviews with stakeholders, including students, in order to get a sense of where all the pain points were, what the needs were. And then we went to a full kind of exploration of all of the things that are required by statute and all the ways that colleges use it in order to think carefully about what had to be included and to be able to stop it there. So the goal is to essentially reimagine the entire application so it's very short and easy to navigate, and students aren't asked anything they don't need to, right? So we have students who have different requirements. So if you're a non-credit student, there's a whole big section of the application you don't need to finish. You will not be asked any of those questions anymore, right? So the design is so that it's going to be branching based on why you are there. International students, different sets of questions. Only they will get those questions. There were lots of repeats depending on what the college is set up. None of that's going to happen anymore. And so what we did is we had a statewide task force that went through all of this to work towards the requirements of the RFP. And one of the things that we've done throughout is the Student Senate has been heavily represented at every stage of the process. And as we started working towards the final design, we also worked with the foundation and the Student Centered Design Lab for them to work through what types of features do students respond to, what type of help, how to embed it, all of those types of things. So I just want to reassure everyone that we've worked closely with students, with faculty, with staff across the state, including leadership at the colleges to make sure that we are building a modern approach. I can't speak to Amazon specifically, but what I can say is we made sure to publicize the RFP as broadly as possible, both within kind of the normal players in this space, but also more broadly in the technology space. So we had a variety of submissions from Salesforce as someone who does a lot of things that are kind of in the application CRM space. And so we are in the final process of reviewing the folks who have submitted applications. We went through a rating system. We've had an extended committee that is looking throughout the state again, including we oversampled students to make sure that all the students who have to work with this and that it's the, the thing that keeps them from getting in and have an opportunity to look at the different views. We are finalizing that process and we should be able to get to a vendor selection sometime in the next few weeks.
Very helpful. Member Perry, then Member Williams.
First of all, I'm going to shout out to all the students who slogged through the current system and contributed to an increase in our enrollment. Kind of miraculous. And then my question is, the contract, the date of this is August 2027. What does that mean in terms of where this will be? Will it be up and running? So where are we in terms of completion?
I think that's just for the grantee that we're going to hire to do project management. So they're overseeing lots of different aspects of it. So that's just the end date for that contract. There could be another one beyond 2027, but right now we're just working.
But are we theoretically at least thinking of a completion date? Just because otherwise I can see this thing just drawing out for a long time, and it's obviously an essential part of our system.
Yes, so our intent is for this to complete sometime in the, let's see, what it's 2025, the 26-27 school year. So we are going to have colleges going live, hopefully early on in February of next year. A second wave, hopefully in the summer, and to complete the system onboarding sometime in the next academic year. So we anticipate trying to have the transition completely finished by August 2027. That there's always a challenge for, we have a set of districts that are very excited about this, early adopters who are all in, participating in the kind of implementation, guidance, and governance. But it'll be the last set of folks that we're going to probably need to do some work on. And so this is designed to make sure that we get everything in place and then we have a specific support to support all the Wave 1 colleges. And then we're going to work from there to see what's necessary to complete the process.
Member Williams.
And so when I talk about Amazon, I'm just thinking about designing for the California Community College system of the future. When you think about the number of vendors that are on Amazon's website, and it kind of aggregates them all into one place, it's really an opportunity for all 117 of the colleges to have their course offerings available for students to kind of just really see. And I know I get confused because I know we had the virtual campus, and it seems like all of these things are developed in a silo versus us having one comprehensive system, because like literally I can have a conversation about something and I will get some marketing on my phone about, hey, buy this thing, or you have this still in your cart, you haven't purchased it, what are you doing? And so my mind was, this shouldn't just be about applying, it's an opportunity for all of the colleges to really market what they have to offer, because the class might not be offered in my community, but, even in my district, a lot of folks are taking classes online. And so if this is the front door for the state, then, or the welcoming point, we're about to spend $20 million, and I could be drastically underestimating how much something like that would cost to develop, but it's really an opportunity for us to do something that we haven't done before.
So a couple of things. The $20 million is not just for the project or the product itself. Some large component of that will be the product. And, these types of platforms are expensive, but it's also project management and technical assistance to the colleges to make the transition. And that, with a system as large as ours, that's where the expenses actually become very significant, right? Because we have to work with the colleges to make sure that their local IT has the support to make this transition and all the different tendrils that the application has into colleges' work processes. What you're imagining is something that I imagine quite often as well, but that's a much bigger conversation about whether or not as a system we can take on that role or not. Because one of the things that came up a lot in our conversation statewide is concerns about the colleges, about their enrollments, if it's wide open and students can just go anywhere. So there is some opportunity for that. But the colleges have individual populations and a local governance that they're trying to meet. Yeah, I cannot. Yes, so yes, but there's like, if you make it super easy, some of the colleges have concern that they will lose their local students, right?
Microphone.
Yep. Yes. So this is part of the challenges with a loose federation.
Say it in the mic.
Okay.
So when you have issues of where your customer goes, then you got to work on your product. That's the solution to it. But just say, hey, we're going to keep making it hard. That's not an appropriate answer. We got to figure it out, we really could be creating to where we can be attracting students from other states. That's what we should be focused on. How do we get people from Arizona to come here? We're California, you should want to take school classes in California. That's what they should be designing their products to, not, well, let me just keep it so that, I don't know. That doesn't seem like that's a good response from the colleges.
Yeah, I would say certainly we want all of our colleges to be at that level where, irrespective of where a student chooses to access, they receive a quality education. To your point around incenting students from out of state or out of area, even potentially out of country, most are going to opt to access in a virtual setting. And at least as it relates to other states, there are some just policy issues that have to be worked through at a state level around what's called SARA, State Agency Reciprocity Agreements. 49 states have signed on. California is the only state that is not on SARA, and that governs some of the student protections around how you access. The reason California historically has not been a member of SARA is that our consumer protection laws for our students are more robust than the other states. And part of the thinking that goes into SARA is you have to accept that universal approach. So there's always been a concern that does that mean California would have to roll back some of its consumer protections? But that said, certainly we want to make this system easy for students to navigate. So some of the things that I've seen in the design phases are around trying to make sure that students have access to the services that they would need if you're a veteran, if you're a homeless student, and not calling them unhoused, because a student is going to view it as homeless, not unhoused. That's the term they know. And making sure that they're able to access those resources, find where they need to go, but do so in a way that's very structured and doesn't stop them or hold them up from finalizing their applications, rather directing them to those services. Certainly, we can do a better job of integrating the virtual campus, and we do have goals around substantially increasing the number of students that access through that virtual campus. And if we can get out-of-state students, if we can get more California students accessing through CVC, we certainly encourage that, and we're certainly working toward that as well.
Last thing, if the chancellor has a goal to increase enrollment to 6 million students, and the system is currently designed to serve 2 million, you got to figure out how to open the portal up for more people to come in. And this is one of the ways to do it. And so it just seems like we're still going the traditional approach. And I just don't know how you get to the 6 million if you go with the traditional thinking.
Thank you. Member Chang.
Thank you. I'm very excited with item 1, especially being a student who did CCC apply and had to ask my parents for a lot of assistance through it. But my question is different colleges, and it's kind of jumping off of what board member Williams was saying, but different colleges have different programs. So like maybe environmental science at this college is really good, but it's not offered at the one that's closest to me. Is there any way for students to figure out where they should even be applying through CCC Apply prior to like, because if I Google environmental science and then my like town or something, for the most part, my community college doesn't always come up within the first 3 searches. And not saying I'm a lazy person, but I'm not going to scroll down and necessarily look for community college if I don't already know that I want to go to community college. And then another thing is I know that we've created these bachelor's programs and improved a lot of them. And as we're implementing them, does CCC Apply play into this some way? Yeah, those are my 2 questions.
So there are 2 different things that are built into the RFP that specifically speak to the requirements that we are asking the vendors to meet. One of them is there's different ways that students typically arrive at CCC Apply, right? So there's a set of students who arrive there through their local college. That's the most common way. And so one of the things, and then at their local college, they typically do things that are directing students to particular programs or to particular types of applications, right? If you're an international student, you're not credit. And so it's designed to, one of the intakes is designed to flow from that process at the college where someone has identified a college is already working with them. The other use case that you mentioned is students who are looking for a particular program. So those students might come through the CCC Apply portal. And yes, we'll probably rename it. We can rebrand it whatever we want, right? 100%. So they'll come through that new portal, and one of the things that it will allow them to do is specify a program of interest, and it will have, basically search terms that will allow students to look for things and try and direct them to the right thing because, so for example, one of the things that our students historically have struggled with is identifying an interest in teaching because we don't offer teaching. And so you've got to have a dynamic interface that says, okay, these are the types of things you should be looking for. What students would often do would end up saying they were interested in early childhood education, which is not really teacher training in our system, right? And so what will happen is when students come through the main portal, they'll have that kind of method to try and what program are you interested? Here are colleges that do that, and there will to keep our colleges happy. It will start from colleges that are closest that has that particular program.
Member Du.
Hi, I have 2 questions. One of them being, I just wanted to ask about configuration in regards to people with disabilities, especially those who are blind or hard of vision. Are there specialists involved in the process or will be involved in the process at some point to maintain accessibility in the CCC Apply platform? And then the second one was just triggered just for a thought process, because you mentioned homeless being used instead of unhoused because it is generally more understood. And that sort of triggered this question where I just wanted to know if you guys have worked extensively with rhetoric or linguistic specialists or just thought about it extensively, how verbiage and wording makes the process more accessible to the general population within the CCC system. Because I love that you guys are thinking about this, and I just want to know more about that.
So to the first question on accessibility issues. So requirements to meet both the current and the forthcoming accessibility standard are built into the requirements. And part of the demonstrations that all of the vendor finalists had to go through was to demonstrate different mechanisms for students with disabilities that they might use, like a screen reader or things like that, or being able to tab through on a keyboard. And so that's all built in. We have a number of specialists that are getting a specific demonstration of those tools, and we'll be rating them. And anything that has to be fixed will be remediated. So on that, absolutely 100%. On the involvement of folks with expertise in rhetoric and linguistics, we have not gone that far. What we have done very carefully is to review all the questions for terminology, working with students to see which things make sense to students. And using some of our judgment and the type of examples that Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson was mentioning before. So the sad answer is no, we have not worked with linguistic experts, but we are working with students to make sure that all of the questions are accessible, and we will continue to do that, right? So part of the reason we brought the foundation and the Student Centered Design Lab on early, and we'll continue to work with them, is because they do a really excellent job of identifying students with different attributes and making sure that we have a good reflection of the types of students we serve across the entire system.
Great. Member Brown.
Member Chang's question about the baccalaureate programs got me thinking about when we were working on guided pathways in the program mapper. One of the things that occurred to us is that we don't only prepare students for the programs that we offer. And so how do we advertise if a local community college only has 20 majors, but can actually prepare students for over 200 majors in the state because we don't know where the student's going to head after us? I'm wondering, has there been any thought into an intersegmental aspect to it? I'm thinking about dual admission on the horizon, because it could be, like Casey said, from a student perspective, I know I want to be an XYZ major, but that's not available maybe at any community college in the state because it's not a community college major, it's a university major. But that doesn't mean that every community college in the state could not be preparing a student for that path. So we're not just the front door to ourselves, we're the front door to many industries and universities. So I'm wondering, has there been any thought into sort of that intersegmental aspect? Because it seems to me I should be able to say, well, I want to go to, or I want to study this, even if it's not offered at my local college. Does that make sense?
It does. And so it dovetails very nicely with Member Chang's questions. A couple of things. One, we're working very carefully with our intersegmental partners. So we have been consulting with the UC and the CSU pretty regularly. One of them is much more involved in that consultation than the other, and I'll leave that exercise to the board members to imagine which one it is. But it's we're working very carefully to think about, especially the dual admission types of things. So on the front end, another set of the requirements in the RFP speak very specifically to the ability to integrate with UC and CSU tools, as well as CCGI, so that we can bring more information in automatically, so students have to fill in a lot less. So if you completed a dual, so if you received dual admission through a UC or CSU, you should be able to port almost that entire application, minus some of the community college specific aspects, and be pretty much done with the application except for specific things that we need. With respect to the, we can prepare students for majors all across the state. The challenge for that is mapping that out as a state becomes very, very involved. So we have not gone that far. It's one of the things that we are, continually going to be looking at, but that is, if you think about the type of work that we have to go through on common course numbering, it's that level of complexity.
However, I would note with Cal GETC, there is, a focus on one universal general education transfer degree that will help with that particular situation. So there are other efforts out there, and we're trying to take an integrated approach. So when we look at e-transcript, it's trying to make it very easy to take that information, take it to our partner institutions for transfer students. We're really trying to think about it comprehensively, not, system by system or program by program, but rather how can we, holistically support that student.
Excellent. Thank you, board members. Christina, do we have any public comments?
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person remarks requested, but I do see a hand raised.
Thank you, Christina. Apologies, Christina. Do you have control over the mics as I do not?
Sure, just 1 moment.
Thank you. I've got it now. Omar, you have control of your mic and can address the board. Omar Zavala, are you able to unmute yourself and address the board?
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was looking at item 4, sharing student application data with the Student Aid Commission to better identify student financial aid fraud. Mount Sac, and I believe a lot of schools are going through the same thing. There are people registering for classes with leaked information, try to commit fraud. This is leaks from school leaks, data brokers, background checks, healthcare companies like there's LAUSD had a leak, National Public Data, United Health, Kaiser. The solution is to be collecting less data. We need to be good stewards of our students' data. Students really aren't allowed into the process, and we aren't told where our data is going and who owns it. During the semester, we're forced into giving corporations our data without our consent. I think this has broken a lot of trust between students and our leadership. This normalizes a future without control of our basic rights like privacy. Students need total transparency. Students need total control of where their data is, of how their data is collected and where it's moved to. With more collection and with more companies owning our data, those become targets for criminals, those in the government who want to target students based on immigration status or speech. My peers and professors, we don't see our leadership caring about these issues. And I think students and professors need to organize to protect our students' rights and our rights to privacy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's the only virtual comment. Great. Thank you very much, both Andrea and Christina. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Member Adu and Member Williams. Christina, can you call the vote, please?
Love Adu. Aye. Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Christina. Board members, I'm going to keep you on your toes and hop over to section 6 for item 6.2, which is called Shaping Vision 2030, Insights into the Future of Higher Education. So I'd like to welcome our Deputy Chancellor, Rowena Tomaning.
Right. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor, Board of Governors, Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor. Item 6.2, Shaping Vision 2030, Insights into the Future of Higher Education, extends the discussions from the February 2025 Board of Governors retreat. These sessions will directly shape the refinement of Vision 2030, ensuring it remains relevant and responsive to the needs of students, industries, communities, our state, and nation. I am pleased to introduce one of the prominent figures in higher education, Ted Mitchell, who serves as the president of the American Council on Education, or ACE. Before his tenure at ACE, Ted Mitchell held key positions in both government and academia. From 2014 to 2017, he served as the U.S. Undersecretary of Education under the Obama administration, where he played a crucial role in higher education policy, financial aid reforms, and expanding access to post-secondary education. So at this time, let's welcome Ted Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Rowena. Pleasure to be with all of you. And it was great to be able to hear a little bit of the previous conversation, because many of the issues that you're concerned with, from ease of student access to application materials, understanding the variety of offerings across a very, very large system without cannibalizing each one of the providers. And then the final conversation about data privacy is one that I'm sure we'll spend a lot of time on across the country. But President Aguinaldo, it's a privilege to be here today, and I want to start with just a few comments. And these are sort of the perspective on 2030 from Washington, and what we're seeing, and how the plan as it's evolving is intersecting with the concerns and interests that are being expressed across the nation. So it will not be strange to you to hear me begin by saying that higher education is under a lot of pressure right now, and has been throughout the first month or so of the new administration. And I want to put that concern, that pressure into several categories. First of all, I think that the administration is concerned that four-year institutions, and particularly elite four-year institutions, have not done a very good job of creating environments in which students succeed. First of all, they point to the low completion rates at many institutions. Second, the way that they have encouraged difference rather than encouraging conversation across difference. And so that's their attack on what we have called DEI for any number of years. And then finally, they're very, very concerned about the high cost of a four-year degree and its implications for student debt and student livelihood. The good news from a community college perspective, and it's good news because it provides us with a lot of room to strategize, is that community colleges have largely been exempted from this rather tumultuous first couple of months. And I think that that's a good thing. And it speaks not just to the fact that the administration seems to rather pick on Penn and Columbia than the California community college system. It is that the community college system remains the system in highest regard across the American public and across Congress. And so you start this new era ahead of the game. And why is that? First, and most importantly, you serve the communities you are in, and you have deep knowledge of the economic needs, the social backgrounds, the circumstances of the students you educate. It's that nearness between the community colleges and their clients that has always set the community colleges apart, and certainly has set the California community colleges apart. So congratulations on that. Second, and I think that this is where Strategy 2030 comes into play, is that the things that the administration is worried about are things that have typically been the core strength of higher education. One, low cost, and the California community colleges continue to be just like the best bargain in the world for the quality of education that students receive. Second, connection to the world of work, and this is echoed in the draft plan, making sure that the work that students do on campus is connected to the work needs of the local community and the state. In this way, the community colleges have been the driver of the California economy for a number of years and promise to do even more going forward. Third is creating honest pathways for students through the educational system wherever it may take them. And here a focus on dual enrollment has been important. We talked very briefly in the previous session about the potential for an application system to build a dual admission system. You know, that's popular in many states. But that idea that you can get a fine start at a community college and move into a four-year program is one, again, where California has been in the lead. And then I want to say that on this issue of diversity, California has been unambiguous, has been committed to creating opportunities for students in the state who have not had clear opportunities for higher education success. And, you know, we're going to stick by that. And I say we because I'm a Californian. I was a college president in California. I worked for many years at UCLA. I was the chair of the K-12 State Board of Education. So when I say we, I mean we. And we will remain committed to providing the highest quality education to all of our students. And we will look for places to increase the enrollment of students who, because of their race, because of their background, because of their status, haven't had access. That includes, I think there's a new paragraph right there, that includes in the new paragraph, veterans. It includes incarcerated adults. And so when we say diversity in California, we mean it in a way that encompasses populations not often recognized nationally as benefiting from diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. We also mean student parents. We mean working adults. We mean people for whom we need to create a system that's flexible and mobile and accessible. Last point I want to raise is that this the chancellor's plan to move from 2 million to 6 million is incredibly aggressive and incredibly needed. And I think that as I believe Board Member Williams, you said we're not going to get there by just going along the same old path. I couldn't agree more. And that's why I'm very encouraged that the chancellor has been working with a national group to think hard about ways of incorporating artificial intelligence to help students navigate their way through the various opportunities that they have, to create better teaching platforms, and most importantly, to create ways for students to bring prior learning into their transcript and into their degree path. We're working closely with the chancellor on enlivening a credit for prior learning program that will be powered by artificial intelligence that will allow students to bring to the campus credit that they have earned not in classrooms, but in the workplace, not in classrooms, but in a hospital setting, not in classrooms, but on construction sites. And so I'm very encouraged, and I point to that as one of the ways in which I have every confidence that the move from 2 to 6 will be successful. But applause from Washington for the plan. I couldn't give higher marks to the chancellor. She's been an extraordinary leader and will continue to lead not just in California, but across the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Deputy Chancellor, did you have anything to say, or should we entertain questions from the board?
I think questions from the board now.
Okay, at this time, we'll take questions from the board.
Whoa.
Excellent. Mr. Mitchell, I don't know if you heard that, but Board Member Haynes says bravo. I don't know if your microphone is on. Member Epstein.
I like bravo. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here, Mr. Mitchell. I was just wondering if you could share just advice on how we ought to approach, kind of staying on the right side of both history and the current environment. I know that's a little tricky balance right now, but just wondered what you're advising. I mean, not just community colleges, but all colleges right now in navigating the current terrain.
Thanks for the question. I think my time is up and I have to leave now. I'm kidding. It's a challenge. It's a challenging question, and it is the one that every college, university, community college leader I talk to is asking. And the first thing that I think I'll say is that there's no right answer for every college, for every community college, because the answer is really determined by the ecology in which an institution exists. And the community colleges in California exist in an ecology that starts with the neighborhood and the local community. The neighborhood and the local community have expectations, everything from, we talked about it earlier, the language we use, to the services we offer, to the goods that we produce at the end of the day. Then there's a next loop in the ecology of policymakers, starting with you all, who have expectations that are not just about the local community, but are about the state and the national perspective. You are the stewards of the Cal State community college system. And the last thing you want is for this administration to single you out for a particular loving attention, the way they've done with Columbia and Penn most recently. So I think it's a balance. But I would say at the core of it, we need to, all of us, especially those of us who've been in this work for so long, we need to remember that there is a difference between language, program titles, and mission and vision and progress. And so there's been a lot of conversation about scrubbing diversity from university websites. People will make their own choice on that. But for me, what's really important is not to lose the value of creating institutions that are diverse, that are equitable, and that are inclusive, and thinking about ways to do that work, perhaps without the red flag of some of the words that seem to put the other side on fire, is, I think, it's a compromise worth making, as long as it doesn't take you too far in challenging or changing the work, because it's really all about the work. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
Thank you so much, President Aguinaldo. Thank you so much, Mr. Former Undersecretary, for being with us.
How about Ted? That works just great.
Oh,
I'm just sitting here in my shirt sleeves in my car. So,
well, thank you for being here, nevertheless, and thank you for your service to our country, and as well as your many other positions that you've held in advancing higher ed across the country and the state. As we revisit Vision 2030, I wanted to get your thoughts about our role as a system within the international sphere. I think one of the things that we as a board are looking at is infusing international programming into Vision 2030. One of those issues that we're tackling, obviously, is climate action. And we know that that is a transnational issue, that clearly we in California, we can definitely lead. But I believe that there is definitely a space for our system to be involved in addressing, of course, that critical issue. And we have many programs throughout our colleges that address that issue. And so I was wondering if you can talk a little bit about, again, from your perspective, where we can position ourselves in this space. I know, Governor Newsom, you probably have heard, has traveled to places like China and most recently in Mexico, and created these subnational partnerships with these cities. And obviously, in my mind, there is an interconnection there where we as a higher ed institution, given that we offer, again, these CTE programs, can possibly have a role to play there. And so I'm going to stop there, but your thoughts about looking at, again, our role here in the 21st century, and perhaps even, influencing, having our influence reach beyond the state of California, and possibly what that may look like to you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a really, really great set of questions, and begins with a really keen observation that I just want to reiterate, which is that we could all be focused on and dismayed by the destruction of federal grant programs that mention climate action or climate diversity. My daughter's getting her PhD in climate resiliency. I'm not sure that passes the test, but nevertheless, I think that that's the wrong place to look, and you're suggesting the right place to look. The right place to look is not up, but across. And so I think that this moment creates a great set of opportunities for all of our institutions to collaborate with non-state partners abroad, with institutional partners abroad, and with state entities abroad carefully. And so I think that that's a muscle, that's some expertise that I would like us all to develop. And I think the California Community Colleges, because of your longstanding partnerships, both southward looking to Mexico and Central America, but also eastward looking to westward looking to Asia, I think you've got the head start. So let's think about that. What are the kinds of programs that are already going in the California Community College system that we could encourage our colleagues in Japan and in China and in Korea, just to name the three big economic engines, that could be an interesting intersection from a research point of view. And here I mean on the ground research with real people, not research with cyclotrons and all the rest of that. Second, training programs, as you mentioned, CTE programs. How can the California community colleges, either on our campuses or in work that we would do with other campuses, offer career training programs to the wide array, again, thinking of green energy and resiliency in those areas that other countries really are way behind us in. So I think that's brilliant. I think we need to do it. And I think that the California community colleges are well positioned to be a part of it. As you know, I think the only semi-obstacle is that community colleges are an American invention. And there hasn't been an enormous uptake across the world in community colleges. Some, like European countries, believe that they do what community colleges do through their vocational schools. Others are still building out at the top end, China in particular, building out PhD programs in science and technology. But there is a need still for the kind of work that we do in community colleges, and thinking about how to get across the sectoral divide is worth some conversation. I'm on the executive committee of a group that's called the International Association of University Presidents, the IAUP. And we just had a meeting a few months ago in Qatar. And it was interesting that for the first time, there was a group of community college presidents, mainly from the Middle East, in fact, who came to that. And so I think that may be a place where the chancellor and I can do some good business together on behalf of the system.
Thank you.
All right, Christina, do we have any public comments?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I do not have any in-person remarks requested, and no hands are raised.
Thank you very much, Christina. Mr. Mitchell, thank you very much again for taking the time to speak with us. I particularly enjoyed the comment you made about nearness and proximity, and that is core to what the community colleges do in our communities. So thank you again for joining us. We hope that's not the last time we'll see you.
Thank you, Madam President.
At this time, board, let's pop over back up on our agenda to action item 4.2, which is approval of the Rancho Santiago Community College District's Criminal Justice Academies. And for that, I'd like to welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson back to the podium.
Yes, so this item is to approve a new learning center at the Rancho Santiago Community College District. The center is their public safety academies. They meet all of the regulatory requirements around number of students served, around facility projections. All are listed in the item itself. So I'll keep my remarks relatively brief. We took the same approach in our review that we take for all districts. And they do meet the technical criteria to be recognized as a center, similar to the 2 centers approved previously. I'll provide just a quick opportunity for the team at Rancho Santiago to provide comments on the center.
President Guardado, oh, sir, to the microphone. Vice President Rawlings, good to see you again, and Chancellor Christian and members of the Board of Governors. It's my pleasure to be here. Again, my name is Marvin Martinez. I'm the Chancellor of Rancho Santiago Community College District. Sitting next to me is the proud president of Santa Ana College, Dr. Annabelle Neary. So I'll start with some initial remarks, turn it over to her, and we're open to any questions that you may have. The partnership between the Rancho Santiago Community College District and the Orange County Sheriff's Department was established in 1970. The Orange County Sheriff's Regional Training Academies, located in Tustin on a former Marine Corps Leiden Air Base property, officially opened in September 2007. And the center has only offered and will continue to only offer and expand law enforcement courses. It is my great privilege to speak today about the remarkable impact that Santa Ana College's criminal justice academies have had on the local community and on the bright futures of our students. For decades, Santa Ana College's criminal justice academies have been a pillar of excellence in training the next generation of law enforcement and correctional officers. With a 99.9 student success rate, we ensure that the Orange County and surrounding area has highly qualified, well-trained professionals that are ready to serve our communities. Today, I am presenting to you because we have an incredible opportunity to secure educational center status for Santa Ana College's criminal justice academies. This designation would allow us to enhance training, student services, and expand our law enforcement offerings to meet regional demand. Securing educational center status is strongly supported by Orange County Supervisor Don Wagner, the Orange County Chiefs of Police and Sheriff's Association, Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes, Congressman Lou Correa, and Congresswoman Young Kim. The Criminal Justice Academy's partnerships with law enforcement agencies, public safety organizations, and educational institutions allow us to offer premier training through 82 specialized courses at 2 state-of-the-art training sites, one in Santa Ana and one in the other one in Tustin. These programs not only support workforce development, but also provide a pathway for students from diverse and underrepresented backgrounds to enter meaningful, life-changing careers. Earning center status would enable these programs that support the safety of our communities to not only grow, but to flourish. We thank you in advance for your consideration. I'd like now to turn it over to Dr. Neary.
Good morning, Board President, Board of Governors, and Chancellor. My name is Annabelle Neary, and I am the very, very proud president of Santa Ana College. Each year, we serve over 24,000 individuals participating annually in the criminal justice academies, including sworn police officers, deputy sheriffs, district attorney investigators, and probation officers. The new satellite center will expand its offering of law enforcement courses to meet the regional demand. The course offerings are designed to support the training of new officers. Also, what people don't realize about our criminal justice academies, most criminal justice academies only offer 600 hours, but ours is at a level of 800 to 900 hours, requiring community service participation with the nonprofits and diversity equity initiatives. As a result, we have one of the largest cohorts of women typically graduating 10 to 20% women, and the majority of our academies are from underrepresented groups, including Latino, Latina, Latina, Latinx, and Black and African American. In addition to that, Santa Ana College's criminal justice academies have a long-standing tradition of excellence in education and training, producing roles that are vital for the safety and well-being of our families and communities. What sets our program apart is not just the quantity of participants or course offerings, but instead it's the quality and relevance of the curriculum we offer, which is rooted in community policing. Again, adding mandatory hours to work with nonprofits, religious organizations, and diversity and equity initiatives. In addition to that, beyond the technical training, we emphasize character development and leadership. Our instructors are not only subject matter experts, but mentors who instill a strong sense of duty, responsibility, and public service in every student who walks through that door. We recognize that building safer communities begins with building strong, principled individuals. The impact of the criminal justice academies has extended beyond Orange County, positively influencing agencies throughout Southern California and the state. With educational center status, Santa Ana College's criminal justice academies will be able to expand law enforcement offerings to more police departments. We actually train all of Orange County law enforcement, parts of Riverside, Los Angeles, including Glendale and Pasadena, and San Diego counties. Now more than ever, our criminal justice academies are in high demand to meet the need for more law enforcement officers on a regional basis. Santa Ana College is already one of the leading providers of law enforcement training in the entire state. This recognition will solidify our status as the premier center for public safety education in California, allowing us to continue producing men and women who are passionate about maintaining safety of our communities. Gaining educational center status would be a testament to the trust and collaboration we have built with our regional partners, which includes every chief in Orange County and the entire Orange County Sheriff's Department. With the unwavering support of our regional law enforcement leaders, community partners, and policymakers, we are poised to elevate our criminal justice academies to new heights. But I did want to add that part of the resources we receive for center status will also go towards our fire academies. You may or may not know this, but Santa Ana College is actually the #1 trainer of first responders and firefighters in the state. Now, seeing the presentation by the president of Pasadena, I wanted to add one last note, that the large number of the law enforcement, first responders, and firefighters you saw battling the Eaton and Palisades fires and keeping our communities safe in Los Angeles, Pasadena, and Altadena were actually trained by Santa Ana College. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Martinez and President Neri, for your comments and presentation. This time I'll take any questions from the board. Member Adu.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I wanted to ask, with you guys having prospectively gaining that status as an educational center, what types of academic or career support do you already have or plan to implement at the criminal justice academies? And this can include services like financial aid services, mental health referrals, and transfer career support.
So we already offer those support services to all our students in the fire academies, but it will allow us to train actually more fire law enforcement officers. In fact, we just started 3 pre-apprenticeship programs because there's such a high demand for law enforcement, not just in Orange County, but in Southern California and the state itself. So part of it is we have already been approved for the associate's degree in modern policing. There will be educational requirements on law enforcement in the future years. So part of the resources for this will not just train more law enforcement, provide other pathways, and in addition to that, pursue hopefully a bachelor's degree in modern policing. Right now, Santa Ana College offers 3 bachelor's degrees, so we have a great reputation and recipe to continue to offer more. And then lastly is we just been approached by the U.S. Department of Forestry for training a new and multiple cohorts to combat wildfires or forest fires. So that's what else we plan to use the resources because we'd like to add more cohorts in spite of what we went through in Southern California.
Thank you very much. Member Haynes.
So thank you so much for the presentation. I need to be schooled. So you can get an AA degree. You can go through different levels of training. And so there is a high demand, but once you do all of that, is there still a test that is required of applicants into the different services that a student would or the graduate would still have to do? Is that correct?
Actually, we're one of the few academies where we are 99% sponsored. So all our partnerships with the law enforcement agencies and the sheriffs, they already have jobs at those facilities.
Fabulous. That's the answer I wanted to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Member Perry.
This is just for my edification. When you talk about modern policing, does that include increased mental health? Can you expand on that a little bit, just so I understand it better?
So I'm really glad you asked that question. So one mandatory component of our academies that is not necessarily mandatory or required of other academies is we have mandatory wellness training. Wellness includes mental health, physical health, and a lot of strategies around the whole being because these are very stressful jobs. And we actually are one of the only academies that have full-time faculty to train all our law enforcement and academies in wellness and a required certification. And also, we also have retraining. And part of that is because when they have mental health, physical health, and we treat the whole person, they're less likely to use force or less likely to use violent force.
Does that also include mental health training in terms of interaction with the public? So going into a more charged situation?
Yes. If you're ever in Orange County, I'd love to invite you to one of our Academy of graduations because they film actually that scene for the families. So where they have a set of homes and they're really stressful situations, and you'll see the cadets try to kind of talk through the situation, take care, and de-escalate. And they're called de-escalation tactics. There's some other names for it. But yes, that's part of their mandatory training. Mhm.
Member Williams.
First, thank you for the presentation. And I feel like you answered the question, but just does that include like identifying when they might be dealing with someone who has a developmental disability?
So part of the training, like I said, if you're ever in Orange County, I'd love you to witness this in person is one thing. But when I work with the sheriffs and our local faculty, and they shared some of the curriculum, they talk about not just having de-escalation tactics, but mental health, recognizing maybe that you need other resources and how to bring in the other resources like a mental health professional. And they talk about the mental health professional for the person they're dealing with, as well as the law enforcement or cadet agency themselves. That's why many of them also have to go out into the community. So when they graduate, they get a flagpole like that. And their flagpole is not just attached with the American flag, but has every agency, community member, mental health professional, organization, nonprofit that they interacted with. And they get praise and recognition for all those flags, including volunteer service in their local community. So in order, a graduating class will carry that flag with pride because it demonstrates that we could have done 600 hours and just gone out to the field, but we do 700, 800, 900 hours. And there's a pride, and all those flags are showcased in the hallway to demonstrate our commitment to the community, mental health, and building a positive relationship with community members to avoid interactions, violent interactions or physical threats.
Member Du.
Hi, I wanted to ask in regards to faculty, are all faculty people who have previously or are currently working in law enforcement fields, or is it people that specifically went into the academia side of it? Like, how does faculty and professorship work?
So for the academies, you need hundreds of content experts. So they're faculty from the field. Now, sometimes the leadership have retired from the field, but they have direct field experience, which is part of the qualifications they need to teach the cadets, all the different versions, but they each have a different skill. So it takes about anywhere from 100 to 200 content experts from the field.
Member Villavicencio.
I just have a comment. I know this is a long process to finally get to this stage with us here at the Board of Governors and improving this center. I just want to thank you for all of the hard work and the needs assessment to understand that this is what the community needs. I teach at San Joaquin Delta College. We have a post academy, and we have wonderful cadets who serve our community and our county well. They are wonderful examples of our students who are now again serving our community. So I want to really thank you for your leadership and your efforts in getting this done and listening to your community, and really, really thrilled that this is going to happen. Thank you.
Right, seeing no more board comments, let's go to public comments, please.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. We've received both in-person and virtual hands raised for comments, so I'll hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have 2 comments here in person. So we'll have you both come up. First, Letitia Clark, and followed by Anne-Marie Gable.
Good morning, Madam President, honorable members of the board, and Chancellor Christian. My name is Letitia Clark. I serve as the Chief Communications Officer for the South Orange County Community College District. I'm also the former mayor of the city of Tustin, a community deeply invested in the strength and integrity of our higher education system, and the home of SOCCCD's ATEP campus, which is just across the street from the proposed site we're discussing today, and where we're actually under construction for our third instructional building. I want to start my remarks by saying and stating that SOCCCD fully supports first responders. This objection today is not about criminal justice at all or the value of public safety education. Rather, it's about the broader implications of granting educational center status to the Rancho Santiago Community College District. One of the core requirements of the application process is to address how a proposed educational center could possibly have an effect on other institutions. And in this case, the impact to SOCCD and our colleges is significant. Educational center designation extends far beyond current programming, opening the door to additional course offerings that may duplicate or divert from what we already provide within close geographical proximity. This move directly affects our enrollment projections, another required consideration, and we have invested time, data, and resources to strategically planning our growth in a way that responsibly meets student and community needs. Approval of this request could undercut those projections, not just for our district, but for the entire California community college system. And while Rancho may presently focus on criminal justice programs at locations outside of their district, educational center status would legally allow expansion into other academic areas, which is our main concern.
30 seconds.
I just want to thank you for the board for carefully weighing this decision, and not just for the benefit of SOCCD, but the long-term sustainability and balance of our entire community college network. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Anne-Marie Gable, and I'm the Vice Chancellor of Business Services at the South Orange County Community College District. In my 18 years as a CBO, I've served on several statewide committees and was appointed by Governor Brown to the SCFF Oversight Committee. I'm here today to request that further analysis be conducted before it's voted upon. Based upon my review, I do not believe that the Criminal Justice Academies meets the intent of or requirements for center status. When SB 361 went into effect, center designation was intended for those off-campus satellite locations that existed for the purpose of reaching students that couldn't attend the main campus. These satellite locations provided a full breadth of instruction and student support services while generating over 500 FTEs. The college has merged FTEs generated through instructional service agreements at 2 or more locations that aren't even owned by the Rancho Santiago Community College District. In fact, a review of the spring 2025 class schedule shows only 6 courses being offered at the site, nowhere near enough to generate 500 FTEs. The Sandra Hutchins Regional Law Enforcement Training location mentioned is owned by the County of Orange, not the Rancho Santiago Community College District. More importantly, awarding center designation to this site will harm all other districts in the state by either increasing the deficit factor or the number of unfunded FTEs. At P1, the deficit factor was 7.12%. This would have increased it to 7.14%. In other words, it would cut the funding to every other district by thousands of dollars each. It is a disservice to all other districts to unjustly award center designation to a site that does not serve 500 FTEs, nor provide library or student support services or mental services at that site.
30 seconds.
Center designation was never intended for district to shift or claim FTEs generated elsewhere in order to get funding. It was meant to award the districts that provide a full breadth of instruction and support services to over 500 FTEs. On behalf of the South Orange County Community College District, I humbly request that you revisit this application to ensure that it's meeting the intent and the purpose of center designation and not merely as a means to garner more funding for one district at the expense of all others. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. And no virtual comments?
Moving
Yes,
on to
we
virtual
have
comments.
3 hands raised at this time. Claire M. Coyne, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, Madam President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the Board of Governors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today to add what President Neri has shared. My name is Claire Coyne, and I am the Academic Senate President for Santa Ana College. And I want to express my strong and unequivocal support for Rancho Santiago Community College District's application to grant educational status to the criminal justice academies. This program plays a critical role in advancing equity, expanding workforce development, and addressing regional labor market demands, all in alignment with the Chancellor's Vision 2030. Its programs, including the Basic Law Enforcement Academy Certificate of Achievement, has made a measurable impact. All of the courses offered at CJA are for their programs. There are no general education courses offered at CJA. From 2021 to 2024, we have doubled certificate completions for the Basic Law Enforcement Academy, directly strengthening the pipeline of highly skilled public safety professionals across Orange and Los Angeles counties. Demonstrating our continued investment in the program's success, we are currently hiring an additional full-time tenure-track faculty member, a position ranked #1 in the Academic Senate's most recent faculty prioritization process. This reflects our commitment to instructional excellence and long-term program sustainability. I additionally sought input from local academic senates to ensure faculty voices are reflected in those requests of the board and did not receive any feedback from the local senates. We, the faculty of Santa Ana College, appreciate the board's thoughtful consideration and proudly stand in full support of this important advancement for the criminal justice academies and the communities we serve. Thank you.
Juliana Barnes, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Governors and Chancellor Christian. So sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I was invited to the Orange County Board of Supervisors meeting for Women's History Month, so I was recognized this morning, so I couldn't be with you in person. I just want to echo what my team has mentioned, that our comments today have nothing to do with our support of our first responders. And actually, I applaud Chancellor Martinez and President Neri for their fantastic program. And obviously it's wonderful and there's a need. And, you know, the bottom line is that nothing precludes Rancho from reallocating additional dollars to support the regional demand with regard to criminal justice. Our comments really focus more around the implications of Ed Center status, particularly for my district. As you know, the application does require significant information that speaks to the effects on other institutions, including the adjacent community college district. We are literally right across the street from Rancho. You could throw a stone and reach Rancho's property. We're under construction with our third instructional building right across the street as well. Based on our long-term projections and the work that we're doing, this could have long-term implications for our district with regard to enrollment and beyond. So again, we support our criminal justice academies. We too have first responders programs at our colleges. However, the impact to our district and our colleges would be such that there would be negative implications because, as we know, Ed Center status is a prerequisite as well to become even a full-fledged institution. Madera College and Clovis were Ed Centers before they became full-fledged institutions. So to have two districts side by side, literally across the street, obviously has a negative impact on our district. So I just wanted to share that information for the consideration of the Board of Governors. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Ernie Gomez, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you, and actually, good afternoon, Chancellor Christian and President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Ernie Gomez, the proud Interim Associate Dean at Santa Ana College Criminal Justice Academies, and I'm here today to express my strong support for the center status funding for our college and districts. I want to add some quick highlights with you that things that maybe you've not heard yet. We are uniquely positioned to meet the workforce needs of our region as a regional law enforcement training center for the state of California. We develop programs and partnerships with police explorers. These are young men and women, ages 14 to 21, who represent the future of law enforcement and we are proud to offer dedicated courses tailored to their development. I was one of those kids. I was one of those kids that went to the program and here through Santa Ana College and through the academy. I am the end result of that success here at the program. Our new modern policing degree and future bachelor's degree reflect our commitment to innovation and fair and equitable criminal justice education. Through strong partnership with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, our local agencies, and community stakeholders like Groundswell, who was formerly known as the Orange County Human Relations, we are deepening our focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, ensuring our graduates reflect and serve the community they represent. So for example, they visit, each academy class visits a house of worship and spend time understanding the culture, understanding the people, who are they going to partner with in the communities. And we offer 5 to 6 academies year round. This facility I'm in here today is year round active in our partnership with law enforcement and providing professional development. Finally, with growing regional needs and expanded programs, center status funding is essential to continue to provide equitable access, quality education, and public safety workforce development. We urge your support to designate our criminal justice academies as a center, helping us meet both current and future needs of California communities. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you for your comment. President Aguinaldo, this concludes all virtual comments on this item.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will entertain a motion.
President Aguinaldo, can I ask a question? We usually don't do this, but in light of the testimony by South Orange, I would be interested in hearing the staff. I know this item was pulled once, and I'm sure they've done a lot of deep research, and perhaps Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson could come back and just address the concerns, and so that we have all the information.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, certainly understand the concerns that have been raised. From my team's review of the application and the requirements, the center does meet all of the regulatory requirements, or the location meets all of the requirements to be considered a center under our regulations, under our statutes. So, from our perspective, we took the same approach that we would take for any district in this state, for any location that is seeking center status. If they meet the requirements of the regulations, irrespective of what the intent may be, from our perspective, we have no choice but to say you meet the requirements of our regulations and our statute.
Thank you.
Then I'll move the motion.
Second.
Who did? Okay. Was it Adu or Chang? Adu.
No. I think she
It was,
did.
it was
No,
Pam as
did
the
motion.
first. Okay. And then it was member Adu, I think was just a microsecond before you. She beat you. Okay. Christina, I'll take a roll, please.
Love
Just
to
point
do.
of information. So just question in terms of the document, would it have been appropriate in the analysis section just to add a little more color to the objections? Because I feel caught off guard to not have at least known that there was objections. Well, we have a motion in a second. That's why I'm discussing.
Well, Kathy, do we take the motion off the table? Okay, let's do that to be as,
That starts the discussion.
no, it's at the end of the discussion.
Oh, we don't.
Yeah, so we'll take the motion off the table. Let's hear
Sorry.
from member Williams.
Just from a process standpoint, should the document at least have said, because it says analysis, but it doesn't talk about the objections. But I mean, if you had to hear from, because we're hearing it for the first time. Us to know. Okay.
That's when we.
There's sidebar conversation. I'd prefer you talking to your microphone, but
Okay. From other colleges though?
Chancellor, do you want to step in?
That's my first time here.
Remember, Williams, we follow the same protocol that we typically follow for this particular item. Thank you.
All right, we're putting the motion back on the table. Member Haynes, are you firsting?
Yes.
Okay, and Member Adu, are you still seconding? Okay, Christina, we'll go to the roll call, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Abstain.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. We're going to tackle item 4.3 before lunch. We technically have one more item after that before lunch, but I'm a little bit concerned about taking these items on an empty stomach. So let's do item 4.3 first. That one is 2027 Board of Governors meeting dates, and I'll pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning for that item.
I'm happy to take it quickly. This is a regular pattern that we've had for 2025 and 2026. So it's a routine item for the following year. Thank you.
All right, any board discussion? Hearing none, any public comment?
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I do not have any in-person remarks and I see no, one hand. Wait, we do have a comment from Board Member De La Fuente.
Yes, I noticed that there's 2 dates in November, like on any clarification on the 2 meetings on November?
I don't see the 2 dates in November. Member Adu.
There's just one on Tuesday, November 16th.
On the calendar PDF, there are 2 highlighted in red, 111-125. I think that
The highlighted
Holidays.
items on the
Holidays.
attachment reflect the holidays for that month.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
sure. Christina, do we have any public comments?
No in-person public comments, and I see no virtual hands raised.
Great, I'll entertain a motion.
so moved.
Second.
Adu and Member Legrand. Thank you very much. Christina will take the roll.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Great. Thank you very much, Christina. We're going to try and speed through lunch for approximately 20 minutes before we come back for a celebratory item, which is the 2024-2025 Hayward Awards. I already hear some discontent on this side about our speedy lunch, but let's try to come back, folks, at 12:30-ish, and we'll start celebrating. Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much, Board of Governors, for reconvening after lunch. I'd like to say that if you did not get heartburn or indigestion from eating so quickly, we have not done our job. So we will move at this time to item 5.1. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to student education plans. This item will be presented by Chancellor's Office staff. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning.
All right, good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors, Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, and I'm pleased to be presenting item 5.1 on which is a first reading for our proposed regulatory action for student education plans. And joining me is Assistant Vice Chancellor Dr. James Todd, who will be presenting this item to the board.
So good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, board members. Thank you for having me here today for entertaining this item. So the guided pathways, we can go to the next slide. The guided pathways framework has been a focal point of our system for nearly a decade, and it's a transformational framework. It focuses on intentionally reshaping our systems to ensure equity and success as our students enter a clear pathway, stay on that pathway, experience intentional supports, build relationships with faculty, staff, and students in their area of focus, learn critical skills needed for employment, and reach their destination. Employment linked after a baccalaureate completion or a community college credential. So a key tenet of guided pathways is the timely reception of a plan. In California community colleges, we call it a comprehensive education plan, which outlines the complete path to finishing a course of study. This leads us to our why, which I know everyone in this room is behind. In every conversation I've had over the last few months as we've built this, all students getting a comprehensive education plan as early as possible in their journey is beneficial to their success. So this is a quote from our Guided Pathways 2.0 Institute in 2022. And it says that students enter college with big dreams and goals. Those with an educational plan experience more sustained motivation, cope better in the face of challenges, and have higher completion rates. So our focus is on the timely reception of this plan. The latest Guided Pathways Institutes actually in California emphasize not only within the first year, but within the first semester. Our data, though, is challenging in this area, and you'll see as I move through the presentation that we've had some intention in making it better through our MIS collection and definition. But one thing we are sure of, students are much more inclined to connect with support services if they have a comprehensive educational plan early in their journey. And that is data that our MIS has shown. So without a doubt, this is how students stay on their path and complete. We can go to the next slide. Our current regulations are a bit relaxed in this area. And I've got the ones that we're reviewing today. 55.524 notes that colleges shall provide students with an opportunity to develop student education plans. 55.530 tells us that non-exempt students shall be required to complete a comprehensive ed plan after completing 15 semester units or 22 quarter units of degree applicable coursework, or prior to the end of the third semester or fourth quarter of enrollment, which means they could be well into a year and a half of their study before they receive a comprehensive education plan. There's also some language on failure to fulfill may result in a hold on the student's registration, a loss of registration priority. There's a lot of onus as well on students rather than shifting the burden to institutions to make sure that students receive these comprehensive educational plans. And in institutional responsibilities, I don't need to read it, but it's very much aligned with the two above. So we're interested in trying to set some better pathways towards getting students a comprehensive educational plan minimally by the end of their first academic year. We can move to the next slide. It's in alignment as well with what we've heard through our California State Audit on transfer. If you haven't seen that, I've included the link. And it wasn't just for our system. This was for, it was an intersegmental audit. There are plenty of things that have been asked of the CSUs and UCs. And in our areas, part of it had to do with articulation work and then also our transfer centers and our comprehensive education planning, making sure that students had access to counseling. So in recommendation 16, they've asked us, the Chancellor's Office, to disseminate guidance to ensure that as many transfer intending students as possible receive counseling and have a current comprehensive education plan, and also to provide guidance about the format and content of educational plans. So there's a couple pieces of this I want to just outline on that second bullet. One of the campuses they visited did not have electronic comprehensive educational planning system. And so you can imagine students having more paper ed plans rather than something they continue to visit. So what that highlights is what is the work that we can do to support all of our colleges and our systems with technology to help make this a real possibility or effective. And as well, the content of education plans, you'll see some more clarity in the language where we want to make sure that they have all of what's being asked, their specific requirements for a plan. Some of the readings in the ways that we've approached the regulations and our MIS data has been, well, it's a minimum of 2 semesters. But what really the intent of this is, and what we're going to clean up with this regulation change, is that it's a minimum of 2 semesters, but it's all of the requirements so students know what they need to complete in terms of their path and what support options are available or required. So we can go to the next slide. This is another recommendation out of the transfer, is the audit, is that we would also develop a method to monitor and report the percentage of our transfer intending students who have a current comprehensive education plan and the percentage of those who have received timely counseling services. You can go to the next slide. The last recommendation I'm going to provide out of the audit is recommendation 18, which is that we need to establish a process by September 2025 for identifying community colleges with staffing levels that are insufficient to provide necessary transfer-related guidance and taking follow-up action when warranted. We do have some of this that we do a survey that's related to our transfer centers, which we're in the midst of working through and getting that out to the field again this year. And that will help us with this recommendation. But I put this up as well that consistently when I've had this conversation across our constituent groups, part of the question is how do we handle the capacity to get this done over the course of the first year for students? How do we monitor the data, and how can we share best practices, technologies, and policies in terms of getting this into effect? You can go to the next slide. This is a reminder that in Ed Code 78222, our Student Equity and Achievement Program, we are the agency that is supposed to establish guidelines around student matriculation services and developing an education plan. So that's part of why we're here today. I just wanted to remind ourselves in terms of the education code. We can go to the next slide. And this is what I'm going to cover over the next 4 slides as well. How do we get to timely comprehensive ed planning? We do have currently, there is some proposed legislation that has a very quick timeline of getting to have students have an education plan by their first year starting in September 2026. I think our plan right now is not necessarily that tight. And it's been through the consultation and the conversation I've had with CSSOs, with our CEOs, with our students, with our CSSOs and CIOs around what would it take for us to move this forward and have college campuses in a position where they could do this. So I imagine this is a couple of years for us to get there to fully implement all students having a comprehensive ed plan in their first year. But the things that we're going to do to be able to get there and work collaboratively as a system with our colleges, with our offices, and the capacity that we need to build would be first to have a new MIS data element definition, which we've already proposed, which will go into effect, that provides clarity around what constitutes a comprehensive educational plan in our data. Second, we've already implemented the 2025 Student Equity Plan, which I'll show you in a minute, is asking colleges to track and monitor the disproportionate impact in terms of student populations that are getting timely education plans in their first year. We also have the proposed regulation changes that you have received with this agenda that gets us to ensure comprehensive ed plans would be given to students within their first year to the maximum extent possible. And that's part of the language there, I think, to give us a little bit of time to work as a system with the expectation that we would remove that, hopefully coming back in a couple of years to reestablish these regulations to have a clarity in terms of all students receiving those services. And then finally, to build system capacity, promoting and sharing our effective practices, policies, and technology. We can go to the next slide. Wanted to give you a quick glance at the MIS data element. That's the first step in this process. This has gone out to the field, which provides clarity. It's 2 semesters at least, and it has all course requirements, placement assessments, and referrals for support and instructional services as appropriate. The second, we'll go to the next slide. The second point that I made in the previous slide, our student equity plan template, what colleges have received, they are using their own local data. I will tell you, because of our MIS definition, we're asking colleges right now to use their own local data to work in their equity plan to follow cohorts of students who came in fall 2022, spring 2023, fall 23, spring 2024, and tell us how many of those students got a comprehensive ed plan in their first academic year. And then is there any disproportionate impact and ways that we need to address this through a lot of our equity initiatives on campuses as well. You can go to the next slide. I will say this as well in the equity plan. Part of the questions are that colleges will write in their strategy to ensure not just equitable outcomes for education planning, but how all students are going to get a comprehensive ed plan in their first year. That's already been established within the field, and they're planning on that right now. The regulatory action has these 3 key points. 1, it's a tightened timeline on delivering comprehensive ed plans from prior to the end of the 3rd semester or 4th quarter to before the end of the first academic year, or a shorter period if required by district or program policy, as again, to the maximum extent possible, to give us a little bit of time to work on this, but also to plant an endpoint in terms of where we really want to focus with student timeliness of ed plan reception. Clarity that comprehensive ed plans must be fully completed, including all course requirements for the student's course of study, and then language that shifts the burden from students to institutions for ed planning. You'll see in there, this is much more about colleges providing this to students. And then we'll go to the last slide. Just to reemphasize, I think this is a moment for us to come together as a system and support each other, to get feedback from colleges, learn through their processes and practices and technology efforts, which I think will be a larger undertaking for our system office to provide better guidance and also to connect either regionally or across colleges on how we can move the needle in terms of getting this to be effective over the course of the first year or 2 of this work. So I'll stop there and take questions or any comments.
Thank you, Member Haynes.
Okay, you didn't look at me, so I wasn't sure.
Member Haynes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take your job seriously.
So just one correction on the very last page here. It recognizes 2015 instead of 2025.
What does it say? I'm sorry, on the last.
Okay, so on the document that I looked at it, in terms of the changes, the very last one, it denotes 2015 instead of, I'm thinking 2025.
Oh, it must be 2025.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's minor. That's minor to the questions I have. So this is where I was confused. I was confused on, was this for all students or was it for first-time, full-time students?
So It's non-exempt students. So for example, we're not taking in dual enrollment students. There's an entire
I got that
list
one.
of non-exempt students that we would not be measuring.
Right.
Or instituting that for. Although it's also really effective practice for colleges to do that. They all have their own local ways of serving different populations of students. Right now, we would be looking at non-exempt, but it would be folks that were coming in with their first
Okay,
time.
so can you,
It may be,
everybody, so is that everybody else?
there are students that come to us that are only, that may not need an education plan. They've come in, they already have a baccalaureate, or they already have a degree, or they're there and indicating that they're there to take one class from the institution. So it is about kind of discerning and making sure that we take out the non-exempt students.
All right, so it is for part-time students and for
Yes.
full-time
Yes.
students. It is for first-time, and it doesn't matter how many units they're taking.
No.
Okay, that's the
Yes.
clarification I needed.
Thank you.
Then the other question was when I read through this, some of it sounded punitive to the student, not punitive to the institution. And as you were explaining it, you made clear that this is really so that institutions can change, and yet there is I saw the student rights and responsibility portion of it. But like a hold on enrolling. I mean, I guess there needs to be something that incentivizes students to do a part of this. And you can respond to that. And the other piece of this is, I use the term, sometimes our institutions, how do I put this? Their communication is clunky. That was my term. It's clunky. In other words, we're expecting that our students know all of these things, and their method for doing so is all over the place, and they don't get it timely. And so I just want to make certain that while we absolutely need this, I am in support of this. Let me just say that I am in support of this, but I also don't want our students to be, this word, like mistreated relative to their lives. Our students aren't not just 18-year-olds. They're 22, 25, 27, 29, and sometimes this is the first time on their campuses, and they have all of these obligations. So I just want to make certain that we recognize the variety of what a first-time student is, and that we recognize that our communication systems may not be what they need or should be, that the information is getting to them. I know that you don't have control over that. I just need to say it out loud.
No, I really appreciate those comments. I can address a couple of the things that you asked. All very correct in what you're saying. So there's a few pieces. We did look at the entire regulation, and I think several of us had comments on what was already there, which was this place about a hold. I think we want to, before we take away all of the regulations or shift this out, what I had some comments was there are colleges that do have some of that in place to make sure that students get to a counselor and have an appointment. I want to share how we're effectively doing that without it being punitive as well, or placing holds on student records for or on students being able to register for the next semester. And I think that that's part of our learning moment as a system. What are the effective technology practices and other ways that we're getting students educational plans up front? There's a lot that's going to change with educational plans as well, right? We have our auto enrollment in ADTs. We have all of our credit mobility work that we're doing with this and with common course numbering. We continue to build a structure where and also with CalGETC, that's going to be much more simplified in terms of the ways that students get into plans and transfer. And I think as we continue those efforts over the next couple of years, that will also help simplify things for the educational planning process, at least the technical pieces of it. When you talk to counselors as well, this is an artifact in terms of how they engage students. It's not merely, it's not really the ed plan that's the only product out of a meeting. It is their connection, their relationship, their understanding, their referral to other support services, and their check-in with students. And so I think part of the ways in which we engage first-time students will shift in terms of all of the initiative that we have in place right now to make educational planning, the technical aspects easier. So one piece is to learn from colleges as we survey and we understand processes and technology that will help us understand how to make these regulations even more effective over the next couple of years.
And then I have two other just very quickly. One of them has to do with how many of our students are actually participated in knowing that this is involved in this piece of it.
Yeah.
Can you answer that one?
When you say how many, what's our rates
Look,
on?
we have a student senate. Were any members of the student senate involved in thinking parts of this through?
So we came to the student senate and had a presentation on this in their last meeting as well, and took some feedback in. I think one of their questions was as well around the hold, but much more is like, is that going to affect other especially students that were enrolled in particular categorical programs? I think the key piece about that regulation and part of the guidance we need to send out is that students may have a hold, but that is an institutional choice. And it should be one that's really taken seriously and to really monitor by the colleges what the effect is on students. Is it really helping us with our equity and our success? And are we providing good access for students to be able to complete an ed plan? All of that needs to go into their equation on how they set up local processes.
All right. And then finally, my final question. There was a clause within the document that says student participation in an assessment to determine course placement. Didn't say what kind of assessment, what kind of course placement. And I will find the page for you, but I don't know what that means. And I don't know that our students will know what that means. And if there's any specificity around why that clause was in there. So.
Yeah, I think it was a part of that clause was kind of to change a little bit of the language that seemed much more directive towards students, but they are part of it. Is about a process of them understanding what classes they'll be taking to receive the work through 1705 and understand their own college systems and offerings.
Okay, but it speaks to an assessment to determine.
Yeah.
And so I think clarity needs to be there because
I appreciate
people can overstate what that assessment is going to be. Anyway, so
I appreciate that. And I'll work as well with our academic affairs unit that's working on placement to make sure we've got as good a language as we can.
Thank you.
There. Thank
you. Member Brown.
So looking through your presentation, I wholeheartedly agree with the state audit recommendation 18. Particularly because the barriers that I've seen as a counselor to making this a reality is the counselor to student ratio. So in other parts of the presentation, you talked about us wanting to move to a space where we're reaching out to the students who haven't gotten a plan. But the reality is students, even with a plan, or who know that they need a plan, cannot get access to an appointment. And so I think it would be really helpful for us to start to systematically collect more data on which institutions have already figured this out and what are their counselor to student ratios, the ones that are able to meet the demand of their student population, so that other colleges can learn from that, particularly because I think there's sometimes a very short-sighted perspective of an administrator trying to balance a budget and also looking at the 50% law. And there's a sort of like a disadvantage to hire more counselors, putting all of those different pieces together and not being able to necessarily see the long-term return on investment of having adequate staffing. So that's a huge hurdle that I think having more data will help tell the story. And then the other thing I wanted to make a connection, another big hurdle is a student's K-12 mindset about what a counselor is. And this connects to our orientation, which I brought up during the board retreat, that the orientation for one of the colleges looks more like a test. Like you're looking at policies and then you take quick quiz questions and you get it wrong, you have to go back and do it again. That's not very welcoming. When we used to do orientations in person, one of the main things I always made sure to tell students is the difference between their high school counselor and a community college counselor. Because the perspective and expectation of a student and the reason why they don't come to see the counselor is because the counselor at the high school is who you go to when you're in trouble. You see them at the very beginning of the year and they just hand you your schedule, right? And I think back to as a high school student, when I went to the community college, I was confused why nobody handed me my schedule. I didn't understand. I had to build it myself. And so then you have the students coming in expecting to be handed a schedule. And then this person who they meet with doesn't do that. And then I don't want to go ever see that person again because I'm not in trouble. I don't need to see that person. And they do not understand the role of the California Community College counselor. And so when that's not explained in orientation in a personable way to build connection, we lose something. So I see a connection between our orientation policies and structure and this actually being successful. Because I think all of the goals within this, every counselor would agree, we want this. The barriers, though, seem insurmountable when we don't have adequate staffing and when people don't even understand. I mean, students and even other employees don't understand the role of the counselor. So those are really, really important on a professional development perspective, but also a policy perspective when it comes to what are we requiring people to include in orientation? Because if students don't understand that, that's where you come in with the hold. No, you really need to go see this counselor. It's important because I have seen that student in their final semester who finally came to see me and then they go, oh my gosh, I wish I would have seen you my first semester. I didn't know this is what you do.
Yeah.
So that's the barrier that I've been seeing. So thank you for doing this work and trying to push us towards something better.
Member Williams and then Member Perry.
I feel like this is progress. I was purging some papers in my home office and I found this blue paper from 2006 and it was my ed plan. They used to give you the thing that just said your degree and then they list all of this stuff and then there were circles and then lines pointing to different things. And the anxiety came back to me because I used to get so anxious before because I'm like, well, which one am I supposed to take? And so, you know, the question think that I have is that, you know, around guided pathways, if we are really giving clear pathways, do we really have the need for, you know, ed plan? My bachelor's program, I didn't have an ed plan. It just gave me a stack of classes that I needed to take. My master's program, I didn't have an ed plan. It's just, these are the classes that I needed to get through and take. And in my experience, counselors were more helpful in helping me like with the throughput and actually getting through, especially when you think about, you don't have to do that on a one-on-one basis. You can even counsel students on completion in groups. And so I appreciate that there are stronger, you know, call for really integrating guided pathways and just, but if we can really continue to push for, hey, the pathways just need to be clearer, because technically the computer can tell you what classes you need to take, you know, if you set it up right, and counselors can help you with the motivation to stay in, or, hey, these are where the community resources are, or, and then another thing is, if you think about, you know, just the partnerships, we talked about this with, Labor Secretary Stuart Knox and our partnerships with the workforce programs. They have teams of case managers now, and they might not have the academic counseling skills that our folks have, but they're supposed to help develop, they call them individual service strategies. So, you know, partnering with them to get more resources or help. So those are just the thoughts, but I feel like you're making progress. I do wish we could just get to the point to where we got block scheduling and, you know, just like, especially like if it's a business degree? Like, why do I have to have so many options? Why can't it just be, there's, more defined pathways to where we can better just use our folks in other areas. So those are just my thoughts, but I do feel like this is progress.
That's really good. Both of those questions, I just wanted to address one piece as well. I think you've both hit on, we don't want to lose any of the human touch and connection that's so central to our work with, the diversity of students that we serve. The other piece is that we do have varying levels of technology at campuses. And so when we think about the work that we're doing with guided pathways and really where we are as a system, there are large investments that we're trying to make technology-wise, whether it was the common cloud infrastructure, it's the investment in program pathway mapper and what that might be able to evolve into as well. That will give us a better data set and capacity to do high-touch support with students, individual students, where they are in their journey. So I try to emphasize that as well. Hopefully it makes the work easier. It gives us some efficiency to continue the connections that you're talking about. That's so important. Like every time we look at the data or we talk with a student, it comes back to, I wish I had gone sooner. And if the data is showing us that they have ed plans, they go back for support services earlier, that is crucial and why we're doing regulatory changes.
Member Perry.
Just building on what Member Haynes had to say, in section 2.4, I feel like if we memorialize it a little bit in the language, it's in section 2. And if we change comprehensive student education plans, acknowledge that our students have agency and take into account a student's prior learning, interest, skills, et cetera. So we address agency and I think prior learning because it's a stronger statement than skills. So thank
you for that.
Excellent. Member Adu, and then any other board members? Okay, Member Adu, you're the last one.
Okay. Sorry, I had to use the restroom, so I missed out on a bit here, but this question might have already been answered. But one of the key phrasing was reasonable action, so being taken. I just wanted to ask, is that going to be something that we sort of figure out through like common sense, or is it something that we're going to define further what we consider to be reasonable action to implement these plans?
You mean in terms of how we will respond as a system and work?
Yes.
Yeah. I imagine really heavily engaging and sharing, effective, but think about it in 3 ways. The practices, which is the everyday work that we're doing. The processes that we've established at colleges, which are collections of those practices, but they're established, right? And then the technologies that we have as well. And that takes a while for us to kind of implement, change, and share. And so I think our role in this as a system office is to really engage that through guidance, through convening, through providing infrastructure regionally and at the state level to learn from each other what's effective. If you go to Feather River College and you turn around and you go to Mount SAC, those are very, very different ways of doing, being, and getting students through on their journey. And so those are the things that I think we have to share as well and understand the unique context that college. So I imagine a very comprehensive engagement with our system.
The Feather River president was very happy when you mentioned Feather River.
Oh. Right. Yes.
Well placed. It's like product placement. All right. The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, my favorite part of the job, Tom, concerning student education plans is now open. The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
We have received a couple of in-person comments, so I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings for public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have 3 commenters on this item, starting with LaTanya Parker, then Wendy Brewer-Weinkoop, and Eric Kalimagi. Come on up.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and Board of Governors members. On behalf of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, we respectfully bring the following public comment regarding the proposed revision to Title V regulations and aim to enhance student educational plans to ensure that students receive timely guidance in their academic journey. These revisions include changes to comprehensive student educational plan developments, timelines, mandatory review processes, and clarification of counseling faculty participation in meeting institutional responsibilities. The ASCCC supports the revisions that aim to ensure students clear and timely guidance to navigate through their academic pathways. The ASCCC appreciates the opportunity to provide feedback on these important revisions, ensuring the success of all students, and recommends the regulations do not take away from counseling faculty roles and responsibilities and holistic development of students and students ownership remain part of the process, along with careful consideration be given to necessary resources and support to carrying out the regulations. We look forward to continued dialogue on the issue and thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Burwine-Koop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I want to express FACT's appreciation to the Chancellor's Office for consulting with us on these proposed revisions. We value the collaborative process and the opportunity to provide input. FACT supports the intent behind these amendments to ensure the timely delivery of comprehensive ed plans and shift more responsibility to our institutions to proactively support students in developing these plans. The nuanced language reflects the commitment to making the process meaningful. However, it's important to emphasize that a comprehensive ed plan alone is insufficient. The true value lies in the interactions and conversations between counselors and students. Counselors play a vital role in helping students explore their interests, clarify their goals, and map out a personalized path to success. To fully realize the potential of comprehensive ed plans, we must ensure that our colleges have resources to hire counselors who provide students with these pivotal counseling experiences. Meaningful discussions take time. Counselors need adequate support and time to engage deeply with each student. FACT looks forward to our continued partnership with the Chancellor's Office and other stakeholders to advance our shared goal of supporting students. Together, we can create a system that empowers all students and their academic and career aspirations. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the Board of Governors. We didn't coordinate our messages to you today, but we might as well have. My name is Eric Kalimagi, and I serve as the president of the Community College Association. When I first read of this proposed change, my thought was, how are they going to hire that many counselors? A typical basic student ed plan's a half hour. That's maybe 14 a day if a counselor does nothing else and has a lot of coffee. It would take a counselor nearly a semester to process 1,000 education plans, assuming that they do nothing else and that no student needs any rescheduling or follow-up. But some students will need follow-up. Some enter college without having their major decided, and some quickly discover that what they thought they wanted to do wasn't really what they're going to do. It's not unusual for students to suffer setbacks. They might not be able to get into a class, they might fail a course, they might need to reduce their planned unit load during a semester, they might have dating problems and no longer have a place to live. Counselors are the ones who guide students through these questions and problems. Counselors with advanced degrees in counseling and with a background in counseling psychology. CCA believes that the work of counseling students is counseling work. We are opposed to the use of advising and educational planning services provided by non-counselors, except in limited cases if they're supervised by counselors and conform to the collective bargaining agreement. In short, counseling is not a job for AI, and it's not a job for the lightly trained. Quite a few students come to us already ready to succeed at their chosen career. They can make a list of their degree requirements and check them off without our help. Some of you mentioned you did that. Many colleges have electronic plan that assists with that. At Mount SAC, it's called the Mountie Action Plan or MAP, Mountie Academic Plan, something like that. Instead of requiring all students to schedule a perfunctory meeting to make a basic plan, I encourage the board to focus on improving our college's counselor-to-student ratios so that all who need assistance are served. Thank you.
There are no additional in-person comments received and no hands are raised.
Are there any other additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. That's fun. I could get used to that. Okay. We have, we're going to keep you on your toes. That's the theme for today, and continue to pop around a little bit because we have a lot of guest speakers who need to be out at a certain time. So at this time, we'd like to go to item 6.1, which is the 2024 to 25 Hayward Awards, and I will pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning.
All right, back again. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors, Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, along with me for this item 6.1 on the Hayward Award recipients for 2024-2025 is Cheryl Aschenbach, President of our statewide Academic Senate. And before I hand it off to Cheryl for her presentation, I would also like to express my gratitude to our Foundation for California Community Colleges for sponsoring this award for excellence for our faculty. Cheryl.
Thank you, Dr. Tomaning, and good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. It is exciting to be able to sit in front of you and celebrate excellence in our system, and in this case, excellence of faculty. And so we are recognizing 3 faculty today with the Hayward Award in Excellence, been offered by our system, sponsored by the foundation. Thank you to the foundation for 36 years, and 3 fantastic winners, which I reflected on the way down here this morning that it's only appropriate that many of us are wearing white today to honor Women's History Month, and that all 3 of our winners this award this time are women. So go power here. I first want to bring up Stacy Civilich. Stacy is from Feather River College. Stacy's a part-time faculty member as well as a classified professional at Feather River College and holds many roles. Does many things, as you can see by the next slide. Very active in supporting diverse students across the campus and in the community. And that is one of the criteria of this award is excellence in the classroom, on the campus, and making contributions in the community and the profession as well. Stacy is a mentor. We've been talking ed plans. She supports success plans and really keeps students on track. Also volunteers with multiple committees on the Feather River campus and has done work in the community to support the Yamani Maidu community, including celebratory days, heritage days. And as the last quote on that page, I think really important from her application, that Stacy's a distinguished educator whose unwavering commitment to students inspires faculty and the broader academic community at Feather River and beyond. So please join me in recognizing the excellence of Stacy Civilich. Would you like to come?
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to thank all those who were involved in recognizing my commitment to students and higher education in general. When I went into this field 15 years ago, I never thought I'd be sitting here accepting an award like this, and certainly didn't do the work for an award, but it definitely feels good to be recognized for my commitment. But I especially just want to, give a little shout out. They'll probably never see this, but to all the students who I've had over the last 15 years as an educator who, I'm the teacher, whether I'm in the advising office or the classroom or wherever, I'm the teacher, but I certainly have learned more from them. And they're the huge reason why I'm here today. So thank you to everyone. Thank you.
A student-centered educator right there, pointing to her students for all that she's learned from them, not unlike so many in our system. And I think coming from a small college, awesome too, to recognize that excellence is at all of our colleges, not just our largest, Feather River being one of our smallest. Our next awardee, coming from Maricosta College, is Layla Safalarian. Sorry, I practiced it last night. From Maricosta, math instructor, Department of the Math Chair, a past academic senate president from Maricosta College, involved in many things. And you've actually seen her, or at least her program has been recognized in front of the board in 2018 for the Exemplary Program Award as they developed at Maricosta the Bridge to Math program as part of their 705 implementation. And so I think, again, if we get to the slide, important last one here, she was named at Maricosta 2024 Faculty Woman of the Year, and her tireless efforts have left a legacy of positive change at Maricosta College and beyond. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Board of Governors members and leadership and ASCC leadership for having us here and for this award. As you know, success doesn't happen in a silo, and I had many amazing group of mentors, faculty colleagues, and family members who supported me through these 23 years of journey that I had in education, higher education. I'm very honored for receiving this award, and I dedicate my award to all hardworking faculty across California for dedicating their lives to serving our students, helping them to reach their career and educational goals. Thank you.
Thank you, neurodivergent students and community members, as well as, lost my notes, so we can go to the next slide. Has developed stackable CTE certificates through REACH and has founded the Enactus Club. She also previously was a winner of the Chancellor's Office Project and Entrepreneurship Grant Program, given her discipline of business. Again, love to focus on our closing lines on these, and really through her leadership roles at Sierra College, Denise has secured millions in funding for student success, continuously enhances her knowledge to support her students' educational journeys, what faculty members do on a daily basis. So congratulations.
That would help. Thank you, everyone. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I'm receiving this amazing honor for something that I love to do, and how many of us get to do that on a daily basis. It's been an amazing journey, and I would really like to share this award with both my incredible Sierra College CTE family. It includes my friends, my colleagues, and my students who have literally made me both a better teacher and a better person. And I also want to share it with my husband, who is here today, and has been there through this absolutely incredible journey, and helped me through getting through a lot of the difficult times when you might want to walk away. And I saw also that it said something up there about 25 years, and I went, yeah, but I started at Sierra when I was 10. So now I know why. Thank you.
Congratulations. So again, thank you to the Board of Governors for having this award now, 36 years of awardees, and to the foundation for sponsoring it so that we can recognize the best of our system, and they are just a few. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, round of applause. Very well deserved. We'll take board comments, public comments, and then we'll take all the awardees up for a photo afterwards. So that said, any board comments? Member Adu.
I'm not a faculty member, I'm a student, but on a daily basis, I interact with amazing faculty that will continue to shape my future in higher education. And I think this award in itself exemplifies some of the greatest people that we have in our system. So congratulations.
Member Villavicencio.
So I am a faculty member. I'm just so privileged to be here on the Board of Governors, recognizing my fellow colleagues who do such amazing work. And I believe it was just mentioned that all of you are student-centered, and that's what drives all of us. And the work that we do to serve our wonderful, almost now 2.2 million students in our state. So I would commend you for your work and continue to do what you do. Thank you.
Member Brown?
I am also faculty. I just wanted to say, listening to all of you, reading about what you've accomplished and listening to all of you, that you're all very people-centered. I hear you talking about the students. I hear you talking about the fellow staff, employees, colleagues, right? And thank you for putting community, the word community, back in community colleges with the work that you do.
Great. At this time, we'll go to public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we just have one, Wendy Brill-Weinkoop.
Hello, everyone. Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, president of FAC. On behalf of FAC, we're excited to extend a heartfelt congratulations to this year's Hayward Award recipients. This recognition is a testament to your unwavering dedication and commitment to your students. I hate having my back to you, but I'm sorry. Your passion for teaching and your tireless efforts to uplift and inspire your students embody the very best of California community colleges. Thank you for your leadership and your impact you make every day.
That concludes our in-person requests and no virtual hands are raised.
Excellent. It's picture time. All right, everyone. Thank you for celebrating wonderful faculty in our system. That was a really lively and fun thing to do. At this time, let's do item 6.4, which is the Rising Scholars Network Demonstration Project Update. Back to you, Deputy Chancellor.
All right, good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors, Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor, here to present on item 6.4, our Rising Scholars Network and Demonstration Project Updates, Unlocking Education. And I'd like to go ahead and announce the co-presenters for this afternoon. To my right here, I have Chelsea Esquibias, our Rising Scholars Network Senior Advisor to the Chancellor and Consultant. And then coming up shortly will be Professor Roger Chung, a Professor of Ethnic Studies at Laney College with the Peralta District. And we are also fortunate to have one of our Rising Scholars Network students here with us this afternoon, Judah Garrison. And I would also like to welcome his family, who is also here in the audience, I believe, joining us for this presentation. So, and in terms of the presentation, what we have before you, you have had an opportunity to take a look at the slides. So we're going to move very quickly in terms of the slides, focusing on the outcomes to allow ample time for hearing from our faculty member and also from our student, and then also comments and questions from our Board of Governors. So moving to the next slide here. So this slide here just gives you a sense of the investments that we have made with our Rising Scholars Network program. We're operating in 93 colleges and approximately 132 correctional facilities are partnering with our system. And we have every CDCR prison has a college partner. Prior funding built the foundations for our RSN network. And this investment scales a model already driving results, which you will see in a moment. And as mentioned earlier, our Vision 2030 goals calls for expanding pathways, completion, and transfer. Next slide. So very excited about sharing outcomes with all of you this afternoon. And so this gives you a sense of the growth from 2020-2021 academic year to 23-24 academic year. So our formerly incarcerated headcount has increased 64%. You see the numbers there. For currently incarcerated headcount, we have increased 16.7%. Formerly incarcerated awards, we've increased by 75.7%. And then colleges with the RSN programs, we've increased from 45 colleges to 93 colleges, calling that out with our system, 107% increase. And then correctional institutions served, we've increased 247% from 38 to 132. And then for county jails with RSN programs, we've increased by 540%, starting from 5 to now at 32. So you could see we are very, very pleased with our outcomes, and we're anticipating more accelerated growth with our Rising Scholars Network. Before I hand it off to Chelsea, I was remiss in not giving a special shout out to Assistant Vice Chancellor Gina Brown, who is here in the audience. Want to give Gina a clap because in the vacancy that we have in academic affairs, Gina has stepped up amazingly and wonderfully to support our Rising Scholars Network program. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Chelsea.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us here today, and thank you for visiting our students inside of the facilities recently. I know quite a few people have gone, and thank you so much for going out to Pleasant Valley. It means a lot to us, and it means a lot to our students. As we move forward with the next slide, I just want to very, very lightly touch on the request for funding and the request for applications for the 25 to 28 that we received. I apologize. We received 94 applications, and we have an intent to award notifications ready for 65 colleges. So of course, this is built with a funding formula with a base plus performance plus the RSN FTEs. So we provided you an abundance of information there so that you have the slides as we move forward. Can we take a look at the next slide? Before we keep going, I want to point out we always want to think about our students first. And so as we take a look at this photo, this is Kenya, who is at Miracosta College, who went through the Rising Scholars Program, graduated, and now works on campus in the counseling department. And so just wanting to make sure that we continue to center some of the students throughout the state. We're going to get into the demonstration project. If we can go to the next slide. When we think about the demonstration project and what we're really looking to achieve, the question that we're posing is, what would it take to get to every single student currently and formerly incarcerated, right? What barriers exist? Our systems are built in complete opposition to one another. CDCR and the justice system is built on safety, security, movement, access. We are built in opening access. How do we open pathways? How do we take educators in? And so when we're looking at those wonderful outcomes that we just went over across the state, we serve inside of the prisons, jails, youth facilities, federal institutions, and then we have our pathways to campus. What is some of the specific progress that we've made as a part of the demonstration project for the Rising Scholars? Well, specifically in partnership with CDCR, they've agreed to only transfer our students from prison to prison between semesters. That is monumental. Our faculty members would go into a facility and they might have 30 students and then the next day have 12 and not really sure what happened to them. So through our partnership between CDCR and the California Community Colleges, we've been able to eliminate that problem. And now students will sometimes transfer, but when they do, it's between semesters. Lack of technology, we've come to you and we've talked to you about that. You've witnessed it inside. Every single one of our students across California that's incarcerated in the prison system now has access to laptops and will have Wi-Fi access by 2027. So we've made a lot of progress. Our counselors and advisors, we've created spaces for them to come together so we can eliminate the barriers that they face in serving students as well. You can go to the next slide. When we look at the opportunity to truly expand access and success and looking at those numbers, it's really, really exciting to think about all of the progress that's been made from 2020, 21 to 23, 24 that we just heard about. But let's really think about where can we be in 26, 27, especially with an additional investment, right? There's money outlined in the budget for us right now. And when we really think about what does that look like for our students, while we all know these are numbers, we know that these are actual people, right? These are our students across California. This is the difference between people being incarcerated and coming home to workforce and having an opportunity to move up, right? When we look at the numbers for our formerly incarcerated students, while we recently went from 6,400 to 10,000 with a 64% increase, we feel confident that we can project our growth to be an additional 250%. We feel it is beyond reasonable for us to have 26,000 students on our campuses across California. California is leading the way. This is a national model. Other states are coming and visiting and looking at and saying, how do we do this here? And we're looking back and saying, we know that across our colleges, people everywhere are standing up and our students are rising up and saying, what more can we do? Our currently incarcerated student headcount, while it went up 16.7%, we anticipate it will go up another 15%. You won't see that number rise as drastically because we've made so much progress inside and our state's working really hard to get people home. We're seeing a reduction in the number of people incarcerated. Our formerly incarcerated awards went up 75.7%. We feel confident we can do another 200% on top of that. Our students all over are coming to us and getting the ed plans and working with counselors and coming to class, and we're creating these really intentional pathways, that warm handoff from inside to outside so they can come and complete their education. I was just speaking to the president of Feather River, and he was saying as people come home and they walk onto the Feather River campus, even if they're already graduated, it was 5 years ago? How do we create space for you at graduation today? Today, you are still Feather River, and how do we make sure you walk with us? Our currently incarcerated awards went up 47%. We very much believe that we can increase another 50%. And while our colleges across California have been signing up to offer Rising Scholars programming, and we went from 45 to 93, we believe that by 26, 27, every single California community college can have a Rising Scholars program. There's still over 150 more correctional facilities in California that we can serve. So while we celebrate that we have made more progress than I feel like was even imaginable, getting to 132 facilities, we still have 150 more that we can go to. We can expand dual enrollment in the county jails, launching credit for prior learning so the demonstration projects are partnering, and strengthening workforce and employer partnership. We can go to the next slide. When we think about what employer partnership looks like and the workforce readiness and the economic mobility, being so intentional and going so deep in this space, so our students are coming home to campus, to universities, to pathways on with us, but also how can they secure jobs, more importantly, careers. So Rebuilding LA and the initiative and the focus with the Rising Scholars is being intentional in that space. The partnership between the demonstration projects that I mentioned earlier. How do we make sure we're maximizing across every space within the chancellor's office and throughout the state? The union partnerships and expanding pre-apprenticeship models and the targeted industry alignment. So as we move forward with the Rising Scholars, in every single moment, centering the student voices, which we want to do again right now, I want to bring up Professor Chung and Judah, if you'd like to join me up here.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roger. This is Judah. We're here from Alameda County and want to give you a little bit of a glimpse of some of the juvenile justice work that's happening through Laney College. What we thought we'd do today is really let Judah speak from the heart. I have a few questions that I'd like to ask him that would help, hopefully, get the board to understand a little bit about our model. And so I want to start by uplifting the state chancellor's 2030 vision, a vision that intentionally prioritizes justice-involved students and a vision that places emphasis on equity. And as we strive towards this vision, we reflect on the last several years of our work in the juvenile justice system, and we're reminded of Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954. And in this decision, landmark, Brown said, "In the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. Separate educational facilities are inherently unequal." And so this is part of our mission, right? Like, how do we serve young incarcerated folks, right, inside juvenile justice centers with equity and in many ways equality in mind, just getting the opportunity of equality so that we can move towards equity. And so that's been our mission. That's been our North Star for the last few years. And so I'd like to thank some of our partners before I get into some of these questions with Judah. So big thanks to Alameda County Probation Department, Alameda County Office of Education, Project Rebound, and UC Berkeley's Incarceration at College. And so with that said, Judah, no one knows this better than you. So take a breath, speak from the heart. I got a few questions for you. They might have some too.
Okay, for sure.
All right.
I just want to say thank you guys for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for taking time out of your day to allow me to be here. So thank you.
All right, so my first question to you, Judah, is I want you to reflect on two particular courses that you took face-to-face with Laney College in the Alameda County Juvenile Justice Center. So that's English 1A with Professor Watkins, who's here today, Sacramento's own, and also Counselor Kim Blackwell, who taught personal growth and development. And so how important is it for young folks like yourself, students, right, to have face-to-face instruction, to have engaged instruction with folks that understand your experience? And
I think it's definitely it was a big thing for me because before I was incarcerated, I went to Dublin High, and I was probably like a C, B student, not necessarily always A's in physical education, and of course, but when I was incarcerated, I kind of just and then during COVID, we didn't have any in-person classes, so it was kind of just like an automatic shut off, like cold turkey. So it was just weird to adapt to it. And then especially me in my life, I was always the person who had like family members who were incarcerated. So I was never really the person that was like in the streets or anything like that. Like I had family members who were that, but kind of going into that, it was just like a big 180 for me. So definitely always wanted to go back to school. So when we at first, like the online was okay. I mean, I think it was definitely like a big turn. It was necessary. We had to go through it, but I'd always said like I want to go back to school. Like, you know, I want to have the in person. I want to have conversations with people, like with my classmates, with the teachers, learn new things because that's just the way that I learn. I'm a kinesthetic learner, so like I need to see it be done first, and then I understand it. That's why I still like to take notes. Even though I still, when I go to Cal State East Bay, take my classes. But for Professor Watkins, it was really just, it was good to have English teacher. You know, English is like necessary. So, and that's we've all taken an English class, definitely through middle school and high school. So taking his class really helped me out because he taught us about like how to break down our essays or any type of big paper that we have to write, and he calls it the 3-minute outline. And with any like topic that you have or with any subject matter that you need to write about, you just take it and you break it down as you shut off your brain and whatever the topic is, 3 minutes, just think about it, like in any way that you can. Then after that 3 minutes, like set up your introduction, and you always want to have 3 supports, and then obviously your conclusion. And that honestly helps me to this day. And I learned that about 2 or 3 years ago. So that was just really important, like just to have that physical interaction with him. Like it's not over a screen. He can actually show me how to do it. He was on the whiteboard, you know, and we just had like excellent conversations. And come to find out, like after that, that's like one of my mentors now, you know? So it's not just I got the work done, but I honestly got to build a human connection that I know I'll have like for the rest of my life. So that was very important to me. And I'm glad that I was able to get that experience, even while being incarcerated, obviously. But yeah, that's for Professor Watkins. And then for Professor Kim Blackwell with her communications class, that was I love that class honestly because it made me it kind of made me feel like in a way, even though I'm inside, I can still talk to people who are on the outside, if that makes sense. Like if I'm inside and it's called code switching, like, you know, so if you were to talk to your friends, it's not the same way you talk to your mother, right? Like at least I don't know about everybody, but I definitely don't. And so just learning more about that, like even people, you know, like I knew by this time when I was taking this class, I knew that I wanted to be I knew that I wanted to go to college for sociology, but not necessarily what I wanted to do with it. So I knew that with sociology, you're going to have to talk to people. You're going to have to, you know, talk and listen at the same time, like have that notepad in your mind. So I definitely wanted to learn about like, you know, how to communicate properly. So taking her class, it got deep in that class. And now I say I'm a person, I've always been I've never known a stranger. I'm an extrovert. But it definitely, I say I was too extroverted. Like I get that from my dad right there sitting in the back. But I like before being incarcerated, I definitely give the skin off my back for you if I could. Like, and it didn't really matter what happened to me as long as you were okay. Like that's what I wanted. But being incarcerated and it definitely being an extrovert, it kind of calmed me down. So I forgot what the word is called when you're both, but I definitely say I'm an extrovert and an introvert. But going back to the class, like she just taught us about how communicating on like extrovertly and introvertly, you could still communicate, like, you know, so, and definitely how, like I said, it got deep. So personal things can affect how you talk to somebody, like whatever you go through throughout your day, it can definitely affect how you're going to respond to somebody. So the way that you intake information that's being given to you, it's going to affect how you put information out. So, just going like learning about that, and then you know how, you know, like being in our situation, being incarcerated, we have to be behind bars and we have to not bars but cells, and we can't talk to our loved ones. So how does that affect us when we're talking to other people who don't even have anything to do with you missing your family? Like, you know, it's just being like diving deeper into your personal being. So I like that class a lot, like a lot, because I think it definitely gave me a way to communicate into places like these. Like I honestly never thought that I would be in a place where like it's so many people who have like figured out their life and like they're still giving back at a high level. And I've always thought I wanted to do that, but just that class I could definitely say it's helped me to communicate like where I am today.
Thank you. Right on, Judah. Thank you so much. I want
Sorry
you
if
to,
I talk too long.
no. This is amazing, right? And so I want you to reflect. In addition to a bachelor's in sociology that's forthcoming from Cal State East Bay this spring, you also Speaking of completion and transfer, right? You also picked up an African American Studies degree with us at Laney College, and we offered face-to-face African American Studies classes. Can you speak to how important that was for your growth, your development, your insight, and as you describe it, your rehabilitation?
Yeah. Definitely. Having those African American Studies classes was amazing for me because, for one, I loved history. I love history. I love learning about like what's happened in the past. And my dad has always taught me that, if you don't learn about history, if you're not, aware of it, it's going to repeat itself. And if you don't know what happened, you're not going to be prepared. So you always got to be prepared for sure. But I'd say even like before I was incarcerated, history of World War II really, really fascinated me because it was just that actually happened. You know what I'm saying? This is something that actually happened. It's not a fairy tale or anything like that. So I've always loved history, and I didn't necessarily know why, but when you offered those classes for me, I was really interested because it's okay, I like history. I've learned history about World War II, a war that's happened in our world, but since I'm here and I got time, so I might as well learn about myself and my history, my ancestors. So it was definitely a life-changing experience, and I think definitely when I took those classes, that's what was okay, this is my structure. You have to start somewhere. You have to have some type of structure. So this African American Studies degree that I can achieve, this associate's degree, that'll just be my start. I'll just focus on that first. I know the bachelor's and the master's, all of that, but let me just focus on this first. So really just taking those classes that helped me just being able to learn about my history, and then also having those teachers that I can relate to on a different level. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with having any race of a teacher. I mean, my parents, they never taught me about color, and my mom gets that from her mom. She told her, it doesn't matter who you get with, whoever you want to marry, they could be purple for all I care. It doesn't matter as long as you love them, So I've never seen color, as a kid. Like I said, I've never known a stranger at all. So, but still just learning about my history and diving deeper in what our people had to go through, and why just what they have to go through, and really understanding that on a deeper level. And like I said, learning from Professor Watkins, Professor Jimmy Curtison, learning from Melvin at the same time. It was just a really good experience because coming from Dublin, I only had about 2 or 3 Black teachers or African American teachers, so it was cool. And then like we said, they're formerly incarcerated, so it's a shared experience. It's dang, I know I want to do something too. When I get out, and y'all are right here doing it, so it's no better example that I have to be a teacher for me,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you so much. I got 2 more questions for Judah. And so my next question is a question about the process and the courts. And I want you to speak on how important it is for a community college like Laney to be able to work within the court system to facilitate things like your graduation, your step downs, and stuff like that. Can you speak about how important it is to have an advocate on your side as it relates to translating a lot of the new forms of community college to your defense team, to the DAs, to probation, and then ultimately to the judge?
Yeah. I'd say I say it's definitely very important because I mean, for my brothers who are still inside, if you have something that's going on, the judge has the ultimate say so at the end of the day, or the court's probation, so I say it's definitely important for us to have these because it's an opportunity to change your life. I mean, I could definitely say for my life, like I knew that even like I said before I wanted to be incarcerated, I knew that I wanted to go to college. I just necessarily know what I wanted to do. Like I play basketball, but I was kind of like, okay, maybe hopefully I get a scholarship. And I think we say these things like when we are younger, it's like, oh yeah, I hope so. Like, but what you don't realize is like, it's reality. Like you have to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is real life. So you say, I hope, but you better really hope. Like, I hope you have a plan. So, and that hit me when I was down, when I was inside, I didn't have any more time. So why not focus on myself? Why not try to find something that, I want to do? And if I didn't have these opportunities while I was inside, who knows what I would be doing. So I'm glad that I had, Shawnee's class, because that was one of the first classes, incarceration in college, when she really taught us how we could not necessarily finesse, but use the system of college to our benefit, so we can use it to find out what we want to do. We can use it to find out our purpose. We can use it to find out like my career or our careers. And then that's how you have to make money in this world. But it's making sure that it's something that you want to do. It's not like, oh, I have to go to work, that's what college is for. So really just realizing that. And obviously having, like I said, the online, having a laptop to be able to complete my classes when obviously I can't go nowhere. So, but yeah, I've taken a lot of classes online, so I'm thankful that we had the computer lab. It moved in steps for sure. First we had a schedule, and then it was kind of like, well, if you know your own schedule, then you can ask the staff to take you down there. And then once I got my associate's degree while incarcerated, I was the first youth to be able to get his associate's degree while incarcerated. And the judge actually let me go out like for a day and walk the stage. So it was really cool. My first time being out, I think like 3 years. So, and I just get like 6 hours. So it was a really like amazing experience, like breathtaking, definitely. To just feel like a student, at least for a couple hours, So that was like amazing. So definitely if the courts, I want to like let them know that it's very important, for the people who are going to take it serious, for the people who actually want to, like I'm done and I want to change my life. I want to figure out what's new. Is there something new to life? Like it works. Like it definitely works for sure. It's very important that we get these opportunities so that we can allocate them. I think that, yeah, like that's nothing that's like about it I can say. My bad.
Yeah, no, definitely. So last question is life after Laney. And so as we mentioned, we're expecting a bachelor's degree, but I think we might be expecting a little bit more than that, right? And so tell me a little bit about, or tell the state of California a little bit more about what to expect from Judah in the coming years.
Okay, for sure. I'm sorry, I'm not really much of like a bragger. I just keep it real humble. So I don't like to talk about like what I've like done until like I'm like done. You know what I'm saying? So I've, like I said, I got my associate's degree while I was incarcerated, and then I got my associate's degree to transfer. So I applied to I think 6 schools, and it was San Francisco State, San Diego, Fresno, Dominguez, East Bay, and Long Beach. Yeah, and Long Beach. And I had submitted to those. I had the fee waived, so I was just like, why not? I was a good student actually in college, like a really, really good student. I think my cumulative GPA was like 3.8 or something like that. Yeah. So it was really good to have good grades. Like I said, I was a C/B student in high school, and then I kind of just really locked in. So it was good to see that. But like I said, I knew I wanted to go to college, but I didn't really. My dream college was UCLA or whatever, but I was just being real, like real. I'm like, okay, I'm incarcerated. I honestly don't think any of them will like get back to me or whatever. And I'm just keeping it real with you guys. But that's how I was thinking at the time, and kind of like forgot about it. And when one of the tutors in what's the word? Not Lynn and Luis are volunteers. Thank you. Volunteers had asked me about it. She was like, "Hey, have you heard back from any of the colleges?" And I was like, "Oh, like I ain't gonna lie, I didn't. Like I don't know. Like I kind of put it in the back of my mind or whatever." And she was like, "Okay, well, let's go check real quick." And we checked, and I actually got into like all of them. Yeah, and I was surprised. I didn't think that I would do that. Yeah. So I got into all of the schools that I applied to, and I wanted to go to San Francisco State because that's where my mom is an alumni from. And but I was just being real. I was like, I know that I have like time still to serve, so hopefully I could go to camp, and I'll just go to East Bay because that's still in Hayward and it's close. And that's what it was, and that plan worked out. And so yeah, I'm supposed to get my bachelor's degree in sociology in May. I graduate this May, and right after I applied to East Bay, San Diego State again, Long Beach, and UCLA this time for yeah, and for my master's degree. And I'm just gonna go right into it. I've heard too much about the gap year. I can't do it. I know myself. So yeah, I would just want to go right back into it, get my master's in social work. And then I've been talking to a lot of people about the doctorate, and I do want to go for it. But like I said, when I get there, I'll have my final say. But yeah.
And so Judah's really opened up the doors in Alameda County. And so, Judah was our first, and, we're proud to say that behind Judah came a UC Berkeley transfer, an HBCU transfer, and more Cal State transfers. So I just want to thank you, Judah, for showing up for us and telling our story to the board.
Thank you.
Member Ferry.
The word for introvert and extrovert combined is ambivert. I know for the next time. And I want to thank you. I think you've lifted us all up, but I think you kind of encapsulated the education journey is from I hope so to I do so. And the way you talk about this program and its seminal impact on you and the impact it can have on so many others, the way you talk about how important it was and the role it played. So I can see you doing so a lot. And thank you for your openness and sharing with us today and truly just reminding us of how important this program is. So I would say good luck to you, but you don't need it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We have Member Legrand, then Member Chang, then Member Villalobos, then Member Adu.
Thank you again for the presentation. It was very insightful. I just want to give a shout out to the parents for staying there and hanging in there with you, because I think behind especially Dublin High School, I was like, okay, that's interesting. I had a cousin who went there for a minute and it was like, it wasn't good for him either. So, so I just want to say that your story is very, very enlightening and very inspiring. And I think that we kind of need this on video someplace so we can play it in a variety of locations, because I think the story is compelling and that it really is important. And I want to just congratulate you on what you've been able to accomplish. And you'll wind up getting that doctorate. I have no idea. And you'll be sitting in one of these chairs. So keep that in mind too. There's opportunities after college. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story and being open with us. I'm a student member on the Board of Governors right now, and just hearing other students' experiences reminds me like why I'm here and why this system really needs to be student-centered. A little background, I'm from Pleasanton, so right next to Dublin.
Sure.
So when you said Dublin High, I was like, oh, that's like so close to my home. But I did have a question for you and any of the presenters who are up right now. What kind of autonomy do students have when they're choosing their classes, their schedule? What kind of flexibility do they have? Like, is it like max units, or like how do they get to choose? Yeah, that's kind of my question.
Okay, for sure.
I'll just start by saying that one of the important components of our program is having a face-to-face counselor that does student education plans. And so, we are looking for completion and transfer. And so we'd love our students to be out by 60 units and on to the next. And so with our amazing counselor, Kim Blackwell, who comes, sees our students, does ed plans, adjusts ed plans, we have a model where we combine face-to-face classes, hybrid classes, and online classes to move a student to a degree. And so, Judah, you want us to talk a little bit about how you were able to choose classes at Laney, and then also to be able to kind of like a pathway to your bachelor's in real normative time as well.
choosing my classes was always kind of like I said before, I didn't know I speak almost everybody. I know a lot of us didn't know how to like choose classes or anything like that. Not you guys, sorry, I meant like my brothers that were inside. But yeah, and they taught us how to it's really simple. It was actually really simple. But I think college kind of the word college kind of scares people who don't always go to school. But we always had Professor Blackwell to help us and get through the classes and always choose which ones sound we're to our liking but that we also needed at the same time. She would ask me oh, well, if you want to take a history class, you can take this African American studies class or through film. So it's a class that we watch movies and then we talk about them afterwards. That sounds like a fun class that I actually did take. So it was really I'm just glad that there was a person there that was flexible and patient for us. It's a new experience, definitely, and it's also an experience that can help change our life. So yeah, I'm really thankful for them and helping us to figure it out.
Member Villalobos?
I'll just echo what everyone said. Thank you for sharing your story and congratulations on all that you've accomplished so far. I have no doubt you'll get into every school you applied to, even if you did mention UCLA. But just to be clear, my beef with UCLA is with the football team, not the academics. A great school. But I'm happy to talk to you if you have any questions about a master's and doctorate in social work.
Okay.
That's what I do for a living.
Definitely.
So
Definitely.
yeah. So if you have any questions, just get my information from Christina, and I'm happy to chat with you about it.
Okay,
Answer any
for sure.
questions you have.
Thank you so much.
First off, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to echo what a lot of people said, but one of my closest friends is at Santiago County College right now, and he is formerly incarcerated.
Mhm.
And I see when listening to your story, I saw so much of him in your story, and his story and your story are so commonly underrepresented. Not enough people in rooms like these hear your story, and so I want to thank you for being here.
Oh, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and also I think someone else said this, but shout out to your family for being here. Them being so supportive is so incredibly important. So I'm really glad you're able to have that.
Yeah.
And I just want to encourage you to keep speaking and keep sharing your story because it's so important that we hear it.
Thank you so much.
Member Haynes?
So thank you. I'm a UCLA.
UCLA.
So you go on and apply.
Yes.
What I want you to do is I want you to embrace your brilliance. I want you to own that piece. Because in so many cases when we go backwards or we step out and something happens to us, so many are judged by that. And I want you to see yourself as a survivor and to go for it and to recognize your personal brilliance because it is there in you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Member Williams, Member Villavicencio, then Member Brown.
So first, congratulations, and I super appreciate your attitude and the way that you communicated your perspective. I taught in the county jail for 3 years, and so if you talk to employers, we teach folks to say while I was under supervision. So say while I was under supervision, don't say incarcerated, just say while I was under supervision. One of the questions that I have is, in your experience while you were under supervision, is there anyone or folks that would have benefited that we're not reaching? And what can we do different to reach folks that may not have taken advantage of it like you did?
That's a really good question. I think in a way that we could help to reach the people who didn't, I would say probably just expand. It doesn't necessarily always have to be college, if that makes sense. I spoke at this other thing. It was like a men's a men's something. It was at this church, and they had asked me a similar kind of question, and something that I said that I think that like would be a big thing too that I've realized. I'll just to like go like dive a little bit deeper, but I want to be a therapist for incarcerated youth. So that's my way of giving back, because I believe that hurt people hurt people. You know, like I really, really do believe that. So I do believe that a lot of the things that are going on in, you know, Oakland, or the young crime that's going on, you know, I think it's from this trauma that is not talked about. You know, like the things that go on in like our fathers and our mothers' households, you know, and these are things that are not talked about. So how could you possibly deal with something that's not talked about? Like if you have an issue with somebody, you're going to probably talk to them at some point, even if you don't do it like right away, you know? So it's the same thing when you're dealing with things that are internal. So I think that hurt people because it's like, you know, well, no one cared about me. No one talked about it with me. So I'm going to do it to somebody else. And I say that to say, like, that's what I want to do, you know, and I had to go through that experience. But there's a lot of people who don't want to do that. There's a lot of people who it's just, you know, there's a lot of people that are successful that they did not go to school, you know. So if there's other programs besides school that can be like able to be reached by the youth, then I think that's a way that you could reach too. And also, like another thing is like I went to Camp Sweeney, right? That was the way that I was able to go to East Bay, and you know, Camp Sweeney is amazing. Like it allows you to. They take us golfing. I've never been. I used to think golfing was like it's not even a sport. I try to be respectful. I'm just being honest. I'm being so honest. Like I can only be honest with you guys. Like we lived in Dublin and we lived like right beneath like a golf course, and we used to always see people golfing. I was like, bro, that's not a sport. Like there's no way that that's really a sport. But they took us golfing for the first time. And when I tell you, like, I love golf now. Like, I respect golf. So it humbled me 100%. I love golfing now, even if it's just at like Top Golf, just hitting it or whatever. I'm more competitive though, so I like to play the game. But like, they took us golfing. They took us camping. Never been camping. Like, never ever been camping. Never been fishing. Like, I've never done any of that until I went to camp. And the thing that I'm getting to is like, if we want to reach everybody, in my opinion, you got to reach them like before. You have to snip it in the bud in a sense. And my question that I said, or the response I said is like, why is it that we have to be incarcerated to be able to get like in activities like these? Like, you know, I had family members growing up definitely that always told me like, oh, I'm gonna take you fishing. They ain't never took me fishing. Sadly, like, you know, it's sad, but I mean, like, it is what it is. You know, things happen, life happens. But like, if we had a program where it's like, you know, like, hey, like we can do this, you know, we can do that. Instead of, oh, like, let's go down to the block or something like that. Like, you know, we have like wrong influences in their ears, but it's like at the same time, it's not reachable to them. If you don't know about anything, if you're not seeing anything advertised or anything like that, then you're not necessarily going to hear about it. Not in this world today. Maybe like back in the day for sure. I'm not even that old, but I have my parents, you know, like it was more of a neighborhood thing. Like, you know, it takes a village, and now it's kind of like you can learn on your phone type, you know? So I would say if there was a way to fund programs and still like fund the hall, the juvenile hall and all that, if there's a way to fund programs to go into the communities instead of waiting for them to come here, you know, to be incarcerated, to whereas, oh, you have to take this, you have this on your record, but you know, yeah.
One of my mentors said that sometimes when God gives you vision to solve something, is for you to go and do it. So it might be for you to create a program like that sure. too, and ask these folks to help fund it.
Yeah, for sure.
The literal $1 million question. Member Villavicencio.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Judah, we are very proud of you.
Thank you.
You are an inspiration. And I love history too, by the way. But I think it's pretty evident with your testimony, and I'm speaking to my fellow board members, how the RSN program transforms and changes lives of our students, our justice impacted students. I had the privilege to be with Chancellor Christian and Board President Aguinaldo at Pleasant Valley State Prison. And that program that's run by West Hills Community College District. And I was very inspired by the testimonies that we heard from those students. And for many of them, it was, they were the first of their family to graduate. For many of them, and this is where I turn to your wonderful professor, Professor Chung here, it's their faculty members that I learned, and many of them mentioned this, who treated them with dignity and respect, like the very first of individuals to do that. And that really touched me because obviously, as a fellow faculty member, when I look at my students, we look at your potential and where you can become, who you can become. Many of them also, I know you talked a lot about the content that was taught to you, but from the faculty members that I spoke to who taught at the RSN program, they didn't teach just about content. I think you can possibly maybe even speak to this. They taught you life skills, right? They taught you how to build confidence. So I think one of the important things that I'm learning about the RSN program is that the in-person faculty member who are teaching in these programs are so very critical. And so with that, I'll just share one story that one student shared during that visit where he was taking a psychology class. And by taking that psychology class, he managed to help his sister diagnose, who was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He said, it's probably schizophrenia. And then his sister actually got a diagnosis and the doctors said it was schizophrenia.
Yeah.
So the program doesn't just change people like you, it also changes, in my mind, families and your families. And so there's this exponential effect here too, that this program has, that I want my fellow board members to also understand. And so I'm grateful for you sharing this testimony. I'm grateful for the faculty who teach in this program. A shout out to them. And this is where, again, it's important to make sure that these programs keep growing, keep scaling up. And obviously this is an opportunity for us to share your story to members of the legislature to ensure, obviously, that these programs, again, continue to succeed and flourish. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Member Brown, then Vice President Rawlings.
So first of all, I was a community college student and I transferred to UCLA, so I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
I agree with you that hurt people and also healed people heal people.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that's the path that you're on. But my career counselor within me wants to stop and say, just like Member Haynes was telling you, to honor your brilliance and never say no to yourself. Always apply. Let them say no. And even if they say no, I'll tell you a story of a student that applied to UCLA and appealed 6 times. And the 6th time they said, okay, we need to meet this person. And then that student got admitted and then became the first transfer student to be put on the UCLA football team.
Wow.
So you can create pathways where there are none with your brilliance. So don't hold back. You thinking about that doctorate, guess what? I'm going to tell you what I always tell my students. Those tend to be funded. You get money for being in the doctoral program. You tend to pay for the master's degree. So think about that.
Okay.
Whether or not that's going to be the strategic move for you.
Thank you.
Vice President Rawlings.
Just wow. You're amazing.
Thank you.
I'm so looking forward to your future. It's fantastic. And again, like Member LeGrand had said, shout out to your parents because you all got so much to be proud about, right? And it's so inspiring and so informational, which is great. So I wanted to kind of cast maybe a crystal ball forward a few years, right? Like you get a magic wand, and a kind of a question for all 3 of you really is, if we're looking out 3 to 5 years and you had like a magic wand, you got to pick a thing and improve the outcomes for these folks. And partly, and I think I also heard a little bit about, building more of a sense of community is one solution we would want to do to keep people from getting under supervision, right? But 3 to 5 years from now, if there was one particular pressure point that we would fix, from each of your different varied experiences, what would it be? Right? What would you fix if you had a magic wand? You could do it.
Me?
I'll go ahead and go first since it's a magic wand question. And so in 3 to 5 years, maybe we don't need a magic wand, but I think the vision that our team is marching towards and that our students are leading the charge for is really transforming the juvenile justice facility into a college itself. We have a robust sports program. We built a music studio. We have students in various programs in transfer. And so I think for us, maybe we don't need a magic wand for that, but maybe 3 to 5 years.
I'm glad you went first because I was thinking way too expanding it. But yeah, I definitely say 3 to 5 years. Like I say right as of right now. One thing that I really want to focus on is I know they say if you don't know people, necessarily don't trust them, right? But at the same time, I want to focus on if you got somebody who's actually really taking it serious and they have a second shot at life, right? Or like I said, hopefully you can get them before they go in, right? Just focus on not always putting people in these groups of I say I'm just talking from personal experience. Don't get me wrong. I've been supported my whole time, throughout my incarceration. But then there was also those people who, wanted to put me in the box of, oh, he's just another black kid who's incarcerated and he's gonna mess up. You know what I'm saying? There's always that, consistently. That was one thing that was for sure consistent is there's always someone that was doubtful. And maybe you need that sometimes because that's what fires you up. But when we have these opportunities for people to literally change the world and help other people, I think there needs to be more of a trusting, let's still not undermine that this person is human. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. Yeah, you might be fighting for your life again, and yeah, the stakes are higher. Definitely. No, let's not neglect that at all. But we're still gonna give you this chance. You know what I'm saying? Because if you've shown us for a consistent amount of time that you're serious about this, then we want to give you the chance. I think that's something.
If I had a wand, we would serve in person every single person currently and formerly incarcerated, whether that be in the youth system, the prison system, the jail system, every single one. I've had the honor of working in the Rising Scholar since it began at Bakersfield under the leadership of President Christian at that time and now Chancellor Christian. This is the greatest job that I could have ever imagined. We go in and we meet with students and serve them based on what it is they want. We go and ask them face to face, what would make this program better? And it looks different in every single facility. But what if we could do that for every single person that wanted to join us? We're doing that, we're ramping up all the time. You look at the numbers, look at the data, look at our outcomes. The beginning slides of how far we've come in the last few years and where we anticipate to go in the next few, especially with an additional investment. If every single person walking out of those facilities could walk right onto our campuses, we're in 93 colleges. We work for the greatest community college system in the world. We are trailblazing in a way that is unimaginable from day one when we first walked in and stood in the front of the class. And I remember we walked in and we're going to college, and I remember thinking I think so. I'm not really sure how to do this in here. I don't know, but if you tell me how it works, I know great faculty and they can be here tomorrow. They're jumping up and asking to serve. And so what's so beautiful about the Rising Scholars is there are so many people across California that are saying, I don't have every answer, but I will be here tomorrow. And our students in their darkest, hardest, most traumatic chapter, from 16 years old to 60, are jumping up and saying, I want to be a part of that. And so I think it's our honor to them to serve every single one, because we are the California community colleges.
I want to lift up a point here real quick, which is this takes work, right? And Chelsea, especially, like, pass this on to the network of folks you connect with all the time. I take a look at your slide deck. I take a look at the report. And I remember when we were getting prepped to go to Kern Valley State Prison, right? And there were pressure points we were aware of, about, folks that are there and getting transferred between facilities and the interruptions it was causing. And I heard from President Aguinaldo about the problem with Wi-Fi at some of our places, right? And I see here that, like, those are getting addressed, and it's getting addressed because we have a strong partnership with CDCR, right? We have a strong partnership with each of these agencies that has folks under their care. And so the work it's taking, not just for our faculty, but on the administrative side, and the work that it's taking for our students to get through is just a monumental effort, but it's going to really change the face of the state of California, and especially when it comes to how we treat those that need a little help, need a little guidance in their healing journey. So appreciate you and all the work you guys are doing.
Any other comments? Oh, Member Du.
You guys keep mentioning sort of prevention, right? Making sure it doesn't have to, get to that point. And what you said really stood out to me, where it's like being incarcerated shouldn't be the first time you have access to these experiences and opportunities. And that reminds me, because I was talking to a friend and he was applying for graduation, and he was looking through all his courses at Cypress College, and he scrolled to the bottom, and one of them was 2007. And he had come back 15 years later to that same college in his community, and he was able to have a community college be the center point of his education throughout his entire lifetime, not just after he graduated high school. And I think that's something that I think we should all look into, having it, moving into the future, is having community colleges, especially in at-risk communities, serve as places for education that expands farther than just after you graduate high school or when you're coming back. It can be earlier in childhood, and it can prevent so many things. So I think it's just something to consider.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of tying this agenda item up, and in fairness, I cannot stop talking about the visit to Pleasant Valley. So there's one more story I wanted to share with you. When we were walking in between buildings, I had the chance to talk to Professor Shepard, who is largely recognized as one of the most transformational professors at that prison. And I asked her, what's the most fulfilling part of your job? Very open-ended question. She said to me, every interaction with students. And I thought to myself, wow, that's pretty broad. Any specific one? Are you want to give me a little bit more detail around that? And she said, no, just every interaction with students. We went into the room. There were 20 folks there, and we went down the line, and each one told us about their individual stories. And I kid you not, it clicked for me why she said every single interaction with students. So you're number 21 for me.
Thank you.
I am so convinced and so excited to see where this project is going, and hope that we can continue to support this. This is truly amazing. Two more things I'd like to say, just because I have the microphone. There was an issue with the Wi-Fi. There's an issue with getting more classes to them. There's an issue with needing more programs. So the theme is more. This program is begging to be scaled. So I look forward to seeing us lean in more, because the need and the demand is there. We just have to be sure that the supply is there. And then finally, God, what great public speakers
Thank you.
everyone was. You are the other 20, the 21 out of 21 were entirely compelling in their speech. And I just wanted to say thank you again for sharing your story with us. Professor Chung Chelsea are looking at you like the proudest parents. Your parents are looking at you like the proudest parents.
Thank
And it just, we're so proud and happy that you're here with us. So thank you very much for being here.
Of course. Thank you guys so much.
Can we take public comment?
The public comment period on item 6.4 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Excellent. It's because we asked all the questions. Thank you again.
Of course. Thank you guys.
Let's move to item 6.8, AI Education Series, and I will pass it to our visiting executive, Craig Hayward.
Thank you very much, President Aguinaldo, and greetings, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board. It's my pleasure to introduce the latest in our educational series on cutting-edge technology and artificial intelligence. I've got just a couple prefatory remarks as we get going. Walter Parks is joining us today. As a screenwriter, producer, and former studio head, he has been responsible for some of our most iconic films. Just as a sampling of his prodigious talent, when he was the founding co-head of DreamWorks Studios, along with he and his wife and partner, Laurie McDonald, were responsible for the development and production of 3 consecutive Best Picture winners, American Beauty, Gladiator, and A Beautiful Mind. You may have heard of a few of those. So after an illustrious 4-decade career in film, Mr. Parks has turned his attention to education. And he is now the co-founder of Dreamscape Learn. And with that, and in the spirit of the saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words, I'm going to save some words and transition to a short video that explains a little bit more about the background of Dreamscape Learn. Thank you for bearing with me, as I am not a terrific multitasker, and that's putting it lightly. So I'm going to transition to, let me pause that. And we will share this screen. And here we go. Off to the races.
Half the people that go to college in the United States never finish. Well, everybody wants to blame the person, the kid, the student.
There they go.
This is the producer and me speaking.
We will turn it up as loud as we can go here. See if that helps.
Half the people that go to college in the United States never finish. Well, everybody wants to blame the person, the kid, the student. I'm like, don't blame them, blame us.
I think people often forget that the schools that we all have gone to were built around a very powerful technology, the printing press. And largely we communicate through oral lecture and books.
We teach students to memorize things for the sake of memorizing things without letting them know how those things are useful or giving them the immediate need to know those things.
The national dropout rate in biology is about 48%. So we just have a passion to figure out how do we fix these areas in biology, how do we fix these areas of STEM and ensure that we have enough graduates to fulfill the jobs that are coming up in the coming years.
The central problem that education faces is not unlike the one that entertainment faces, which is simply, how do you engage an audience? If you cannot engage an audience, they will not stay with your movie, and if you can't engage the students, they won't stay with the material.
Identity authenticated. The IWF, in partnership with Arizona State University, has determined that you will be among the first scientists from your planet to encounter these extraordinary creatures in hopes that you can contribute to their survival.
A combination of Hollywood genius with Walter Parks and Steven Spielberg, matched with the most innovative university in the United States, finally has a breakthrough on something that everybody wants, which is completely new ways to enhance our national success and national outcomes by enhanced learning tools. You beam up to an alien zoo orbiting the Earth, designed with every richness of storytelling that you can conceivably imagine. And then all of a sudden you're in a biological experience where you're actually solving problems as a scientist.
We could use this to revolutionize the way that we actually teach our students and give them true experiences around what we call education through exploration.
Zor is the alpha of this herd. She's disoriented. We need to determine the cause.
Engage them emotionally in the quest, in the problem, and then give them the tools to come to the conclusion through their own internal processes as opposed to giving them the answer.
It feels like you're in another world. You put the headset on and you get in and the chair vibrates and there's wind blowing in your face, and it's really immersive.
There is a real emotional attachment that makes a huge difference in terms of how you approach your coursework. It's no longer just, hey, let me get my homework done to get it done. It's, I need to save these creatures.
We started with biology, we're moving next to chemistry, we're moving to planetary systems, earth science, we're moving to astronomy, we're going to ultimately move to other more complicated subjects.
What Build and Dreamscape Learn did was allow us to make a more rigorous curriculum than we were doing before, but students were even more successful at it.
We've seen up to 40% learning enhancements in our biology labs. That's 3.5 grade levels.
This is the future of education, is immersion, it's experiential, and I think this has amazing potential.
Offering up and transferring education and skills that will serve them for a lifetime, I'll take that.
Hopefully you are intrigued. With that, I'm going to fire up the presentation and share that here, and then turn the microphone and podium over to Mr. Parks. And from here. Okay, there it is, close enough.
Thank you, Craig. I'll come over here. I don't know if it'd be appropriate to launch a complaint, but I'd like to complain that I have to present after that young man.
Definitely a hard act to follow.
Yeah. I'm very attuned to these sorts of things. But it, in a way, is very, very relevant. So yes, I've after about 40 years of spending my time figuring out how do you engage people for not necessarily the best reasons, such as selling popcorn and DVDs, I've had the great honor to be able to shift the focus of my career toward hopefully using some of those skills for something very much more important. I'm a newcomer to you all. There's a couple of observations. The first one, I had the great pleasure of speaking to an innovation conference that you all put on about 4 or 5 months ago, I think it was. And I mentioned it then, which is that in my time in education, I certainly can say that there's no institution in the country, and this one leads, that's more equipped to educate this nation as much as the community colleges can. It's just the truth. And if it was true then, it's particularly true now in the last 2 or 3 months. So thank you for even having this conversation. It's vitally important. The other thing that sort of has become clear to me is that there's so much interesting writing about pedagogy and about approaches to learning. But to me, a central issue is engagement, and there is less attention about how we solve that problem. And I think at its heart, that's really what Dreamscape Learn wants to do. I don't know if you're talking about this is really conversations about technology, about AI. I'm not going to speak about that at all. I'm going to speak about something else.
well, actually what I'm going to speak about, if we look at the screens, is two things we seem to have a lot of. Let's see if this is actually, oh, maybe I have to do it down here. Is it going? Try it on the left. Right there? Okay. Sorry. Data and information. And then two things we don't have so much of, which is knowledge and meaning. And the problem is, how do you get from one to the other? And one of the ways you can get there, I mean, great teachers can get you there, life experience can get you there, but there's another way to get there, and it's through oh, this is now going by itself. Let me see if I can say that. Another way to do that is through the power of story. And let me just see if, excuse me for this. That works, I think. It's something that's hardwired into us. And very much what is at the essence of Dreamscape is to use these new technologies on behalf of what is most human in all of us. And one of those things is story. Now, I'm just going to take a little step back in terms of background, because I had an opportunity to have the power of story demonstrated to me very early in my career. I started as a screenwriter. And my first script I wrote was something that I'm looking at the ages of this group, and not many of you are old enough to remember it necessarily, but it was called War Games. And it was a story about a kid who good, thank you. About a kid who wants to break into a computer game company to play a cool new game, and inadvertently breaks into North American Air Defense Command and almost starts World War III. It was a substantial hit at the time, and it gave my partner and me what we were looking for, which is Hollywood's equivalent of tenure, which means you can work for 7 years and not get another movie made. But it wasn't until about, I don't know, a month or two after the movie came out that something happened, which is at the core of why I'm here. I got an object lesson on the potential power of story. And it was encapsulated in this little video that was made for an award I won. Take a look.
One day in June 1983, President Reagan met with his national security advisors. During the meeting, Reagan put down his notes, looked around, and asked, "Has anyone seen War Games?" No one had. The movie had only just come out. Reagan explained that in the film, a teenager hacks into the North American Air Defense Command computer and accidentally triggers an escalation between the USSR and the US, almost causing a nuclear war. He then turned to General John Vesey, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and asked, "General, could this really happen? Could someone really break into our most secure computers?" The next week, General Vesey came back to Reagan and said, "The problem is much worse than you think." 18 months later, Reagan issued the first presidential directive on computer security. Today, we might think that the need to ensure the security of such important computer systems was self-evident, but it wasn't. It took two young screenwriters, Lawrence Lasker and Walter F. Parks, to portray the growing vulnerability of nuclear weapon systems on film before the government paid attention to it.
Who knew? I'm very happy the narrator ends on the word pay attention to it. Do I think the President Reagan learned about computer systems through watching War Games? No. But I do think he got interested enough to learn about such complicated issues by watching War Games. And that's really the point here. I've sort of come to learn something about, actually, I want to go back. Something that's very special about stories and how it relates to how we learn. And I want to just illustrate it really quickly right now. It's sort of an object lesson, the difference between information and story. So I'm going to put up some information. Oh, I'm not over there, sorry. Okay, so imagine that you're scrolling or in your newspaper and you get this. On June 17th, a 22-year-old pregnant female was admitted to County General Hospital for severe traumatic injuries resulting from a collision. While the women's unstable collection, doctors are unable to resuscitate the unborn child. And you say, okay, I understand that. I get it. And you'll move on. Imagine instead if you had read this. For sale. Baby shoes. Never worn. I saw these reactions here. I didn't say anything about what happened, but I engaged you in a way that made you think about what is about that. And in fact, you're using your internal processes as opposed to me providing you with all the information to ask questions about what that was about. And to me, that gets on the heart of the power of story as an educational tool. Of course, it helps when that's a 6-word novel written by Ernest Hemingway. But it does elucidate something which I think is the key to this as it relates to education. It's the difference between passive and active understanding. The difference between me telling you everything or me seeding with you the seeds of curiosity so that you are compelled to find out yourself. Ernst Lubitsch is one of my favorite directors of Hollywood's golden age. He was one of the greatest, but I just love the quote, my job is 2 + 2, the audience's job is 4. And in a way, that sort of gets to the heart of what Dreamscape Learn is about. Dreamscape Learn was founded by me and President Crow of ASU. It's now about 4 years. Michael came to see work that I had been doing in VR, and it turned out that he had been looking for a partnership and a platform to achieve sort of one of the pinnacles in his own pedagogical thinking, something he calls Realm 4, education through exploration. Was there a way to sort of transform the student from a passive recipient of pedagogy to an active participant in it, to actually transform them into scientists, into explorers, which is sort of suggested by the video. There's kind of 3 main aspects of Dreamscape Learn: advanced pedagogy, very unique immersive technologies, and cinematic narrative. I'm just going to touch very quickly on each of those things. One of the great things about starting this with a great university, an R1 university that is dedicated to 2 important things, innovation and democratization, is that you get to work with great educators and great professors. In this case, with our biology course, we worked with the co-head of their life science department. So everything is based on evidence-based research. Like, this is all based on absolute, the most recent approach to the pedagogical questions in front of us. So what does that mean in a more specific way? We use narrative as a way to integrate lessons in an emotional, compelling way. We design with a kind of a backwards approach. I loved, someone introduced me with an idea that I love, which is just-in-case learning versus just-in-time learning. How many things do we learn on the promise it's going to be important for you to know how to do this thing and it isn't, as opposed to creating an emotional context where you are really compelled and interested and engaged and wanting to learn it. And then finally, it's all based on deeply rooted pedagogy underneath it all. But I think it actually adds up to this, which I think is so interesting in terms of the young man who was just speaking. We try to lean into skills which are transferable, that operate in terms of the student's ability to success, even beyond a particular course. I don't know about you, I guess most of you took high school or college biology. I'll tell you this much, I have not used my skills of cutting up a frog very much in my adult career. And I don't think many biologists have. However, had that been more skewed toward what is really important, how do you deal with data? How do you model data? How do you collaborate with people? How do you use a spreadsheet? So what we do is approach the biology lab in a far more sort of a computationally sophisticated way, by the way, with a lot more math in it. And this has been ascertained by review from many biologists. Not only because it's more important in terms of the subject matter, but it's more important in terms of our students' success past the particular subject. Our immersive technology is a particular kind of VR, which I won't go into too much, but for those of you who've ever been in a headset, I was not an early adopter of VR because I didn't really like being alone. I didn't like it not having a sense of my body, and I was lucky enough to be introduced to an extraordinary approach to VR that really leans into human agency, and one time hopefully you'll all have a chance to experience it. Because the other thing is we're actually render people as avatars through which you experience with other people. Online individual education is absolutely essential, but community is also essential. And we're trying to use these technologies as a way to build community. And then the interesting about that is that we've been able to expand our technological approach for more scalability and more affordability. So again, without you knowing the specifics, just needless to say that we are now finding ways that we can bring a similar level of fidelity and emotional connection and pedagogical and educational value and many different approaches, including online 2D, which I believe we're going to be starting a pilot with you all on. It's interesting because it's narrative driven, it works very, very well on a 2D screen because you're immersed in it on a narrative basis. And then finally, the value of emotional cinematic narrative. In our labs, for example, our students become the main characters. They're challenged to solve very urgent problems. In the case of certain wildlife species in our fictional wildlife sanctuary, the Intergalactic Wildlife Sanctuary. And so what we're doing is dealing with fictional animals, but our biologists have created all of our data sets and all of our animals based on essential topics and essential basics of biology as it is here on Earth. What's great about that is instead of just repeating someone else's research, you're actually engaging as if you are doing research like a biologist. But then when we assess, and we're tested on, we don't test on those animals, we test on how those topics, how those ideas are manifest in the real world. So there's nothing you can look up, there's nothing you can Google, there's nothing that you can copy. You either have understood the underlying process and can apply it to a real world situation or not. And it's turning out that you can. In fact, even the 3-act structure is something we've found to lay right on top of the basic approach to scientific inquiry with discovery, exploration, and resolution. So how does it all work out? Well, it's been amazing. And again, I have to rely on the professionals with whom I work. But certainly the press has seen this as being extraordinarily valuable, on any number of articles and publications. The one I like the best is there. We've been able to be reviewed by many different academic communities. This one was very exciting. This probably can't read it, but this is from the head of the MIT Media Lab, who sees us as the most engaging, best immersion platform of the site that they've ever come across. Probably more important is that some of your own colleagues, we've already deployed on a couple of the community colleges, Merced College and Glendale. And even though it's very early days, they're seeing the data is showing real improvements, both in terms of retention and in terms of performance. So I'm just going to end with just looking at some very specific research having to do with this. Another great thing about working with a place like Arizona State is that not only are the teachers we get to work with fantastic, we also have the opportunity to have everything subject to really intense efficacy training and outcome testing and outcome testing through their action lab. So I'm just going to share one. There's been a subsequent one that showed that the improvements actually lasted into the next year, subsequent years, which surprised me and pleased me. But this particular little piece, I'm going to show you just 3 cards. This piece of research really deals with 3 things. We took 1,000 students, we put half of them in business as usual, the old approach, half of them in our approach. And we did the following testing. So first thing we just found out, did they like it? Because a lot of kids go into biology classes and don't like it. And in a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being best, we were scoring in median between 4.5, which in my world, if that were Men in Black, that means you have a hit. Those are very, very good scores. And what was very important for us is to really determine whether or not this was about novelty. Did the novelty wear off? So this is just for an example, this is the whole first semester. And if you see, we stayed at 4.5, except for towards the end, we started moving up to 4.6. So it isn't about the novelty about any particular technology of how you're presenting it. I think it has to do, again, with the engagement that comes from basing education on something as human and as compelling as story. Secondly, we wanted to look at, did people do better? Let me find this over here. There we go. So yes, they did. For the group as a whole, they were about twice as likely to get an A, and all in all, did about a whole grade better. And again, we've ascertained that this is a more demanding curriculum than the normal approach. But then most importantly, we wanted to ask who did better? And I think this is the finding which is most important for this community and most important for the ASU community, and I think most important on a national level. You know, there always have been certain groups that have had a tougher time. In fact, I'm going to go to a little bit of a closer look on this. So these intersectional identities, and we looked at in the light blue or the greenish blue is Dreamscape as opposed to business as usual. And as you can see, everyone did better. But where we really had our big jumps were with the communities that tend to be more challenged. I'll just draw attention to third from the right, male, underrepresented, minority, Pell eligible. In the business usual, grade of 76, going up to a 95, which was in 2 or 3 points of the highest achievers. This is a fantastic thing for these kids. In fact, the only group that did not improve were the honor students, but we're not as concerned about that. So why these outcomes? We asked ourselves. President Crow has one explanation. It was somewhat echoed by our friend before me, as he says that he has students at ASU who has parents who've taken them to Europe or on safari, and he has students who have never left Maricopa County. But none of them have ever gone to an intergalactic wildlife sanctuary to learn biology. Just the nature of it leveled the playing field for these kids, and the numbers suggest that. I have a different reason why I think this is working. We all know that there are many kinds of learners, you know, and many kinds of intelligences. You know, I'm a pretty creative guy, and I don't have a good computational head. And there's kids with great social intelligence or emotional intelligence or spatial and great athletic, et cetera, et cetera. And how do you teach all these people? Well, I'm finding one thing, it goes back to the beginning of this presentation, is that pretty much everybody responds to a good story. And I think that is at its heart of one of the reasons why we're able to open the door and get more kids into this tent. And what we're finding is by getting them into the tent in their intro courses, we're doing biology, we're just finishing chemistry now, it can ignite a curiosity that will propel them into more advanced studies in that regard. And look, it's a very difficult time right now. It's a lot of disruptions technologically, financially, politically, et cetera. I think this is a time where we have to use every tool we have and try to use it on behalf of what is most human in all of us. And I think one of those things is the ability to understand and learn from stories. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you very much for your.
I'm sorry. Take what down?
Go ahead.
Oh, do this? Okay. It's all good.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Parks. I was reading your Wikipedia article, and it says that in 2023, you won the Future of Life Award for reducing the risk of nuclear war through the power of storytelling. So I can't agree with you when you say that you're doing something far more important. I think you've been doing something important this whole time. At this time, I'd like to take some comments from the board. Love, Epstein, Rawlings, in that order.
Hi. So my first question is directed sort of to ask about like the logistics of the actual program in terms of like equipment. You mentioned there's VR, right? And you know, it can get expensive, I'm assuming. So I'm just wondering if we have any like numbers on that and how much it would cost each individual college and the system overall to implement.
Yes.
And then in regards to the data, I was wondering what's the size for the data set that you used for the stats that you just pulled up?
That one was 1,000 kids.
Okay.
500 on each side of it. And since that, we've been able to follow those kids into a second year. And it seems that the kids that went through Dreamscape have about a quarter grade improvement in the biology classes after Dreamscape.
Okay.
And again, I think that has to do with the idea that if you ignite the curiosity and also tell the kid, yes, you can do this. I mean, so many kids, I think, look at STEM as something, well, that's not for me. I don't understand any of this. But if you can break through that using both digital tools, technological tools, and the tool story, I think that there's a sort of a knock-on effect we're finding. With regard to cost, what we've tried to do is create sort of actually, there's about 4 different tiers. So our immersive classroom, which is the most exciting version of it, 32 kids at a time. It can be synchronous, it can be asynchronous. It costs a little less than $1 million for the classroom. To give you an idea, we have 2 of them working at ASU, and we get more than 7,000 kids in a week. Because all of this has been highly automated because it's all originally developed to operate in malls for entertainment. So that's one level of it. And it's interesting, I don't know if you noticed, but President Corner from Glendale, his statement there, I noticed that what's really important is that this is telling the community and telling his students, parents, the whole group, that this is a college which is committed to innovation. So there's the value to the student, and there seems to be a value to the institution itself. So that's one level of it. And we have installed that from community colleges in California to UNLV to private universities in the East Coast to we're now at elementary and high schools in Arizona. So, and fortunately, in both cases, California, the value of it has been perceived as such that they were able to access state money, budget money, and in both cases to offset the cost of it. We're now just about to deliver our first 2 mobile pods, and I think we're in conversation with Kern about 1 or 2 of them. So this does the same thing as that for 18 students, but as opposed to having to build something at your school or worrying about permits, or if you have more than one campus, we actually bring it to campus on a rotating basis. So for high school districts and as well as certain community colleges, it really can be a way to bring the cost down in terms of cost per student and accessing many students in different areas. Later this year, we're going to be introducing something we call the CART, which doesn't have all of the haptics. It's maybe about 85 to 90% as exciting as the other thing, but at a small percentage of the cost. And that's really aimed at high schools and community colleges where literally you could just roll it into a place, hand out the headsets, and you're into a virtual reality experience. And then finally 2D, which we're finding, and we've gamified it actually. When we deliver, you'll see it's a very exciting thing. It seems to perhaps not at the same level. It's hard to do research on it, but all the teachers involved and Ed Plus over at ASU say the results have been really, really great. Again, I think a story plays no matter what.
Yeah. Just a point of clarification, because I think this is really great, and you mentioned it. You said students that use the program went on to take other biology classes and got 25% of a grade increase, right?
Yeah.
Were they continuing to use the program, or they just used it once and then they got a 25%?
No, we've only made intro.
Oh, okay, that's great. Okay.
Right. So this, and it was interesting, President Corner said something else, because he was the first community college president with whom we really interacted. And he said something that has really stuck with me, which is that, this is Glendale, that they have a great percentage of kids that can matriculate into UCLA or other state universities, colleges in say pre-med, if they can get them through intro. Intro should be like the gateway, but it's the gate, and it actually pushes people out of STEM. So it seems, again, I think where our value is a sort of opening up the door wider for students who wouldn't think that they have an aptitude towards science and discover they do. And I think the other thing is that, listen, we do live in a world that's sort of defined by technologies that none of us really understand. So I just think an aspect of being a successful human being in these coming decades is to have a basic kind of sense of science as a way of thinking.
Absolutely. And please bring the program to Cypress College. I want to try it.
Member Epstein.
Hi, thanks for coming. I actually visited ASU and got the Dreamscape experience there, which was fascinating. I did the biology and the art history, the ancient civilization.
Oh, you
thing.
did. I'm so glad. You
Yeah.
got to do the Hagia Sophia.
Yeah. So it really is fantastic. And I think the results that you've been getting so far are amazing. My question is, I mean, I'm curious about both the collaborative relationship you have with ASU and with the community colleges. Is Dreamscape a for-profit company that is then, and you're collaborating with colleges, you're selling your service essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And so what would be your vision for if the community college system were to really adopt this in a big way? How would you see it rolling out and being sustainable, and what long-term financial impact would it have? And just curious.
Well, I'm not as much of an expert in the finances and all that of the community college. There's a part of me that beyond, the business issues as a Californian and as someone who's looking at sort of the decimation of a certain aspect of what education is, nothing would excite me more than for us to create something that changes, kids at scale, regardless of their socioeconomic or ethnic background. So there's a reason why I got on the plane and wanted to meet you guys, because this is a very exciting thing from a ethical, business, educational, political. So how would that all work? As I said, I believe that my experience has told me that the learning outcomes have justified finding money often from state agencies. Even at the most premium aspect, the one you experienced, there's an initial hardware expense, but after that, you're talking about a yearly expense of licensing the stuff. And when you compare it to building a chemistry building, which is single use, or a biology building, or an upkeep of all that, I often look at Dreamscape Immersive as it's a big piece of hardware that plays a whole lot of software. And we're continuing building for those things. So I think that the way it will roll out is if we see it in a kind of, in terms of the long-term benefits, far outweigh the short-term price. Where that's a problem, I think we go in with the less premium versions. Again, if there's a group of schools that are in a geographic area where they can share one bus, we do it that way. If there's a group of schools that cannot, or a school that cannot afford the full premium, let's go in with our cart, which will provide an extraordinary thing. Or as I say, we're starting with 2D. I think that we're trying to be as flexible as possible to give options to our partner schools so that they can meet us halfway, if at all possible. And again, I was really happy to hear we're going to Montclair State in New Jersey. Well, the New Jersey Economic Development Authority is investing in it. Partially, by the way, and it's something we don't talk about, is that most of these schools also get involved in something called designing for Dreamscape. In other words, they want to go in there and make their own content, and the kids want to learn the tools of digital production. They see that as these are really important skills for just the workforce going forward, and everything that's involved when you make a Dreamscape is the same as what you would do as if you're designing a game or doing digital film production. So it is perceived as having enough of an effect by people who provide the financing of these things so far to justify the cost.
Member Vice President Rawlings.
Great to see you again. Was really first had my eyes open up to this when we were at the Futures Forum and got to see the presentation there. Yes. and chat with you a little bit.
Yes.
Super excited about the work you're doing. And really excited to hear there are other topics, other STEM subjects you guys are looking into. A few things that I've seen over the years, and I think you really touched on it in your presentation, was the experiential nature of what the students are learning, how they're applying the theory that they're getting in the classroom. Really leads to a lot of equitable outcomes. We see that in other formats as well. Like CTE coursework in K through 12, you have similar kind of equitable outcomes. So I think impact is really there, especially around STEM, which is, it looks like your focus is.
Yes.
So I had two questions. One is you touched on, I think, really quickly, the other coursework you might be doing, and I wonder if you could recap and refresh on those.
Yes, yes.
And then the second question I have is, thinking about those different disciplines, especially STEM related, you have maybe an investment in a full Dreamscape lab, right? A lot of cost in there, but you'd be serving potentially multiple disciplines moving forward.
Yes.
Aside from just the Dreamscape hardware, is there any particular infrastructure needed within the building that you might need? So data, otherwise, those kind of things that colleges would need to really think ahead and plan for, or is it something that maybe a lot of our existing infrastructure might be able to support?
Absolutely existing infrastructure. It really operates on normal, Wi-Fi and data lines. That is not an issue. We've completed intro biology. We are 4/6 of the way done with intro chemistry, which does not take place in an alien environment, takes place on Earth. But we've created sort of really interesting, imaginative context for teaching of chemistry. We are going to finish our art history. And what's interesting about that is that it's being perceived by people who do it as something that goes way beyond art history. In fact, we even call the course, The History of Art, the Art of History, because it's really about using art as a way to understand and illustrate history. And in terms of the inherent equitable aspect of it, well, I guess you had a chance to visit the Hagia Sophia. Well, so many of the kids that we serve in ASU and the kids you serve just have never had an opportunity to see world art. I mean, and it's one thing to look at it on a slide or a book or whatever, but to actually experience the size and the magnitude of these things and understand the historical context in which they operate is really proving to be very valuable. We are now full speed ahead on introductory astronomy. One of the reasons we do that is that a lot of STEM majors, like art history as a kind of humanities requirement, and a lot of humanities majors like astronomy as a science requirement. That's all going. We're working with ASU on the sustainability piece. And if you guys come to the summit in San Diego, we're going to be previewing our first module on sustainability, in which we actually take you up to the polar ice caps, and the kids get to engage in measuring the degradation of polar ice caps and finding out what that means looking into the future. It's really quite good. And it's particularly, I'm excited about it because it was largely done by student workers at ASU. There's been a lot of excitement about different schools wanting to be able to create content, and we're accommodating that. And the golden fleece, the greatest target of everything is math. And we've had some preliminary conversations with you guys. You've been approaching it. We are knee deep in doing research about determining what is the best way that we can use these tools for the teaching of math, both on a sort of experience level, narrative level, and a pedagogical level, but we have not started that yet.
Chancellor Christian.
Yeah, I just want to make a few comments for board members, sort of to connect sort of the dots and how we are engaging with Dreamscape Learn in the larger landscape of student success with equity in courses, particularly in the STEM area. And the three courses that we're looking at are biology with Dreamscape Learn, chemistry, and Calculus 1. Mm-hmm. So those are the three specific areas. So when you look at it, I mean, one of the questions asked was about the sort of return on investment and the whole business model. Mm-hmm. As we're thinking about it in the Chancellor's office, right now for our STEM programs, when we look at our retention and success rates, they're not very good. And when we disaggregate the data, we can do a much better job. So not doing anything is just perpetuating what we already have. So we've got to be investing in opportunities with proven. It's, we're not being the ASU necessarily. It's proven, with a 1,000 student data point. I think that data slide was the one that first caught my attention, mm-hmm. and then asked the team to start looking at it. Now, certainly, we didn't think we could invest in the whole 3D infrastructure, which Glendale, and by the way, I'm working very closely with Ryan Corner, who's the president of Glendale, and he's also working with you on the chemistry piece that you're building the curriculum, and with Merced. So we are monitoring it. We're also monitoring the Kern Community College District with a mobile Dreamscape Learn lab, which we might decide to invest in. But right now, we're looking at the 2D attached to our CCC Apply. I wanted to also recognize two other infrastructures that we've built. Board members, you know about the Digital Center for Innovation, Equity, and Transformation. And we're running this project through the Digital Center, and the founding partners of the Digital Center are participating in this demonstration project. We're also partnering with the Academic Senate because our projects, we are completely committed to our faculty being part of the development. So we are working with the Academic Senate to have some preliminary webinars so faculty are looking at it. And our hope is we would have 2,000 students going through the demonstration project that we would come back with results. I am optimistic. I think we don't have a choice but to try new ways of engaging our students and to increase success rates with equity, specifically in our STEM pathways. That's it.
Thank you, Chancellor Christian. I think it's Member Villalobos, Member Haynes, Member Brown, and then Member Williams, and then Member Perry.
Thank you. Great presentation. So that was very intriguing. You mentioned that the cost of a complete setup is just under $1 million, I believe, right? Do you, as technology evolves and improves, do you anticipate the cost to rise or decrease? And how often do you have to replace the equipment, if at all? And what would the cost of that be, you think?
Costs decrease, absolutely. And I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but I'll try to do this. We all have seen an Oculus Quest, right? So the Oculus Quest operates as both where the data is stored and it also processed. So it's somewhat more limited. When you did Dreamscape there, our headsets are really display devices, and we have a game server which is doing all the computation. So that's why the animation is so great and it's so rich, et cetera. We've been able to crack the code on getting to something to about 90% of that verisimilitude, of that quality directly to an Oculus. These aren't done over the air. So this is the basis of the cart, where a cart comes in, it's speaking to the computer in the cart, 32 of them. It's all, and a lot of people, when they look at ed tech and VR in particular, they forget that a lot of the technology innovation has to take place under the radar. In other words, how do you get pass back between what the student's information, how does a teacher deal with it? How does it integrate into an LMS? So that's all built into what we do. So as I said, if the full-on Dreamscape environment, again, which becomes sort of a center of innovation at a school, costs somewhere around underneath $1 million, we're looking at something like 15% of that for the cart. And I think it's going to be a very valuable approach. And I think different schools will have different values and different sorts of needs and potential funding sources. So they'll decide which way they want to go. We've always been hardware agnostic, meaning when a cheaper, better headset comes out, we can use a cheaper, better headset. So we don't anticipate, we've never had to, because of obsolescence or something like that, make a major upgrade on our hardware. And as part of what happens when we go into partnership with the school is that there's an ongoing contract for the care and feeding of the system that just takes care of itself. We also train the trainers. Everyone at ASU and most of the places, but everyone when you visit ASU, except for 2 people, it's all student workers too. And those students, they get credit for it, and they're learning about how the system works. So it's a nice ecosystem. Did I cover everything? Okay.
Member Haynes.
So thank you so much for the presentation.
Sure.
I'm very, very intrigued. The challenge for so many of our students, the barrier of getting into and staying in STEM has been the biology. It's been calculus, and calculus has been the barrier, not the gate opening.
Yeah.
And so, and when you see all of the STEM majors, they're diverse. They're not just one or two. There's close to a dozen, and that number is growing because the field is growing. And so, I remember a nursing student telling me that they just could not get through calculus, and so her colleagues at the hospital that she worked at said, "Just stick with it, because you don't need a lot of it. You just need some of it." And that could be said about engineers. It can be said about bio majors. It can be said about medicine. And so the question I have is, and I'm a believer in storytelling. Absolutely. It is the basis of access in and understanding. In your system now, can that be broken down about what a field actually needs in terms of, broadly, it's problem solving, broadly, it's being able to dissect and pull apart. But is there a way to say the nursing student or the engineer needs this amount or not? Or is it of the whole?
I think I can answer this way. So I'll just use biology, but it was the same for chemistry and it's the same for the other things we're working. But say in biology, we looked at, in terms of national standards, were about 14 topics, and we were able to group them into 6 modules, and they're scaffolded. So the first one was literally about scientific method. As one of our professors says, how do we know stuff? It's a fundamental question to answer. It went from there to how do cells signal? How do cells talk to each other? And it went from there to how do complex systems self-regulate, like homeostasis. And that went into, genetics, et cetera, et cetera. So it was building that way. Now, we have found, so that was what we built for Bio 100 and 181, which is intro bio for STEM majors. But there's also Bio 100, which is bio for non-majors, and it's only 1 semester. Well, it turned out that that professor looked at the entire thing and said, I think module 1, module 4, and module 6 is what my students need. So we're trying to deal with that, have these be modular. There's a certain amount of scaffolding just in terms of understanding science that's required. So I don't think you go with the last one first, et cetera. But absolutely, we've tried to, and so far, at least in this case, we've been successful in making this flexible enough so that the instructor has a lot of leeway in terms of what they will present, given whatever the outcomes they're looking for might be.
Member Brown.
So many thoughts. Thinking about having this at scale, I thought back to as a kid, all of a sudden we got deployed all of these Apple computers in like all the schools statewide, right? And that's a lot of what got me to start to use and play with different things personally. Last year at the board retreat, I got to use a VR headset for the first time. And I am, of course, within just the demonstration, I asked some question that it wasn't prepared for, right? And so I'm kind of wondering about sort of how you all learn from the way the students are interacting with it, about how to improve it. The other thing I'm wondering about, which links with what you were talking about with the just in time versus just in case. I've had students complain to me in the past and say, if I wasn't already interested in this subject, I would not have chosen to be this major based on my intro class. It was actually the most boring class I ever took out of all of the classes.
This thing I hear so often.
Yes, right? And so I'm wondering, because I think about our faculty and how some of them are still using chalkboards and overheads maybe, but that those might be the same faculty who understand the pedagogy that you're talking about of the storytelling versus some of our faculty that jump right into using technology, but maybe they're just a using the questions from the book and that's it. So I'm wondering about the professional development piece for the faculty and sort of how did you work with the faculty working with this both for the technology side and the pedagogy side to make this all more inviting for our students and exciting?
Okay, let me I'll go backwards, I think. The first thing is that we're very lucky because we're doing this in partnership with ASU, and there's such a inherent commitment to doing it right and figure it out, so that because this was developed arm in arm with extraordinary scholars and teachers, they have anticipated the friction that other teachers might have in adopting something like this. And something I never realized, and I'm sure all of you do, but in a normal teaching of biology at a college level, the lab section is taught by a different group of people than the actual lecturer or the teacher. The lab section actually at these big universities is its own thing, and that's why lab sections have been the same for 70 years. But what's interesting is that our teachers do have some choices here. They can decide to let these labs happen, and they're involving, and they help the students, and they can either change the way they teach their lectures to incorporate the narrative that's within our labs, or they can decide to let that happen on the on a kind of a parallel track. In other words, what we're trying to do is to make this as flexible as possible for the teacher, so they don't feel like, oh, you're telling me that I have to relearn how I teach, if they don't want to. On the other hand, we offer, our team actually goes to the school or does seminars online and teaches the teachers, what are the bases by which why did we create it this way? So I remember when Mike Angeletta, one of our two biology teachers, showed me, I think it was the American Academy of Science, put out a paper about 4 or 5 years ago that really said there should be a shift in the way we teach biology away from specifics and facts to skills. So it's not as important to memorize all of these things or know how to cut and frying. You need to have the skills of, modeling, dealing with data, metacognition, collaboration with others. So we have found that it helps very much to bring other faculty into the process by which these things were created and provide many flexible ways that they can use it, if that answers that part of the question. What was the first part? I'm trying to remember.
I think I was just talking about bringing it to scale, having it be available to more people so they can play with it.
Yes. Well, that's the other thing. I'm curious, the digital, the Innovation Center you mentioned, is that a physical place or is that a virtual place?
Right now it's a virtual place. It's sort of trying to connect all of the different colleges.
I understand.
So I would imagine.
So that's why we're going with the 2D thing there, because it sort of operates in that way.
Right. And we have another structure called the California Virtual Campus, which is an ability for students across the state of California to have access to courses in order to complete the degree pathway. So that's the strategy. And also there was a cost implication to be able to fund it.
I understand.
But we are relying on our colleges like Glendale and Merced
and
Kern to start trying out. And I just want to also make a comment that the faculty engagement with lab science courses in the community college, it's usually more integrated than typically in a university. You see a lecture, being taught by faculty, and then the labs. It's here. I mean, there is variation from campus to campus, but for the most part, I think it's a more integrated approach, and I'm sure my faculty colleagues will speak up on that.
I'll just say one thing in answer to. I'm sorry. What was your name again? There's a lot of V out there, and some of it stays in the corner of the classroom, right? And we've been very focused on outcomes and results and adoption. and maybe I mentioned it, but so I think we've just crossed 30,000 students at ASU alone. And to the extent that they've disbanded, there are no more wet labs there, which, by the way, is a great cost saver because wet labs they're not easy to maintain. So I think, and this all goes also to your question, sir, I think, which is that if we feel this could be a game changer, then yes, the question I need to think about, or we need to think about, is that how do you make people want it? We could all decide this is the greatest thing in the world, but your teachers have to decide it's the greatest thing in the world, and we respect that. And how we do that is something that we need to work with you on, whether it has to do with finding the next 5, Kearns, Glendale's, Merceds in different parts of the states that become magnets for teachers and students. And now you start seeing that those outcomes are such that it sort of becomes a community of believers in this. That might be a way of doing it. I think putting it on 2D to get to more students, an absolutely great way. But it's really about outcomes and changing the kind of trajectory of these kids' lives. And we're just anxious to work with you guys and figure out how to do that.
I remembered my first question. Sorry. It was because I remembered when I used VR, I asked it something that, right? So how do you all learn from the ways that the students are interacting with it to improve it as you go?
So, this reminds me of the director I talked about, which worked with the other great director at the time, Billy Wilder. I don't know if you know that name. And Billy Wilder once was asked, "Don't you believe in improvisation?" He said, "Yes, I do." In the 6 weeks before, it was 6 months before you start shooting, all you do is improvise. So why do I say that? We do not. This is not about migrating students into the metaverse to do all of their work. For every 12 minutes our student stays inside of VR, they spend 3 hours outside of VR. So it's in that time out of VR where they are interacting with each other, they are making hypotheses, they're interacting with their teacher. So in a way, that's where the improvisation takes place. That's where the feedback really happens. This is an experience that I'm having where I am emotionally connecting to a problem. I am gathering data that I'm now going to work with. I'm going to make hypotheses based on that. But now I'm going to go work for 3 hours with my my fellows, and then I'm going to bring that back into the VR environment and get feedback on that. So it is not so much the kind of be-all, end-all learning. I don't know what you did. Sounds like the thing you were doing in the VR probably had an AI aspect to it. So were you asking something and it wasn't keeping up with you? You see, I don't think we're trying to supplant the essential value of how people learn from each other, from books, from their teachers, but rather we're trying to create a context in which that learning is meaningful and engaging.
All right. Member Williams, Member Perry, Member Chang. I get closing remarks. Does anyone else have any comments? Because we're running tight on time. You'll yield? Okay. So we have Perry, Chang, me, and that's it.
So to build a little bit on what the chancellor said, and hi, Walter, and thinking through what the value added proposition to a population of students, which is the 100% of the state who aren't necessarily always on an education track, you're giving them agency. You're putting them in the middle of a narrative and giving the agency to control their own narrative and their narrative within the immediate environment that I think translates to the bigger world. So that hour translates into 3 hours and more. It gives them a place in the world, a sense of control. And so that I think is the value added proposition here. I love when you're talking about art history, because you started to make me think that Picnic in the Grass is as revolutionary as Banksy, and getting people to literally see history, visualize history in that way, I think is so important for a lot of people, because history can be sort of dry and a bunch of dates and people shooting each other. And instead you have picnics in the grass and graffiti, and you can tie that all together. So I love that you're doing that.
It's interesting. We're working on Seti's tomb right now, one of the great tombs of that. And we talk about graffiti all the time, right? Because it's sort of this like expression on the walls, and who's actually supposed to watch it. Really, where's the ownership of that? You open up so much about the culture you're studying and your own culture by doing it that way.
Our hieroglyphics, just a more educated form of graffiti. I don't know. It's not for today, but The third thing, sorry, we all ask long questions because, is I started to think about, you referenced it early on, the changing attitudes toward education would be the most polite way to put it. Like, again, what do we bring to our students that can withstand really the onslaught that is happening to higher education right now? And I think the tool that they walk away with this is curiosity. That is a thing that you can carry with you no matter what environment you're in. And this provokes curiosity. And so that, I think, is a really important piece of it. So thank you.
Member Chang.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's such an interesting way to approach education as a STEM student myself. I've taken the calculus one, the biology, the chemistry, all of those, and they've all had their own set of challenges. But I'm very thankful to have been able to move through my STEM educational career. And so I had like 3 ideas / questions. One was some of my favorite classes, like organic chemistry or intro bio. I had like research projects or things that I worked on as like a final or something that I could show and present. And so do students ever have like something that they can show off to employers or have like something to say like, oh, this is what I did because of this course, because of Dreamscape? And then another one was, are there any negatives to students not experiencing wet labs? For myself, I couldn't imagine a biology class without dissection just because that's the stereotypical way that I was taught. And so I'm wondering if like micropipetting or centrifuging, or if there's any learning gaps from not doing those in a wet lab. And then you mentioned doing this asynchronously, and I'm just curious, the only way I can see this is like in person with the professor, like with the headset and everything. What does it look like asynchronously?
Okay, so I'll start with the middle one, which is I can only go by the research, and there are no learning gaps because the students who do this approach to intro bio just consistently score better than the other. By the way, that does not mean that an instructor, although I guess they've discontinued them, couldn't also use wet labs. And in chemistry, we're building it so that you can either do it with your wet lab or not. Only difference is that you're provided with the data that you work on that you got from the wet lab. But what we're trying to do is not just go through rote techniques in a lab, but rather use a laboratory experience to do something akin to original research. But so far we have not seen any of those gaps. What was the third question again? Oh, yes. One of the things we do, and this just comes from, probably making movies, we create something called NPCs, not playing characters. So if you're in there working on something, we animate other characters that give you the sense of being in a community doing this. We also have a narrator's voice, the director of the whatever. So you have certain connections that or certain aspects that connect you to what you associate with more conventional learning. There's a saying that I used to bore my team with. This really came out of doing the Men in Black movies, which was one of the movies I produced, which is the more exotic the scenery, the more comfortable the chair. What I mean is that if you're going to take your audience into a really great place, give them a genre that they feel comfortable with. So in the case of Men in Black, it's a cop movie. In the case of Star Wars, it's the hero's journey. And once you have the comfortable chair, you can really be open to extraordinary. Whereas if the chair itself of the vehicle is also weird. So we're aware of that. There's certain almost like, not conditioned response, but certain kind of comfort zones we have where you want the student to feel this isn't so distant from what I think of as conventional learning that I'm out on the road. No, we're very aware of that. And the first question was? I don't know. I'm going to find out from the teachers. I have to assume yes. One of the things I've been pushing us to do for a more advanced version of our Alien Zoo biology is that later on is to have students be able to create characters based on the ecosystems that they've been able to study. And if they're good enough, they become denizens of the sanctuary moving forward, which I think would be a fantastic thing. But we haven't gotten there yet.
Great, thank you. I have the opportunity to close this item off. I just wanted to tell you, Mr. Parks, I've noted your grievance and I've logged your grievance. But I'm glad that that presentation came before yours because I want to give Member Brown kudos here. She's always urging us to think about intersectionality and how these aren't siloed problems. They're actually all together in one landscape, one ecosphere that we have to consider. And going back to my time in prison, I was thinking about the students. The most popular program in the prison is business because that becomes the barrier for them to employment. They can't usually get gainful employment with someone else, so they start their own business, and that's why they want to look into a business degree. But to Member Perry's point about curiosity, if we got this technology in front of different populations, we could stimulate that power of curiosity before a population of folks that we haven't considered yet. You know, we have 2.0, 2.1 million students, 6.8 million working adult learners. The incarcerated students aren't in any one of those numbers. And I'm sure we're forgetting some populations on top of that. So we're really looking at being innovative and disruptive to 10 million students, if not more. So I hope that that gets your mind going here as far as how we can continue to be innovative and disruptive. So thank you very much for bringing that before us today to think about.
Thank you.
So thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much for
Thank you. We have to entertain public comments. So passing it to Christina.
The public comment period on item 6.8 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have two commenters, Cheryl Aschenbach and Eric Kalimagi. Come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I'm Cheryl Aschenbach, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. I often forget to introduce myself. I want to thank Mr. Parks and his compelling story about Dreamscape Learn. As proven by the accolades he's earned during his long career as a filmmaker, he's an effective storyteller. There's no doubt about that. Since the data shared during his presentation was for the fully immersive curriculum, not the 2D courseware the Chancellor's office is considering investing in, I'm curious about the student outcomes data about the 2D version. And we started diving into a little bit, and I think we need more information about that. As I say that, I want to express gratitude for the Chancellor's office for engaging with the Academic Senate while contemplating a contract for Dreamscape Learn. As a result of those conversations, last Thursday, together, the Chancellor's office and the Academic Senate held a webinar to introduce biology faculty to Dreamscape Learn 2D for general biology and to begin gathering feedback, including hearing questions and concerns. While there was some interest expressed in the appreciation for opportunities to use the scientific method, analyze data, and draw conclusions, faculty were part of faculty's interest, there were also concerns raised. For one, Dreamscape Learn instruction modules and labs may be entirely online and video-based, which doesn't include what are called wet labs, and that started to come up in the conversation too. They provide critical hands-on experience within a natural or controlled environment, use of laboratory equipment and other laboratory materials. Another concern raised is that especially for major courses versus general education, frequently UCs and CSUs require in-person hands-on labs to ensure that students develop the skills needed to operate safely and efficiently in upper division courses in biology and other STEM disciplines and in professional laboratory settings.
30 seconds.
Many college science labs are constrained by dated lab spaces and old equipment, as there's never enough funds to update or purchase what is needed. Perhaps an investment in STEM could be better leveraged to support modernization of STEM lab spaces across our community colleges. Faculty concerns need to be further investigated to make sure that innovation in our system doesn't adversely impact students' abilities to transfer, have classes count as expected upon transfer, and that it doesn't adversely impact their ability to perform as expected in subsequent laboratory environments, including professional environments, and that our existing equity gaps aren't somehow worsened through this kind of an innovation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Eric Kalimagi. I'm a mathematics professor at Mount San Antonio College, who last week turned in my request for a full teaching load. You know, in my career, I have used 12-inch video discs to go ahead and lead students through logic and problem-solving exercises. I've used the Geometer's Sketchpad on Mac Pluses to go ahead and let students manipulate geometry problems. And somewhere in my garage, there is a set of VHS tapes of a guy dressed in a full mime costume, including makeup, very nicely explaining intermediate algebra and statistics topics. There's a lot to look forward to with innovation. VR and AR, augmented reality, certainly have a lot of promise. This isn't the right venue. What I was watching you sit through was very similar to what I will see when I go to the AMATIC conference in Reno in November. That's the American Mathematical Association of two-year colleges. And there are places where vendors go with their new stuff, and you sit and look at the new stuff and make some decision about whether or not you're going to go back home and advocate for the new stuff, because there's a lot of new stuff out there. This may be a wonderful biology program. I don't know. I don't teach biology. I mean, who doesn't like sick dinosaurs? But I will say that to best support the system, invest in travel and conference money for your faculty, encourage them to go to those venues, and provide materials funds so that when they find something good, they can take it back to their colleges.
30 seconds.
Ownership in the system is part of what creates success. When you find something and you're excited about it, you want to use it. That's very different than having something kind of show up and you're expected to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Team, we are at the part of the agenda approaching the state and federal update. We're not quite there yet, but now comes my speech that we need to be mindful of time, and please be mindful of your questions if we're going to finish at a reasonable time. So with that, let's move on to item 5.2. Item 5.2 is a first reading and a public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations, Certificates of Achievement. This item will be presented by the Chancellor's Office staff. Deputy Chancellor, welcoming you back to the podium.
Afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Rawlings, Board of Governors, Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor, and I am here with Dean Raul Arambula to present item 5.2, which is the proposed regulatory action certificate of achievement, which is a first read. And I know that you have the language of the regulation in your packet. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Dean Arambula for the very short presentation.
Yes, I'll try to make this short and quick for everyone. Good afternoon. Very plainly, hopefully you know the California Community College Curriculum Committee, 5C, helps guide the Chancellor's Office regarding regulations, anything that has to do with curriculum. One of their top priorities is aligning legislation or the vision to Title V regulations. And in this case, this is what we're doing. In this case, we're making changes to align with AB 705 and 1705. If we can go to the next slide. So that's what you did, removes language to align with AB 705. Another big one that would help the field is remove the word sequence. The word sequence in there would force colleges when they are creating certificates of achievement to actually list the sequence of courses that the student has to take in order. Well, obviously, some of our certificate of achievement don't require that students take courses in order. Like if it's a GE certificate, the students can take whatever course they want in any manner they want. So taking the word sequencing helps for our colleges. And then removing duplicative language. We're trying to clean up a lot of Title V. So that was the removal of Section C, and then just clean up language to clarify certain language in the section. So hopefully that was brief and straightforward.
Appreciate that. Do we have any board comments? All right, hearing none. The public hearing on item 5.2, the proposed amendments to California Code of Regulations Title V concerning certificates of achievement is now open. The purpose of this hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have not received any in-person remarks, and I don't see any hands raised.
Are there any other additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Just making sure y'all are awake.
Yeah.
All right, item 6.3, state and federal update, passing it to Vice Chancellor O'Brien and Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez.
Good afternoon, board members. We have a slide deck that I believe is being pulled up now. We have state and federal updates for you, and I will kick it over to Dr. Vasquez to start with the state update.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor O'Brien. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, board members, Chancellor Christian. We have a lot to cover, but we will be brief. This gives you a snapshot of where we are in the legislative process. We last saw you in January, and so a lot has happened, and the policy committee hearings have already begun, and I'll share some highlights about some of the bills that have been heard. The next few months will be critical as we engage with member offices about bills that we are supporting, bills that we're monitoring, bills that we'll want to weigh in. Next slide. As you recall, there are 3 bills that this board, the Chancellor's Office, is sponsoring. First is by Assemblymember Bryan that makes some changes to CalWORKs to expand eligibility. Second is by Senator Sayarto, and this we've been talking to you about for the better part of a year, if not more. There requests some changes to legislative reports to alleviate duplication and eliminates old reports that are no longer needed. And lastly, SB 391 by Senator Laird. This bill proposes that the Board of Governors adopt a fee policy for external research organizations who are requesting data for research projects or reports. This bill is actually going to be heard next Wednesday already. Next slide. I want to share an amazing highlight from our bill that was heard last week. We had 2 phenomenal witnesses, both of whom have been impacted by CalWORKs. Ani Hakverdian is a former CalWORKs recipient and is now a counselor in the CalWORKs program at LA City College. Andrea Larajara is a current CalWORKs student at Moreno Valley College and duly enrolled at a CSU. And I want to read a small part of her thank you note that she sent to us after her testimony. This experience reinforced my decision to pursue policy advocacy as a future social worker. Seeing firsthand how personal stories shape policy decisions made me even more committed to ensuring programs like CalWORKs continue to evolve to truly meet the needs of student parents and low-income families. They were the perfect witnesses for this bill, received broad support, and now it goes on to it's been double referred to Health and Human Services, and then hopefully goes on to the Senate with broad support. We have prepared a few updates for you on bills according to themes. We're tracking almost 100 Tier 1 bills, but hundreds of bills overall that impact higher education, and we can't cover them all to you, so we're lumping them in themes to you. And the first few that we'll cover are bills that we are leaning to support. And the first 2 are focused on dual enrollment, and there's actually about 5 bills moving forward on dual enrollment, but these 2 are ones that are quite aligned to the Chancellor's Office priorities, the Board of Governors policy priorities. This bill, AB 731 by Assemblymember Fong, is a reintroduction of similar legislation that you may have recalled last year by Assemblymember Holden, but was ultimately vetoed. I won't go through all the changes, but this bill proposes to make 4 core changes to CCAP agreements. One of them is to require that a CCAP agreement have protocols that authorize a student to complete 1 application for the entire duration of their time in the CCAP program. Another requirement is that it eliminates a 4-course limit for those students and allow them to take up to 15 units in a CCAP program. AB 988, also by Assemblymember Fong, who is, if you recall, chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee. This bill proposes the establishment of a dual enrollment framework task force to examine and develop recommendations for universal dual enrollment access for public high school students. I'll tell you why this matters. There's another bill moving forward on dual enrollment by Assemblymember Bryan, and that bill would propose that commencing 2029 and 2030, that every single local education agency that serves high school students engage into a CCAP agreement with the community college. Now, that's a big shift, and dual enrollment is a big priority of the Board of Governors and the state governor. However, there needs to be an examination of feasibility, costs, and implementation of universal access of dual enrollment. So this is something potentially that the task force could tackle, and this would be jointly convened by the Department of Education and this Chancellor's Office. Next slide. Going to go over two bills around financial aid and basic needs. The first one is Assembly concurrent resolution by Assemblymember Fong. And essentially what this resolution does is declares the legislature's support for ensuring that students who are deported or students of mixed status families still have access to resources that help them succeed in college, including financial aid. SB 271, I bring this to your attention because I believe it is sponsored by the Student Senate. You'll see most of the bills that we were cover today are actually introduced or sponsored by our statewide associations like faculty or our students. So they're very busy with policy advocacy this year. This bill aims to strengthen support for student parents in community colleges. And it would expand the definition of childcare and services used by basic needs centers. There are very specific things in law that basic needs coordinators are required to do to support students, very focused on basic needs. And so this bill would propose to add on childcare services as a resource to refer students to. Next slide. We have a few that we wanted to flag for you on facilities, governance, and local hiring. The first two, 259 and maybe 409, are really around codifying temporary COVID procedures around teleconferencing. This 259, actually both bills only apply to local districts and local student body associations, but during the pandemic, they were given some flexibility in notifying the public where their physical location was to protect their privacy and their safety. And so this bill would sunset those temporary provisions and just make those temporary provisions permanent. AB 648 is sponsored by one of our community colleges, I believe Santa Monica College. And this bill would exempt certain housing developments from zoning regulations if they are built on land owned or leased by a community college district. This would apply to faculty and staff housing projects, student housing projects, and university development projects. SB 241 by Assemblymember Senator Cervantes is sponsored by the Faculty Association. And I don't know if we brought this before you in January, but I recall Wendy elevating this bill during public comment. This bill would require that specified classified staff, faculty, and administrators be a person or a human being and not AI that meet minimum qualifications for their position. Next slide. So on student equity, AB 335 by Assemblymember Gibson is a follow-up legislation that adds teeth to a bill that was signed last year by Senator Bradford. That bill was SB 1348, and we did take a support position on that bill. That prior bill, if you recall, creates a designation for California Black serving institutions. And so this bill is a grant program, and they are requesting $70 million. The grant program would designate this program at Sacramento State and outlines details for a competitive grant application to earn the BSI designation. Our analysis shows that we have about 38 to 39 colleges that would be eligible to apply for the grant. SB 98 is a bill sponsored by the student associations, UCSA, CSSA from Cal States, and our own student senate. This bill would require post-secondary institutions to immediately notify all students, faculty, and staff and other campus community members of the presence of immigration officers, but the notification isn't triggered until the campus has verified that immigration officers are on campus. Next slide. So a couple on workforce I want to flag for you. AB 323 is sponsored by two local community college districts, LA and San Diego. It would allow colleges to use their strong workforce dollars to use funds to support student-employer partnerships through internships, apprenticeships, and similar programs. Due to the Prop 98 limitations, colleges can't use these funds as direct aid, and this internship would be considered a cash stipend. So this bill just requests permission to use flexibility in how they use their strong workforce dollars. AB 338 by Assemblymember Solace allocates $50 million, so they are requesting $50 million to support workforce development in wildfire-affected areas of LA and Ventura counties. If this is funded, the grant program would be administered by the California Workforce Development Board. And they would go to two local boards to train and upskill low-income and moderate-income individuals to support wildfire recovery sectors. The bill emphasizes expedited licensing and certificates to accelerate entry back into the workforce. So this concludes the bills that our legislative principles are largely in line with those of the Board of Governors, and we hope that we can take a support position on. The next two slides are just bills, if you go to the next slide, bills that we continue to monitor, and we're monitoring a lot, but these are either going to be scheduled for a hearing soon or already have been heard for in a hearing. AB 1462 by Assemblymember Hart would authorize the Board of Governors to approve a baccalaureate degree program at Allen Hancock. It is only specific to one college without a written agreement if it meets approval requirements. SB 744 by Cabalden. We're still learning more about this bill, and mind you, we're engaging with all of the offices on their bills, but we're tracking this one and flagging it for you specifically because of the focus here on scaling credit for prior learning. Next slide. Oh, sorry, if you go to the back last slide, let me highlight the peace officers bill. You remember the Chancellor's Office convened a task force that explored the creation of a modern degree in policing, issued a report to the legislature and the public on how would you create one, how would you scale it, and how would colleges offer it. So the report did not codify anything. It provided recommendations for the legislature and policy changes. So now we're tracking two very similar bills that would add teeth to the report. And so we look forward to continue talking to the author's office, but these bills would essentially require that an individual who is a peace officer meet certain requirements, including a degree in modern policing. Next slide. So there are many, many bills on local hiring and operations. We flagged this for Consultation Council last week, and I think I had more on that slide. So our associations and ACRO individuals, colleges are really busy monitoring these bills because they would require many changes at the local level. A couple that I would highlight for you, AB 90, you may recall this bill has been introduced in the past, version of it at least. This bill would require a governing board to draft a plan of action for overnight parking for students, to vote to approve the plan of action, to utilize basic needs centers to administer the parking program, and to report some data to the Chancellor's office. AB 1028 would grant contract employee status to part-time faculty teaching at least 19% of a full-time load for 6 semesters or 8 quarters within 4 years. I believe the sponsors of this legislation, CFT, are still working on amendments, and so I'll look forward to sharing more with you at the next time we present. AB 1171 by Assemblymember Dr. Patel would require part-time faculty member whose total teaching assignments at 2 or more community college districts equal or exceed full-time teaching assignment to be provided the same benefits of a full-time faculty member. Now, we're still analyzing this bill, and it's unclear how districts would track part-time faculty assignments to verify their load, or which district would be responsible for providing those benefits for. So all in all, many bills that require changes, impact collective bargaining agreements, hiring processes, and benefits. And so we look forward to continue engaging with these sponsors and offices about these bills. You want to take questions now about bills or move forward to federal update?
Fine. Go ahead.
Dare I? You talked about you talked about 335 Gibson. That it's on the list. Does that mean is the chancellor's office supportive or it's silent on it? Where's your status on this one?
We're still
You're just still
evaluating,
watching?
analyzing, at this point. But as Dr. Vasquez noted, we did support the prior legislation last year. We've been very supportive of similar efforts like Black Student Success Week. And so, we anticipate that most of the sort of the higher ed partners will land in a supportive place, and that will likely factor into our thought process as well.
Thank you.
Everyone is quiet. Please go on.
All right, let's bring those slides back up. I don't talk till I see slides. That's the rule. Otherwise, I'll just start talking about whatever's on my mind. All right, next slide, please. We have a federal update for you. Fewer slides, but certainly no less impactful or important right now. 3 major items we wanted to highlight. So let's move to the next slide. Just want to note, this was in the news lately, all this talk about a potential government shutdown, and that ended up not happening. Just to explain some of the terminology here, this was what's called a continuing resolution, or CR, which was basically an agreement to fund the federal government through the remainder of fiscal year 2025. Hence the reason why, because we're in that fiscal year now. If they had not reached this agreement, the government would have shut down, right? So you'll hear that term CR thrown out quite a bit. Typically speaking, a continuing resolution is what's called a clean CR, meaning that it simply basically says, all right, let's fund the operations of the federal government at the same amount that they got last year, right? So that we can preserve our sort of fighting and bickering and disagreements and all that and debates about what the funding levels are going to be for next year's budget, right? This one was a little bit different. It actually did provide for a reduction in non-defense spending and an increase in defense spending, as well as provided the cabinet agencies, the executive branch cabinet agencies, with a fair amount of leeway in how they choose to spend funds. So a lot of the discussion, of course, these past 2 or so months has been about Congress's power as the Article 1 agency that appropriates funds, and the ability of the executive branch to choose to not spend funds on certain programs or at certain areas, or perhaps in certain states, certain colleges, things like that. This continuing resolution does grant a greater degree of latitude and flexibility to the administration to spend or not spend certain funds within the continuing resolution as they see fit. So we will be monitoring this one very closely to see if there is an impact to our colleges or any of the various programs that we interface with and that serve our students. Next slide. Speaking of the administration, what's been going on with them? Since we last met as a board, Linda McMahon was officially confirmed as United States Secretary of Education. She has taken office. And of course, as I'm sure everybody in the room and watching has seen, Secretary McMahon and the president are continuing their efforts to downsize, or if they can, eliminate the Department of Education. So President Trump signed an executive order last week. I want to clear up a couple of possible misconceptions here. This is all just some factual things to state on the record. The president's executive order did not attempt or claim that the president has the authority to eliminate the Department of Education. What it did was it restated the administration's intent to seek congressional legislation that would eliminate the department, while ordering the department to begin essentially the planning purpose for transferring most of the programs it operates to other agencies. So under the president's proposal, programs like financial aid would largely be transferred to the U.S. Department of the Treasury to be administered. Student loans would be administered by the Small Business Administration. Many of the workforce programs would be administered by Department of Labor, and so forth. Just to be clear, when there's all this talk about the potential elimination of the Department of Education, most of the programs that directly serve our students in our colleges are proposed to continue in some form or another. The question being under which department and whether there's congressional authorization to do so. Speaking of the Department of Education, a significant number of staff have left since the new administration took office. There's been this effort underway called a reduction in force, which is essentially just mass layoffs that are being challenged in court right now. There's also been efforts to give access to the data at the department, to the so-called Department of Governmental Efficiency. I forgot what their actual name is because I see that acronym so much these days in the news. That as well is being challenged in court. And the last thing that I would just note as it relates to the department is that if you recall last year's discussions around this new, simpler, quote unquote, better FAFSA form, many of the same issues do appear to be resurfacing this year, according to students we've worked with and our partners at the California Student Aid Commission, particularly for some of the same populations like students from mixed status families. The difference seems to be that last year under the prior administration, there were supports in place, like a weekly call that the department hosted for all state FAFSA partners, a call center that students could call. And for the most part, those have now been eliminated by the new administration. So same issues we're hearing that students are facing with the FAFSA, significantly less support from the department. A lot of folks are, reporting that their usual contacts at the Department of Education are sending auto replies saying that they, have been transferred or laid off or took one of those, deferred resignation offers that were offered to many state employees. So we do continue to monitor these. Obviously, our top concern is for impacts to our students, to our colleges. We continue to work to make sure that, any colleges that see disruptions in funding report those to us as promptly as possible, as well as to their local members of Congress, and make sure that they are keeping everybody informed as to the impact. Next slide. This will be the final slide here. On the legislative front, on the congressional side, we just wanted to note that we're tracking a few introduced bills that do directly relate to our priorities. So there is a bipartisan effort to essentially codify DACA protections and create a pathway to citizenship for Dreamers, undocumented students who came to the country as minors. There's the Jobs Act, which is a bipartisan proposal for expanding the Pell Grant to short-term workforce programs, sometimes called short-term Pell or workforce Pell. It's been a longstanding priority of this office and this board. And there are specific community college related proposals to the third one there, the Construct Act, is from our own senior senator Alex Padilla to provide funding to community colleges for construction and building trades related programs. And lastly, the Wildfire Emergency Act concerns grants specifically to training in wildfire and forestry management areas that have become so relevant in recent months. Happy to take any questions on the federal front as well. And I believe that concludes the slides. Oh, can I make one more pitch if I could? Just a reminder that a week from today, Tuesday, April 1st, is the annual Board of Governors Advocacy Day. Thank you to those of you that have RSVP'd. If you haven't yet, but you still want to come to our evening reception, we would please encourage everybody to do so. We would love to invite you. We've got some very special guests from the legislature we're honoring, and it would be great. Board President is moderating a fireside chat with Assemblymember Mike Fong and retired State Senator Steve Bradford, the author of the BSI legislation.
Member Villavicencio, then Member Williams.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo, and we appreciate the report from our government affairs team. Question regarding federal grants. About 3% of our funding, obviously, for our system, even albeit it's only 3%, come from federal grants. And I was wondering if you had any update regarding sort of the future solvency of these grants, particularly our MSI institution grants, HSI and ANAPISI grants here, and where they're going to be housed, because obviously they were housed under US DOE. So I was wondering if you had any other further updates regarding those grants. Thank you.
Yeah, I see Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson coming up. I will just say that that's an area that we're paying close attention to because some of the rhetoric from the new administration, particularly if you look at things like that Dear Colleague letter the department issued in February, could lead you to believe that those could be on the chopping block, or that they view those as a form of DEI or discrimination in some form or another. But I think Chris has an update specifically to your question.
Yeah, so the 3% is based on fiscal reporting from districts against total revenues for the system. So it's about 600 million, we think, on the high side in total federal resources. That's excluding federal financial aid that goes directly to students, against a base of around 19 billion. Specific to any of the the grant programs that are out there. We don't have enough information at this point to say what the federal government may or may not do moving forward prospectively with new grants or with renewal grants. Certainly there's a risk there, but we can't speak to that. One thing we have done though is we have a survey out to all of our districts right now, asking them for up-to-date information regarding their federal grants and federal resources so that we have a better picture of what those resources would be. I'd encourage all the districts that have not filled out that survey to please do so, especially for all those that are watching. We know that only about a third had responded with a couple days to go until that's due.
And I can add one more thing to that. What we're, to David's point about what could happen, and we're hearing the news, is you mentioned MSI and those other HSI grants. Those were enacted through Congress, right? Through the Higher Education Act. And so through the executive order and the press conference, we understand that their intention is to, like, I don't know if their word was do not touch, but they're keeping within the department anything that came out of legislation and will require an act of Congress. And HSI's, HBCU's, tribal colleges, universities funding for those programs came out of HEA, and it would require an act of Congress to dissolve those or make any changes to them.
Are there any rumors, perhaps, of having, I know you don't have to answer, perhaps you may know, or in terms of having these programs possibly be moved by Congress to ultimately eliminate funding at this point, or we just have to wait and see?
Yeah.
It's just too early. And to David's earlier point with the reductions in force and the reductions in staffing at the U.S. Department of Education and other agencies, it's also hard to know when districts might not be hearing a response from the federal government, whether that's because there's just simply less staff or because it's intentional in nature.
Thank you.
Member Williams.
Thank you for the presentation. The president has said that he sees education as a path to citizenship. Have you all heard any clarity or specifics about what that is supposed to look like?
So yes, in a couple of different public remarks, he has said that he's somewhat paradoxically declared support for Dreamers and those who, you know, migrated to the United States without authorization, but you know, before they were adults, right, as minors, which is sort of the traditional kind of federal definition of a dreamer, right? So that being said, the only thing I would note, just sort of from a, you know, the principle of the best predictor of future performance is past performance. He was president for 4 years already and did not appear, in the best of my memory, to make any concerted effort to support Dreamers or DACA recipients, and in fact attempted to end the DACA program when he was president previously. So I would just, I'm just speaking for myself here, I would not recommend anybody get their hopes up too much about that.
All right. Seeing no more board comments, we'll go to public comment.
The public comment period for item 6.3 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have 2 folks to pull up, Dr. Roger Schultz and Dr. Larry Galizio. Come on up.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. In January, I was here as the president of Mount San Jacinto College, but today I am here on behalf of the CEO board of the Community College League. In lieu of time constraints, my remarks will be very brief and confined to a few items about the state budget. The CEO board first is highly appreciative of Chancellor Christian's recognition of the need to fully fund enrollment growth at 1.5%. Without increased growth funding, we're denying access to thousands of students across the state. You can see from the LAO report how colleges, many of which have rebounded from the COVID declines, with now over 22,000 in unfunded FTS as a system. I cannot illustrate all the colleges, but I can certainly illustrate MSJC's story. On the surface, it's easy to see that we are unfunded for 1,636 FTEs, but that makes up 11.5% of our total enrollment. Not so easy to see below the surface is the 5,000 students sitting on wait lists that I cannot get into classes and program. Even more so in recent weeks, I've met with school district leaders as well as city leaders that I have had to say, I cannot add programs to meet your needs. So yet at this time, not all parts of the state are growing. Students in high-cost areas of the state will lose access to total higher education with the end of hold, access to local higher education with the end of hold harmless.
30 seconds.
This will happen at the very moment when the federal government is clawing back funding and targeting higher education and many of the vulnerable student populations that we serve. We urge attention to this in the May revise. Thank you.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Larry Glizio, Community College League. Thanks for your stamina. 3 points on the budget. I know we talked about policy but we wanted to focus on the budget because this is an opportunity to do so. First, in terms of ongoing funds, we want to let you know how we'll be advocating in the building. For ongoing funds, we're going to be urging legislators to be cautious with making any kind of new investments, considering the volatility and uncertainty of the global, national, and state economy, especially those that would require long-term commitments. In terms of one-time funds, 2 priorities that we'll be talking about. Deferred maintenance and instructional equipment is a top priority. The 23-24 budget reduced the prior year's appropriation for community colleges for deferred maintenance of $500 million. So the Chancellor's Office data in 22-23 said the system had $14.2 billion in needs. So with the governor making career education a central theme of his budget proposal, deferred maintenance and instructional equipment is essential for that work. We strongly believe that CCC students deserve to learn in modern facilities with state-of-the-art instructional equipment. 30 seconds. We will be advocating, so we'll be advocating for a substantial investment in deferred maintenance and instructional equipment. Finally, for one-time dollars, we're going to advocate for a flexible block grant to pay for legal costs, outreach efforts, and other actions necessary to protect students, employees, and the college's missions because of this federal government, which is so unpredictable. As part of the reality-based, historically informed, and forward-looking population, the districts recognize that students and institutional federal funding are vulnerable considering what's happening. So because the governor's budget was created prior to January 20th and subsequent actions, we will be focusing on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand there are no virtual comments, so we will be moving swiftly to item 6.5, and I will pass the discussion on compliance with the 50% law to Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson.
Sure. In the interest of time, I'll try to make this very quick. So there's a requirement in law the district spend at least half of its current expense of education each fiscal year on salaries and benefits of classroom instructors. Under existing law, districts can apply for an exemption if they're found to be non-compliant. The way the process works, we look at the prior fiscal year. We determine if a district was non-compliant. They have a year to ask for an exemption, another year to effectively come into compliance. And if they're not in compliance at that point, then they're subject to a return of fiscal resources to the state. That doesn't necessarily apply to basic aid districts because they're not receiving state resources, therefore have no resources to provide back to the state. This year, we have 4 districts, it's really 5, that are out of compliance with the 50% law. One it has a long-term exemption at the moment, and then it's Calbright during its 7-year ramp up. The other 4 are Compton College, Marin Community College District, San Mateo Community College District, and Napa Valley Community College District. We would note that the one district that would be subject to a compliance plan because they do receive state resources, Compton, has subsequently negotiated a new collective bargaining agreement with their staff and come to an agreement. That agreement resolves the non-compliance. So as of today, they are now in compliance with the 50% law, and just wanted to highlight that good work. The other 3 districts are all basic aid districts and would not be subject to requesting an exemption from compliance.
Thank you very much. Any board member comments? Member Villavicencio.
Thank you for that quick report, Vice Chancellor Ricketts. I really appreciate that. I'm still learning. I was wondering, does this 50% law apply to categorical funding as well, or does it just apply to Prop 98 general funding monies?
Under Ed Code, it applies to unrestricted general fund resources, which are largely defined as resources received by districts through the student-centered funding formula.
Okay, so I'm just trying to
categorical
clarify that.
programs
So it does not.
do not, because they're for specified purposes with specified rules around how the spending must occur.
So just clarify this for me. So there's some categorical funding are separate from, obviously, from Prop 98 funding, and they provide wraparound services for students.
They are paid within the guarantee. It is just that there are specific statutory or budget bill requirements around how those allocations are spent by colleges.
Okay. So hypothetically, if you were to include categorical funding, and Prop 98 funding together, do you happen to know perhaps like what that percentage actually goes to classroom instruction?
I don't have that off the top. I would have to get that back to you. What I can say is in any given year, student-centered funding formula resources run between 70 to 75% of total Prop 98 resources that go to California community colleges. So if we thought about it, that we're roughly at $11 billion, we would assume that roughly $8 billion, give or take, is subject to this requirement.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other board member comments, we'll go to public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.5 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have Wendy Brewer-Wynkoop. Come on up.
This is a very long meeting, guys. I'm getting kind of sleepy, so I'll do my best. Good afternoon. I'm still Wendy Brewer-Wynkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. As a recent report from the League suggests, modernizing the 50% law, including a proposal to allow for district exemptions, I want to emphasize the importance of maintaining this critical safeguard for educational quality and success. It's alarming to consider that if we include all the categorical funds the districts receive, the system currently spends only 37 cents on the dollar on instruction, 37 cents. Allowing exemptions to the 50% law would further reduce this allocation. As public institutions primarily focused on teaching, suggesting that community colleges should allocate even less of their unrestricted funds on instruction would concern taxpayers. Moreover, it's crucial to acknowledge that 3 of the basic aid districts, Marin, Napa, and San Mateo, are essentially exempt from the 50% law due to their local funding, which frees them from state penalties that keep this law in check. Their historical spending patterns, which you guys have access to, reveal the potential consequences of weakening the 50% law. So FAC urges the board to maintain the integrity of the 50% law and resist calls for exemptions that could undermine the quality of education for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We have no virtual comment on this item, so we'll move to 6.6, baccalaureate degree program updates. And for that, I'll turn it over to our Deputy Chancellor.
All right, good afternoon. Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor, presenting item 6.6, our update to the baccalaureate degree program update, along with Dean of Academic Affairs, Aaron Larson. So we know that it's been a very long day, so we'll try to move through our slides quickly. What we wanted to do initially is we do have some board members who may not know the context for our baccalaureate degree programs. So we will set the stage, what is going on nationally with community college baccalaureates, what our collective baccalaureates look like, and where we could go to meet the critical workforce need. So next slide. So nationally, for this slide, you see that we have 24 states that offer baccalaureate degrees at community colleges. At least 17 of those 24 states require some kind of demonstration of a workforce need for the program to be approved. And these are the states that are highlighted in lighter blue on the map. I want to note that California is the only state that requires review of duplication with existing programs at other public university programs. So while AICCU is authorized to review the proposed community college baccalaureate degree programs, only UC and CSU may share their duplication objections with the community college system. Next slide. So for let's see. Oh, for this slide here, you can see that we have 720 community college baccalaureate programs at 205 campuses. There may be more now, as this data was from 2023. States that have the largest number of CCB programs do require evidence of workforce need, including our state, California. And several of these states do allow nursing and/or teaching programs, but we know California is not one of them. California is in the top 5 states, as you can see on the slide, offering the most community college baccalaureate degrees, and we're actually tied with Georgia following the 4 most recent approvals that we've had. And as we know, because our system is the largest in the nation, California has the potential to grow and surpass all of the other states. Next slide. So for this slide here, you will see that we have a list of 47 approved community college baccalaureate degrees. The numbers in parentheses indicates the number of approved programs. And our top 3 programs are respiratory care, dental hygiene, and biomanufacturing. I think it's also important to note that we have 4 additional programs at 4 colleges approved this month, including Imperial Valley's Industrial Automation, Moreno Valley College's Emergency Management, Napa Valley College's Respiratory Care, and Palomar College's Building Performance and Environmental Design. Next slide. So this slide just shows you, it's a look of our BDP programs by industry sector, and most fall into healthcare, biotechnology, and advanced transportation and logistics. Next slide. So here we have 38 community colleges with approved BDPs. Again, the number in parentheses indicate that campuses have more than 1 program on this slide. And then I'm going to pass it on now to Dean Larson for the remaining slides.
Okay, so next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so for this slide, we wanted to show you where those 47 programs are and where we can be. The map on the left is where we are. And then the map on the right shows where the university deserts are. This is highlighted in the RP Group report, Distance Matters, Addressing Geographical Barriers to Transfer for Community College Students, that found 29 community colleges were at least 25 miles or more away from a public California university. So by expanding baccalaureate degrees in these locations, our system is positioned to address these regional disparities and meet industry needs and create more pathways for economic mobility. Next slide, please. This is what it translates to the colleges in those areas most affected by university deserts. The 7 colleges that are 87 to 211 miles away from a university are listed on the left. And then 3 of these colleges currently have 1 or more approved baccalaureate degree programs. And then the 22 colleges on the right are 27 to 78 miles away. 6 of these colleges have an approved baccalaureate degree program. Next slide. Okay, so I wanted to highlight here the approval process that colleges must go through in order to have their baccalaureate degree program approved by our system. So the approval types on the, I'll try to do this quickly too. This slide looks complicated, but the process is far more complicated than I could narrow down in these 2 slides. I mean, in this one slide, any college that has gone through this process would attest to that. So the approval types there are on the right. If they do not meet the policy compliance or the passing program quality score, they get sent back to the college. If they do, then they move on to intersegmental review. They have provisionally approved, and we send those top 15 programs to the CSUs, UCs, and AICCU for intersegmental consultation. Then, if they pass intersegmental consultation, then they have conditional approval, and they are either awaiting board and or ACCJC approval, and then they become fully approved. So it's kind of 3 chunks of steps on the right there in the bigger blue boxes. The first box is really internal review. We do a lot of review in the chancellor's office, and we have our data research that we pull. We have a panel that is sourced by the CIOs, the Academic Senate, who do the quality review of these programs. And then we have a scoring rubric that we use that then narrows down the applications to the top 15 that we would send to the segments. So then the second box there for intersegmental consultation is when that process of duplication and consultation happens. Once community colleges pass through that step, then they move on to that final step of just the board approval designated to the board president and ACCJC approval if they don't already have it. Next slide, please. We wanted to highlight there are 16 programs that are provisionally approved. That means they are stuck in that section of intersegmental consultation. Now, as part of our duplication resolution process, the chancellor's offices for both the CSU and the community colleges sought out a neutral third party to review and conduct a comparative analysis on the proposals. WestEd was the agreed upon party, and their review is currently progressing, starting with the earliest programs in Cycle 2 and Cycle 3. That concludes the report. Open to questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to elevate the 4 baccalaureate programs that we approved at Imperial Valley, Moreno Valley, Napa Valley, and Palomar were the first baccalaureate programs at each of those respective colleges. So that's wonderful news. And we now have 51 baccalaureate programs at 42 community colleges. All right, so I'll take any board comments. Member Haynes?
So can you put that slide back up that says the the 8 colleges that are 87 to 200 miles, are any of the 16 provisionals in that group? Yeah, I'm gonna, that is critically important. So, okay, the 87 to 211 miles. Do we have any in the provisional that are those colleges? We need to know that because that's where we
Syracuse
need to
is the-
push. That's where the leverage really can be to move those colleges. And if there's any other obstacles to help them move those out of the way.
Yeah, Saracoso, Allen Hancock. Also.
And Allen,
It's-
okay.
They're on the
Well,
right
then that
side.
means there's 6 more, whatever. I didn't get the count right, but there's 7 of them there.
If you were looking only at the 7, but if we expand to the full slide, it's Saracoso, Allen Hancock. Oh gosh, I
Okay.
have to go look at that other list, but more than those 2 at least for sure. I know.
Right. I get that. I get the other side, and I'm not suggesting to ignore them. What I am saying is that there's no university or CSU in this area. Though this is a desperately needed economic driver for these colleges and for these regions and for these students and workers. So in terms of a strategy, trying to get those, sort of setting up some priorities and hopefully push that in a way because our value system is should be set up relative to those communities. You guys know how I feel about baccalaureate degrees. And so I just think that we just need to be a lot more aggressive. I'm sick and tired of trying to do a 1, 2, 3 relative to the CSUs. I know that everybody is working on that, but I'm sick and tired of seeing this and the slow roll when our students and our families and our communities need to have that access to a baccalaureate degree.
Member LeGrand.
Yeah, that kind of got my knickers twisted too, because I was looking at the fact that there should be no argument with CSU and UC if we've got 211 miles to get to any kind of institution. And so I would just want to just kind of piggyback on Member Haynes' point that we really need to focus on those places. Because I'm trying to think as a commuter, if I was working, 50 miles is about as much as I want to do. So anything over that I think becomes problematic. And I think that this is a compelling argument because they're never going to be having campuses in that vicinity. And so we really should focus if we were to prioritize, I would also say that's where we would want to go.
Member Villavicencio.
Well, I have to say something because my community college district is one of those in the deserts. Not the 211 one, but the shorter one. But I will tell you, when I have students who transfer, they have to travel. And some of them actually work. This may not necessarily be related to the bachelor's degree, and actually it does, because obviously we need to offer more BDPs where these deserts are, as Board Member Haynes and LeGrand mentioned. But I will tell you that some of my students who are even accepted to transfer to a 4-year university, some of them don't even accept it because it's so expensive for them to go to that university, because obviously of how expensive it is to live in those areas and the lack of affordable housing in those areas. And so it is critically important. I'm actually glad that one of my fellow colleagues who teaches electron microscopy at San Joaquin Delta College is working on introducing one of those BDPs for our college. So I'm really excited about that. But I just wanted to share with you that sort of in proximity with my college where the nearest ones are, and I will just share this with you. We do have the University of the Pacific close by. I teach at San Joaquin Delta College in Stockton. But not a lot of our students go there. Obviously, the price tag is an issue, $55,000 a year. Sac State is over 50 miles. UC Merced is over 80 miles. UC Davis is over 58 miles. And CSU Stanislaus is approximately 50 miles as well. And so truly, we could do, we are, and we are doing better. And I really look forward to see us scale up all of these BDPs throughout our system, particularly in these colleges, our community colleges of need. Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. No other board member comments? Any public comment?
The public comment period for item 6.6 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
That's great news. Let's go to 6.7, please. Visiting Executive Hayward for draft AI literacy guidelines. We're in the home stretch, everyone. We're building our stamina.
Stamina, 3 hours.
Right. Thank you, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I'm bringing to you today a document, our draft AI literacy guidelines from the AI Council. And as you know, as I've been saying for a year and a half now, and you knew probably before I started saying that, generative AI is a transformative technology for higher education as well as for the workplace and society at large. So with the development of the humans principles, the AI Council has provided leadership for the system regarding how to engage with Gen AI in a way that elevates the work of people, but it does not replace people. These draft guidelines are intended to provide a way to bring the intention of the humans principles closer to the colleges, to the day-to-day work that people are engaged in by providing a reasonable starting place for conversations about how to move forward in realizing the potential of generative AI, appropriately and ethically rolling out this powerful technology while establishing the necessary guardrails to address and monitor concerns. So with that, I'd like to advance the slide. So really quickly, this is our outline of a brief summary and review of the AI guidelines. Why do we need AI literacy in the system? And then a quick review of the AI literacy guidelines outline, what it includes in the draft document that hopefully you will have a chance to review and provide feedback on, and then the continuing process of reviewing this with the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges and other stakeholders. And we'll take a quick look next at the 6 fundamental elements of AI literacy that we would hope that all students and staff are able to master, and role-based aspects of AI literacy. So AI literacy varies according to what your work is and what your role is on the campus. And then a checklist as well is included in this draft AI literacy guideline document for promoting a campus culture of AI literacy. Next slide, please. So what we're seeing and probably, experiencing and having different conversations about in different venues, but certainly seeing in survey work with employers, looking at this is the 2024 Work Trend Index annual report data, that 66%, so just about 2/3 of leaders would not hire somebody in 2024 without AI skills. It's a non-negotiable. In other words, we need to be imparting AI skills. 77% say AI skills will get new hires greater level of responsibility. So it's a fast track for career advancement. 71% say they are more likely to hire a less experienced person with AI skills than a more experienced person without them, which just, I think, goes to show that it's not necessarily that AI is coming for your job, but a person with AI skills may come and outcompete you for a job that you're interested in. Next slide, please. So these are the 6 fundamentals of AI literacy. The AI Council reviewed roughly a dozen different documents about, what is AI literacy, different sort of elements of AI literacy, anywhere from 4 to 24 sort of bullet points or elements of AI literacy. And these are sort of the 6 core fundamental. Of course, there's more to AI literacy. AI literacy can be expanded beyond this. We're piloting with the AI Council right now an AI literacy scale that can help us measure AI literacy. But I won't read these to you, but they're just the kind of the core elements of understanding what Gen AI is, how Gen AI is different from other technology or from human intelligence, how to interact effectively with generative AI, and being aware of what some of the limitations and concerns are around use of AI. Next slide, please. So these are the different sections of the AI. When you see the draft AI guidelines document, there are role-based sections for classroom faculty, for students, classified professionals, administrators, managers, and then counselors and librarians. So some elements of AI literacy are common across all those roles, but some of those areas, the AI literacy can look somewhat different. And even within the classroom faculty, that's a very broad category. We have discipline-specific elements of AI literacy. So again, this document is about a 7-page document. It's just a starting place for the conversation around what comprises AI literacy. And then next slide. So what are we off to next? We will continue the cycle of review and feedback, beginning here with the board, disseminate the AI guidelines to the field, publish on the AI Council website, which is pending. It's not there yet, but it's under development. So there will soon be an AI Council website. And then partner with the field to develop and share more detailed examples. So how are people using, talking about, and promoting AI literacy on their campuses, and sort of spotlighting that work. I think that's it for our prepared slides. Next slide. Yes, there we are. And joining me today is my co-presenter, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, Cheryl Aschenbach, to share her thoughts on AI literacy.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that. I just want to acknowledge the work of the AI Council. This has definitely been, like with the humans document a year ago, an iterative process. And even the version that Consultation Council saw in February, and that I saw even just a few weeks ago, has continued to be refined and evolve in that sense. So I appreciate the willingness when asked to consider this a continued review and give me a little bit more time to get it in front of faculty. And I'm encouraging students to do the same, to see if there's anything that we've missed, that the folks in the room that have been working on it might have overlooked anything or have concerns about anything. So that's part of why that, consider continued iteration with your input today, and then an opportunity for Academic Senate and others to provide some continued input in just the coming weeks before it is finalized onto the website, I think. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Any board member comments? Member Williams.
Yeah, I got to say so. And I was having a conversation with Member Rollins last night, and I want to commend the chancellor and the team, because you kept a lot of complicated subjects going for the last couple of months, and you're going through transition, and there's a lot of big projects happening. And so, I appreciate the level of innovation that we've been seeing across the board since you've joined. So thank you. And I wanted to just piggyback on, I appreciate what you said, because many times, communities that experience disinvestment, they don't really get a chance to get training in advanced skills. A lot of times we're kind of positioned to become consumers of the different technologies versus how do we, do training in prompt engineering and, a range of different things. I get so much advertisements on my Instagram and Facebook for different AI classes. And I know we don't have that much control over districts putting out curriculum, but you'll see the curriculum is more so available in affluent communities versus low income communities. And if there's ways that we can really just provide access to templates to encourage districts who can, and then even having the faculty to be able to train on this stuff is challenging too. I had a chance through Eloy to meet Dr. Crow to learn about Dreamscape, and he gave a presentation to our team and our district, really mostly around their public enterprise model and how they generate revenue outside of the state allocation, and just thinking about the chancellor's office's ability to have more revenue to just kind of support this effort. I was looking at our website, and there's innovative text on there, but the website doesn't kind of match the topic. And I think the Foundation for Community College had a really innovative Scrolly Telly report. Their website is more dynamic than ours on the digital and the AI side. I noticed you got a lot of free classes and professional development opportunities, and just wondered, like, could you push that stuff to the foundation and they can charge for those classes so that people aren't paying for some of the stuff that's on Instagram? And maybe because there's some really cool opportunities in there, but it doesn't look in a way to where I want to go to the website, and it doesn't really match what's being said on there, just the way that it looks. And I just wonder how much traffic is going to there, because you have a lot of great professional development opportunities on there. There's courses, they're all free. If there's a way to charge some of it so that you can, have, I don't know if there's a dedicated person working on the AI stuff, but the visual look of it could match the subject. And then is there a way and I'm pressing in my district for more unrestricted revenue sources so that we're not so dependent on. And so I don't know if you can do that as a state entity, but I'm just looking at ways that you can really support this effort and make it look like the topic. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Member Perry, then Member De La Fuente.
I really don't have anything to say. I just wanted to hear how you say my name.
Obviously not like how she said my name.
Let's hear it. Member Legrand and I will take that back to the foundation. Thank you.
Member De La Fuente.
Hey, everybody. No, good to see this AI literacy. I think it's super important. What I really find fascinating is I believe myself an expert, and I go to a lot of these workshops with CEOs, but then you ask the average college-bound student, 18, 19, and they're experts. I mean, they are teaching us how to use it, So I think it's really important that the AI, the rest of us catch up, because the students of today are just so advanced and they don't even believe so. But then when you ask them a couple questions like, oh, that's basic. I'm like, what do you mean? That took me 2 weeks. And the formula that I say, I think human will be AI, but human plus AI will be human. And recently MIT had an AI negotiation course where they did prompt engineering and compared, and the people that did the best were human plus AI. And that team did the best. AI alone did good. Humans did better. Human plus AI, overall, the data shows that it performed the best in the data set they had. I think they had over 1,000 people. But I do think AI literacy is super important. And I think it's something that the students are, I think, more prepared than we think, but we need to make sure everybody else gets on board, the faculty and everybody else. I think it's really exciting, and the work that you've done and put all this data and all this stuff together is fantastic. So really excited with this initiative. I think it's a very, very positive force.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other board member comments, let's go to public comment.
The public comment on item 6.7 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I'll hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we just have one. Wendy Burl-Wynkoop, come on up. That's why I read your name.
So please don't be mad. Hildy, please be nice. Okay, I know you want to get out of here. I'll be fast. So good afternoon. Still Wendy Brill Weinkoop from FAC. First, I want to thank you for your leadership in developing the AI literacy guidelines. This is an important step in ensuring that our students, faculty, and institutions are prepared for the AI-driven future. AI is already reshaping education, work, and society. Our communities are engaging with these tools daily, and it is our responsibility to equip students and staff with the skills to use AI ethically, critically, and effectively. At the same time, we recognize the dual nature of AI, its power to enhance learning and streamline tasks, but also real concerns about bias, misinformation, and academic integrity. So thoughtful guidance like this will help us navigate these complexities. One key area we urge you to prioritize is professional development, particularly for part-time faculty. As the majority of our instructors in our system, they play a critical role in student success, but often lack access to the same training opportunities. So ensuring that they have support to integrate AI literacy into their teaching will be essential. So we look forward to continued collaboration in shaping the future of AI guidance that balances innovation with responsibility. And thank you very much again for your efforts.
We have no more in-person comments, but we have one hand raised.
Go for it.
Mars Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, Zavala from Mount SAC. The first use of AI in our school, Mount SAC, is K16. I believe it's based off of GPT-0. It's to punish students for cheating with AI. We know there's false positives and false negatives. We know it's biased against neurodivergent students. When I asked, it wasn't clear if our data was going to be training this model and profiting the company. We aren't seeing the reports it's generating. Students need to know every time their data is being input into some of these systems. We need to see what the reports say about us. Again, this is happening without consent of students. This normalizes the for-profit tech companies over normalizes the profit of our data for the tech companies over our rights. It's not a coincidence we're seeing the same thing at a federal level. That's what we're teaching the kids. That's what we're teaching our students in school, that your rights are less than these for-profit companies. How are these things going to comply with California law? If we ask to delete our data under the CCPA, do these models get retrained? There is a better way forward. We could use open source. When tech companies want to go faster, they go open source, like Llama, DeepSeek, Mistral. We need those open source. We need open source AI with student control. We need to know what data is being trained on. We don't need data flowing to corporations. We need open materials like books to train our own models on. Of course, there'll be problems with proprietary license books and these books that charge so much. And I have no doubt that they'll be able to defend their profits better than our institutions defend our student rights. Thank you.
President Aguinaldo, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. Let's go to item 6.9, board member reports. Does anyone have anything they feel like saying right now? Yeah.
I'll be brief.
Oh, okay. Member
So I
LeGrand.
just wanted to report that I did, back on March 3rd, serve on a panel for the Council for the Advancement of Support of Education. At the request, the Foundation Office did support me with talking points. I was on a panel that was called Navigating Challenges, Trusteeship in Tumultuous Times. And so my co-panelists were, the moderator was Stacy Grant, Executive Director from Brown University. There was a Susan Atherton, who's a trustee for the University of California, Riverside, and Nicole Rubin, Board of Directors for the Gideon Hauser Jewish Day School. It was also the inaugural connection between the network of California Community Colleges, foundations, and CASE. And we do support, the foundation does support the network financially. And so they were really excited that a board member was there. They said they had never had a board member attend before, and that it was kind of historic that I was actually there on the day that they were announcing their partnership with the network. So I just thought I would thank you guys for the support to attend that.
Thank you very much for going out there. Member Adu.
Okay, quickly, because I know you guys want to leave.
This Friday, April 4th, I will be attending General Assembly as a member of the board, and I will be giving a presentation on navigating the California Community College system through the lens of a student leader. So if anyone wants to stop by, it is April 4th from 2:30 to 3:45
Thank you very much.
at the LAX West End.
I love how everyone is so terrified. Anyone else? No. Okay. Let's go to item 7.1, public forum.
Public forum is now open. If you are calling in, press *9. You will have 2 minutes. I did not, oh, we do. I'm going to hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento, and I see one virtual hand raised.
All right, I have Catherine Stitt. Come on up.
L5 coordinator at Diablo Valley College, which is the #1 transfer institution to UC Berkeley. The RP group has shared that 62% of high school students who took geometry or lower and 69% of Algebra 2 students passed STEM calculus within 2 years as their first math class at California community colleges. When you hear those stats, there are 2 important questions to ask. Question 1, how did high school geometry and Algebra 2 students be allowed to take Calc 1 without the prerequisite? And second, what hurdles did those students go through to get placed into Calc 1 at a community college? The data was collected between 2012 to 2020. From my understanding, students were not allowed to just go into Calculus 1 during that time frame. The sample size of the 2 groups was 1,213 students. That means over 116 colleges, over 8 school years. It's only about 1 or 2 students per year per college. So how were those students placed? Back in the day, we had math assessment tests, which from my understanding ended around 2015. So some of those students probably passed an assessment test so they can take Calc 1. To study for a math assessment test, they had to have studied pre-calculus material, which also means some of those students knew more than just high school geometry or Algebra 2 going into Calc 1. When I was a community college student, and when I was an instructional assistant for the DVC math department while I was in grad school, the students I knew who took assessment tests had parents that could pay for tutors to help them study for the exam. Unfortunately, not all of California community college students have that kind of support. Another way for a student to get placed into Calc 1 during that time frame was getting a certain AP exam score, which we still accept today.
30 seconds.
Those are 2 examples of how those students could get into a community college Calc 1 during that time. So I was here in January, and I want to say thank you again for the AB 1705 December 10th memo, allowing the option for our STEM students of 2 prep courses before STEM Calc. And thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you. We also have Melissa Bardo. Come on up.
Sure, microphone on. Your microphone.
Sorry.
There you
That
go.
working?
Perfect.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Melissa Bardo with EdTrust West. We are a research and advocacy organization committed to dismantling racial and economic barrier embedded in California's education system. I wanted to just take a brief moment to uplift our new Black Minds Matter 2025 report. You may be familiar with our report that we released 10 years ago, our original Black Minds Matter campaign, but this new 2025 report spans 10 years of data that shows unacceptably slow progress for California's Black students. It includes powerful data highlighting the aspirations, contributions, and strengths of Black Californians, but also clear metrics that expose persistent opportunity and outcome gaps across the entire education spectrum, including college access and success. We also showcase proven strategies for supporting Black student success and make statewide recommendations around establishing a statewide policy on universal access to dual enrollment, increasing financial aid resources, enacting a statewide direct admissions policy, and investing in colleges with the Black Serving Institution designation. We hope this report serves as a valuable tool for you, the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, and colleges across the state. And we'd be happy to partner with you to host or facilitate data equity walks or briefings on this report. But thank you for your time.
Madam President, we have one virtual hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, Zavala again. At Mount SAC, we could feel that our leadership is so top-heavy and not aligned with protecting students and their rights. There's not enough professor and student involvement. This is exemplified in how our leadership is engaging in security theater. Right now, they're trying to buy assault rifles, AR-15s for the police. We know from past crises, these do not protect our students. It's just security theater continues to grow as they purchase cameras monitoring all students without consent and without a warrant. These capture sensitive moments, our meetings, our daily routines, our friend groups, images of our bodies. They have automatic license plate readers taking pictures of our cars, getting timestamps of when we go onto campus and leave. This technology isn't even meant for California, and I have access to their training videos, and it's horrible. Our data is just being taken and given to corporations, sensitive data that's stored outside of state that makes it easier to be accessed, that isn't protected by California rights. Our rights and safety are just being trampled on. All this helps those people that want to target students for their immigration status, for their gender, sexual identity, for the speech they engage in. We've seen federal data leak to those who want to help defund schools. We need to be protecting data. We need to be protecting speech. There are talks at the school right now about writing more anti-protesting policies protesting policies. Staff and professors need to organize. We need to organize against those who are that are going to defund our schools. And we need to make sure that those rights to protest and speak are there so students can join in and help you guys. And we need to be free from surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Madam President. That is the last of virtual comments.
Thank you very much. Friends, it is 5:14 p.m. Was there a hook coming from across the stage to pull me up? It is 5:14 p.m. and I am pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you.